So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line I'm in between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left at. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my.
I can't let you go, there's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold to me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning. To take my chances, to take my time. To keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands, a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what melon's so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, but it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. good push. That
Ooh!
felt off.
Rick still has one extra thermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. Ooh. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until they make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome. Now here today in the Operation League for the SCA Summer Split. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda, and you guys are tuning into the first opening day here of the playoffs. It's going to be an amazing show. We're going to have the top 4, the best of the best that we've been able to surmise from those opening play days here. Play today, Panda. How are you doing, my man?
Super excited to be jumping into the playoffs, of course, and look, it's great to be back casting alongside you, Black and Blue. Coming into this, look, the playoffs already heating up, given that we know Elevate and Gaiman have qualified for that Berlin Major as well, so they're looking for a bit of icing on top of that cake.
Yeah, definitely. Would nice to have a bit of a cherry on top, wouldn't it be? But guys, you know that you are tuning into the Operation League, and as we said, first day of the playoffs, we have to thank our sponsors, Kingston Fury. Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. Now, speaking of Fury, you already touched upon 2 of the teams that we're going to be playing today, but we're going to take a look at the tournament schedule here to see how exactly this day will go and how exactly the matches are really going to propose. So we're going to have 3 best of 3s, and we're going to touch upon that later on, but after we've kind of been able to, I guess, filter down, you know, the teams that we were expecting to get here, I think the top 4 that ended up here are kind of the top 4 that we already were looking to be in the top 4 right from the get-go.
Yeah, look, I mean, the 4 Apex South teams coming into it, it's going to be interesting because we see a couple of different stories here. Obviously, Elevate, the same old consistent Elevate. They've looked good. Probably, well, it's been a point of discussion as of recently. You know, the most successful APAC team the region has ever seen in terms of consistency, overall results. You've got Game and Gladiators, who, I mean, since joining Tier 1 competition in the region, have been on the rise, looking better and better game day to game day. And then you've got Direwolves on a downward spiral, not quite sure what to make of them. They need to start pulling it back, because otherwise that, you know, the bigger questions come into play. And then Fury, similar to Game and Gladiators, they looked rough stage 1, they've come in stage 2, they are looking like a top tier contender coming into the end of this year.
Definitely. So we have, well, half of the teams that we talked about here, that half of the 4 teams that are going to be playing from Thailand. So definitely that region still stepping up, as you talked about Elevate, and they're like the prime example of why, you know, Thailand especially has been such a big force when it comes to the APAC South scene. But now we're going to be looking at the tournament structure, how things have gone and how things are going to continue to go. We saw the opening qualifiers with the teams really battling it out in the top 128, filtered down to the top 8, which you guys saw during the regular season played out here. And the top 4, well, they've been able to really separate themselves from the pack. Once again, we have Elevate and Direwolves playing up first, and then Gaming Gladiators and Fury right on after. And so, take a look to the right, we're in the playoffs. The part that we were looking forward to, the exciting moments of this tournament that we know are going to bring us to the heaviest and really the tightest competition possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's rather interesting looking at our, you know, matches that we could get to. We'll dive into that in just a little bit. But there are some teams in this competition that didn't make it into playoffs that could have justifiably made it in, give it a couple of play days, switching and going their way. But there you go, match 1 of the day, Elevate versus Direwolves. I mean, that's That's an interesting prospect. I mean, you look back stage 1, you would have said that this is easily the match of the playoffs. Elevate versus Direwolves, two of the best teams at APAC. This stage, though, Elevate still looking strong. Direwolves not so. They are looking considerably weaker than what we saw out of them last stage. So, I mean, they've cracked into playoffs. That's the main thing. They've got here. Now they can start to show why they are still one of those top contenders, taking down Elevate first, and then match 2 rather. That's definitely my highlight match today in the semi-finals. Gaming Gladiators versus Fury, 2 teams still on the rise.
Yeah, but I mean, Gaming Gladiators, their ascent to the top has been completely just, I guess, blindsiding a lot of the people who may not have expected them to do this well. Now, we know that they're very potent, but the way they were able to prove themselves, not just here in the Operation League, but outside of it, huge implications for what this tournament could mean for them. But Fury, they're the ones who also came into this and were able to cement themselves. As you said, you know, the difference between them and really the 5th slot, because Fury came into this in the 4th from Champion, was really neck and neck. It could have been Fury out of this and Champion coming on in, but Fury able to edge him out in the rounds just barely. But as you talked about Blue Panda, you know, that opening match between Elevate and Direwolves, if you asked me before this summer split started, I would have said that that would be the number 1 and number 2 at the end of the regular season, but it never came down to that as well. Gaming Gladiators, as we said, they shot themselves right up to the top. We're going to take a look at the map stats right now of the entire regular season, how things have been going, and there definitely have been more maps where we'd see, you know, that defender's side be a bit more favorable to the attacker's side, but I mean, whatever stats we might have, Blue Panda, we can go off of them, yes, but sometimes teams, they prove those stats wrong.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole, though, this is kind of what I was expecting. In fact, the one that sort of throws me is the fact that Clubhouse is more even than Oregon at the moment. Oregon has historically been the most even map in the comp pool, but looking at our ban rate for operators as well, nothing crazy out of the ordinary. This is exactly what you're expecting. I think, honestly, the most surprising of all of these is that Mira has such a low ban rate at the moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. Now, there has been other operators, I guess, that has, especially since the latest editions of it, like Azami has been taking a bit more of that place. We have been seeing a increase in the Nuck bans as well as compared to the previous season, which I'm honestly kind of surprised by. It's not something you always see like in other regions, but we have been seeing a lot of teams defer to that. Now, Finka, obviously, we know what that means. We know why. Thatcher's been there since the dawn of time, so he's never going to not leave that board, right? And that's, I think, two of the biggest standouts to me. The Nuck and the basically the Nuck ban, I think, is what I'm really going to point out here. As you said, Mira falling down on that list is, I guess, kind of a result of having other defender operators that are just increasingly taking that role, as we said, Azami, ever since her inclusion into the pool.
Yeah, look, I think Nook, people are finally figuring out what she is and where she fits into that competitive meta. On those expansive maps, she is an absolute menace, being able to skirt and under the line. But looking at our pick rate, we see some interesting stats as well. It surprises me that Iana still has such a low pick rate, given how prevalent she is in comp, how often we see her played. But obviously, in Southeast Asia, they like to switch it up, play something a little bit more diverse. But we are seeing a lot of those usual suspects in the top 5 for attack and defense.
I mean, I guess it is a good thing, right, that we do have a bit more variation, especially here in this local scene, on how teams play and what compositions these teams like to employ. But yeah, I have to agree. Like, Yana, at least she's there at the top, but I would have expected an even higher number because it almost seems like pretty much majority of the rounds that we see from these teams, they put Ayana on there. So pick rate, I think it makes sense. I mean, you divide things by 5, 12, you get around a number of 5. So you're pretty close there, not too far away. So for Yana to be at the top makes sense. Lots of utility it brings, and obviously we look at the pick rate on the defense. Projectile denial that rings key here on the Jaeger.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong. It's one of the most impactful pieces of utility, I suppose, for the defense would be the best way to describe it. So I'm not totally baffled by it. It makes a lot of sense. This is, what we are seeing is the current meta, so all these picks are within reason. We do see, every now and then teams leaning into the Ying or something a little bit out there in terms of both attack and defense. But it's one of those things coming into a competitive Rainbow Six Siege. If it's tried and true, chances are it's going to be the go-to.
Definitely so. We see a prevalence as well of double SAS quite often to be the two backline supporting roles a lot of these teams. The mute plus smoke combo always so potent. Lots of really site rearranging, right, if they need to, and as well as post-plant and plant denial in the first place, rather. And Aruni as well coming out there. Her DMR has really come into the light in the past year. Earlier on, like in her lifespan, yes, lots of people were talking about the Roni, but hey, ever since they kind of touched on that, people have found a new love with Aruni on that DMR. It's proven to be a very potent weapon as well. Like, we've seen so many rounds turned around because of an opening pick of that DMR. And so, yeah, that's what we're looking at here. The operator picks, we looked at the bans right on prior, and we're going to take a look at the teams right after this. The first two teams to be playing in the day. Now, I want to pick your brain on these this matchup specifically here, Blue Pandas. We got Elevate versus Dire Wolves. You talked to them a while ago about how we were kind of expecting them to be at the top, right? But they've maybe not reached the same exact heights that we may have expected, but they've gotten this far. And this is a matchup we've seen many times over.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate, like I said in the preamble, they arguably the most successful team in APAC history. The longevity with which this roster has been, punching above their weight isn't even the right term, I think, anymore. They have been punching on par with international teams. It's unfortunate that, due to recent circumstances, they haven't had the ability to go to recent majors. And I think now, they've got everything sorted. They made sure it was ready and locked in well and early for this Berlin major. So I'm expecting big things coming out of them. And it starts here. Kick off the campaign internationally with an Ops League win.
Yeah, well, as you said, not able to really, I guess, put out their best foot or even have a real shot at doing much during the Charlotte Major, so we're hoping that they can get themselves even further up on the next one. But the other team we're talking about here, the Dire Wolves, as we've actually forgot to introduce Elevate, not that they need one, that's Mark, Mr. Punch, DCH, Onigiri, and Sapper. And speaking of that last guy there on the roster, he has been an absolute menace for any team that goes up against him. 152 to 92. Absolutely monstrous numbers for him to put up. But we look on over to the Dire Wolves, and we know that these Wolves, they play better as a pack. We're looking at Ed, Souffle, Pecan, Jackie Wu, and Harambe. And as we said, they haven't really been able to look like the Dire Wolves that we expected. A far cry from the last time we saw them during the APAC South League, but this time around, at least they get themselves into that top 3, and more importantly, the top 4 for the playoffs. What do you think here really are some of the woes that Dire Wolves could try and address?
Oh, look, I think you talk about Sappy, you hype him up for the Elevate roster. Souffle is the player that I'm looking at for Dire Wolves. He's one of the most highly impactful players to come in and wear the green jersey for the Dire Wolves, of course. And, I mean, if there is someone that is going to be leading the charge and putting in the hard yards, it will be him. The rest of the Dire Wolves, they're going to fall in line behind him and play that sort of... not necessarily support role, but they're going to be the ones backing him up, making sure that if he makes a play, they have the ability to back it up and punch on through and take an objective.
Yeah, he's been really kind of like a breath of fresh air ever since he joined them last year, right, from that 7th Haven squad, and has always been so potent ever since he got there. So Souffle is really cooking up a storm, I think, for this matchup. Now, Elevate versus Dire Wolves. I'm not too sure historically, like, what the total stats would be on who has the advantage over who, but we can look at the last few matches that they have played against each other. And the previous one, it was, I think, Elevate who took it in the regular season of this Operation League. So Dire Wolves, they're looking for their shot at redemption.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know they obviously Dire Wolves won last stage in APAC South against Elevate. They went flawless throughout the group stage, so I know that they at least have that, I suppose, advantage over their opponents coming into this. But again, you're looking at two different teams between Stage 1, Dire Wolves, and Stage 2. Look, they're a team. They're an incredibly capable team who has some very, very solid gunners. Mechanically, they're incredibly gifted. So if they show up today, it's positive signs for the future.
let me correct myself. Actually, the one I was thinking about where Elevate beat them 7-8, 8-7 rather, was their first matchup of the regular season. During their second matchup of the regular season here in the Operation League, Direwolves came out on top, so it's actually Elevate still trying to get themselves in it. As you said, Direwolves, they were the champs of the previous one, so they do have that gunning for them, and for them to be down a third at the regular season, hey, who knows? Maybe playoffs, Direwolves could be very different, but Cafe, Skyscraper, and Theme Park, if we ever get to it, will be our 3 maps for this. And I think this is a curious pick here from Direwolves to go to Skyscraper for the second map.
Yes and no. I think it's the case of just be bold. Obviously, you're coming into this, as weird as it does sound to say, I would consider Direwolves the underdog in this matchup. So coming in up against a team who has consistently looked hot like Elevate, take them somewhere a little bit less conventional, somewhere where they're probably less comfortable as well. Skyscraper is that map that you can do that. I mean, there's a lot of aggression to be played around on this map. There's a lot of run-out potential, spawn peak potential. There is sort of everything that Direwolves need, especially with someone like Souffle in the roster. Even Pecan and Harambe as well. They could do a lot of damage on Skyscraper, but it's map 1 that I'm most concerned about. Cafe Dostoevsky. This is a map that has been in Elevate's pool for the longest time, so they've gotten themselves quite a comfortable map to start this off.
Well, if things go 1-1, which could be the case, right? Elevate, they could take map number 1 on Cafe, as you talked about, a pretty good map for them, and that complete wild card that Direwolves are seemingly to try and utilize against Elevate for map number 2, Skyscraper. Let's say we get to map number 3. Theme Park, it was Direwolves who were able to come out on top the last time they matched up on Theme Park, 7-5, and so I wonder if Elevate here, if they're really prepared to play that Skyscraper versus Direwolves. Now, we know that in general, yes, they are a decent team on pretty much every single map you can put them on, right? They're one of the most, and arguably the most consistent team in the history of the APAC League for an SEA team specifically, because of that reason, because of their wide map pool and their flexibility. But you're going up against Direwolves here, who definitely have a plan coming into this to pick Skyscraper. You know they have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing today. Obviously, it's playoffs. You need to be bringing your absolute best, of course. And like I said, this is Elevate, sort of, this is the litmus test, I suppose, for going into Berlin. This is the last time we will see them before they head off to the Berlin Major. So, I mean, you'd want to show up here, especially in front of the home crowd in your home region. Don't forget, hashtag Fight for Glory in chat for your chance to win some R6 credits and a Rainbow Six Siege Operations League pin. Look, I'm going to be perfectly honest here, Black and Blue. We get pins too. I'm stoked for it. I can't wait for it to come, because it's going straight on my wall. It's going on my wall, right in the corkboard with all the rest of my other gamer gear.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna keep it where I keep a bunch of my, event lanyards and stuff, and make sure it's always there, always at the ready. So make sure you guys join our giveaway, because not only can our teams win here today, but you guys can as well. So once again, follow the Twitch channel, enter the hashtag Fight for Glory down below. You have a chance to get some R6 credits and the OLC pin, which we're going to be announcing after every match, I think, here today. I'm not sure if every map, but yes, every match at the very least. We're going to be announcing the giveaway winners. Hey, potentially every map. That's what we did the last time around. But yeah, best of 3s today. 2 of them, and you guys can also win with every single opportunity here that you join our giveaway with. So, yep, we got some swag for you. We got some credits for you. Now we've got some games for you. And this upcoming one, we've already talked about it, right, during the intro. We've talked about, like, the head-to-head of it, and I'm not too sure what exactly there is to say. These guys, there's a lot of stories already around them, and a lot already said about them since the dawn of time. And so for Elevate, yes, they didn't win their previous matchup against Direwolves. Yes, they weren't able to win the last season, rather, of Operation League as well, but they are in the better standing right now, and it's the Direwolves who really, the question of consistency, it's really what comes to mind for them. So hopefully for their sake, the playoffs is going to be, I guess, a more proficient tale than their regular season run has been.
You'd have to hope so. You can see them on your screen, the Gamer House buff coming through, whereas their opponents unfortunately not sharing that same luxury. But ED in his gaming chair, that was a story long in the making. He has it now, the rest of the team. I mean, honestly, the biggest question has to be, will we get the Harambe dance by the end of the evening?
Perhaps. I want to see that out for Harambe here. He has been a complete guiding light, right, for this Direwolves squad. And every pack needs his alpha dog. But we're going to go in the map number 1, as we've talked about, Cafe Dostoyevsky to start the playoffs here on day number 1. First best of 3. Good luck, have funs in chat, and hopefully in the Twitch chat you guys are putting down your entries for the giveaway as well. Opening pick here, rather ban Finka. Yes, as the stats do well suggest.
Immediately going to, well, I mean, she's sort of... Let's call a spade. She is quoted to be the crutch pick at the moment.
Yeah.
We talk about the Adrenal Surge, the LMG, the Frag Grenades, the Gon6. Sort of a jack of all trades. So understandable ban. Flores to follow it up on Cafe. That one as well. Well and truly understandable given his impact and ability to clear utility from that skylight alone. So far, this is cookie cutter.
Yeah. Flores, on some of these really maps that you're going to expect lots of maybe potential deployables or even Melusi potential, you're going to see him banned a lot. Same with maps like Oregon or even Chalet, but will mine to be taken off here? They go for that option instead of the Jaeger, and I'm curious why exactly that's the case.
Where am I in that pixel position? Valkyrie, I mean, yeah, this is all within the acceptable deviation, I would say, of the operator ban phase. Where am I on Pixel in that piano area? Such a dangerous player, operator to have available. Valkyrie as well. You talk about information potential in a map like Cafe. But, I mean, I'll be honest, this is the first time I'm getting to see Azami and her potential impact on Cafe, just because I've seen Cafe played so little. So I'm excited for it.
You talked about that Pixel position, and I'm thinking this could actually be a good spot if supported with a deployable shield, especially where she can continuously reinforce in front of her, especially towards maybe that piano side. But I'm curious to see where exactly they will play her, considering we are playing on the 3rd floor. Hell, maybe they could even have her somewhere in Cigar and reinforcing that, like the bar right behind the Cigar. Curious what their plans are.
I have just realized, yes, I have in fact seen it. I got to see it during Ops League, but when you're casting at midnight locally, your brain gets a bit frazzled. So, yeah, I have seen it. The cigar holder, the Zami, is pretty scary. You can play around the stage as well. So there is a lot of power in the Azami.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the potential here that they got. We see lots of people also play that cigar like really right in deep, where you see that mute jammer with a deployable shield, and they can do some sort of variation with that with those Kima barriers. So let's see right now, Direwolves, Comp, they're bringing in Hibana. They look to pull in the Capital, and yes, they do. The Nomad to make sure their flanks are checked and no runouts are going to be too problematic, and of course the Yana ever so prevalent.
Yeah, prepping that window there. Mr. Punch might look for a bit of early aggression, sending it out the window. But not for the moment. Look at Direwolves, they are playing this one a little bit slower. I say slower, they're already beelining towards the roof, but they at least check the windows first, knowing full well that on a map like Cafe, with a team like Direwolves, with a team like Elevate, rather, that there is potential for that heavy aggression.
It's good they keep that in mind. It's a possibility that never be ruled out, but Souffle opening pig here on a DCH. Immediately, the Azami's taken offline.
That's very rough, given that no more Kiva barricades will be able to be generated up. So just the three I see in play, and that will be it for the rest of the round. Mark being scattered by this drone. He is a known quantity. He's going to be flushed out by the asphyxiating bolts. Backs himself off. Harambe going to work, starting to open that cigar lounge wall.
As we said, two potential places they could use those Kiba barriers. One on Pixel or potentially on Cigar. They go for the former option. It's going to be here Mark finding the opening pick. He finds a second and a third! How does he do it? Holding down that Pixel angle perfectly. And the Direwolves, they've crumbled here under the great defense. Automatic turret. That is Mark for Elevate.
This is why he was such a welcome addition to the team, of course. A capable fragger. very, very mechanically gifted and has a hell of a brain for the game as well. 2 players to 4. Jackie Wu and Pecan to clutch. Jackie unfortunately shut down by the myth, the legend, Onigiri. Pecan coming in through the new hatch, knows where he is, but in trouble. And very nearly a flawless round for Elevate to kick it off.
That was a great recovery here from Elevate. They gave up the opening pick. Azami goes down. Luckily, those Kiba barriers already placed around the Christmas room. And yeah, that pixel being held perfectly here by Mark on the Jaeger. You can see the 416 really coming to full effect, dodging and weaving, playing around how much cover he actually has. And you would think that, hey, they have the proper tools to do this, right? They have a Capital to maybe flush him out. They send 1 asphyxiation bolt to Pixel, which did push Mark forward. But even with all that adversity, he comes out on top and basically shoots himself out of a bad situation. Pick after pick, 1 cigar, 1 on the window, and the follow-up through the breach. Great work here done. And now we're going down to the kitchen. Oh, there's an echo.
Yeah, okay, I don't know what's going on there, but an understandable transition there from Elevate. This is the standard trajectory for bomb sites. 3rd floor first, then 1st floor, and then 2nd, usually to round out the trio. And if we see mining and dining, something horrific has gone wrong, and I don't know what to make of it. But you look at the operators in play for the defense already. Azami there, understandable. Kaid, understandable play with that Jaeger, but the Goyo Echo coming through as well. Goyo is going to slow down the push. Echo is going to be there to deny the plant, potentially. So there is a lot that Direwolves need to do in this round.
I don't see much vertical extension to the rooms up top, though, coming from Elevate. And that's not to say it's good, it's bad, but I'm just curious that they decide to go more for a horizontal extension, which is kind of what you would, I guess, kind of expect anyways, considering the comp that they bring, right? They do have the Cade to deny the hatch from opening in the first place. They don't really want to play it. They have the Echo as well, and the Goyo to play down below. And I think the Kiba barriers are going to be placed here more towards the back VIP side over anything. I'm not too sure if the bakery is what they want to fight for as of the moment, but Jackie Wu just making sure this entire top floor is clear, which it actually kind of is.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest problems, I think, in attacking Cafe is if it is a first floor site, you almost guaranteed need to commit to the full top-down clear because there is a chance of a flank or a roamer to come in and upset. And all that time spent clearing that top-down can be very, very punishing for an attacking team if they don't do it with some intensity and some haste. And look at that. Sapper with the Yokai drone going deep up onto the 3rd floor for info.
He's got some hops on that thing. You can see here, really focusing themselves. You're holding down the main corridor, down the red stairs, and up this VIP side. So Mark, willy-nilly puts the barricade back up, make sure that nobody gets a free peek out of it without them knowing. And, well, they can still open this up if they Hibana trick it right.
Yeah. They will be able, that will be the intention right now. There is an impact from DCH and 2 from Sapper as well, but no, not even going to... Oh, no. He's cleared out the Artiller Claw at least. So you take that, now you can get the hatch itself, but that could have been problematic. Harambe already aggressive, clears out the barricade, looking to freeze, but there's that angle from VIP they need to be concerned about.
Very least to have that second option. Don't have a hard breach for the hatch, and so they're down quite a few X-Kairos pellets. Less than a minute left on the clock to work with here. Jackie Wu gaining so much information, but can they push off of it? This VIP section held by Mark, and we know how really potent of an anchor he is and how reliable he can be in these situations. Even with an ADS, still blind. He gets the 1 pick, though, on a souffle, and as he talked about earlier, it's a big pick for him to find. A 3rd away! Here, Mark! He finds another triple kill round for him. But Harambe, he's come in to get the trade. Pecan as well. It's down to a 2v2, Panda.
Bringing it back quite successfully with 18 seconds. Harambe absolutely taken out by Sapper. It's on Pecan. Has the ARX, has an angle into the site, but this is dangerous at the best of times. Shots on, but no. Onigiri dances around the pole with his Org A3. And Elevate take another round. This one a little bit closer, but still a shutout nonetheless to close.
Maybe a bit too close for comfort, considering it was a 5v2. But hey, good, I guess, kind of bounce back here from Direwolves almost in that round. They retaliate, yes, bring it down to a 2v2, equalize the odds, but time not in their favor, neither was the situation. So, Elevate, second round on the defensive side, and Sapper on the Vigil. They're going to be playing this reading room hold, and you don't normally see a Vigil on the reading room hold. Maybe on Kitchen, yes, when they're playing Dining down below. You want to have the Vigil, you know, waste time upstairs, but I'm curious what exactly their game plan is here for them. They have the Maestro as well, which they can commit to having at least maybe one of his Evil Eyes upstairs towards the Cocktail side, and Azami as well is going to reinforce everything. So for the Mute to be pulled up here, you're going to really have to want to see a Cocktail kind of hold up top. That's really one of the best ways you have to play this reading room if you're picking it in the first place. So let's see exactly what their game plan is here.
Well, honestly, Sapper picking up the Vigil this round is going to be a right problem too. Being able to skirt around that information potential, pair it with the Mute, and just the lack of drone coverage from Direwolves should be quite significant. Not to mention the impact that Mark has already had so far this map. 2 3Ks, back-to-back rounds. Only just was fragged out in that second round, of course. So, I mean, the biggest problem here, Elevate, just they just keep feeding Mark for some reason. I don't know what Direwolves need to do, but they need to stop feeding one by one by one.
Look how much attention they put towards holding this top floor. Now, a lot of times teams, when playing on reading, most of their efforts are going to be played. Oh, look at this angle as well from Sapper. Oldest trick in the book, but it could work out. But as I was saying, lots of teams, when playing this reading room, like to put most of their efforts into holding the Cocktail side, but not Elevate. They extend even further out here towards the piano room and look to have a much more widespread presence that will really delay much more time on the Direwolves side. So if they fall into the trap of having to get stuck here trying to clear all this, they could be dried out of time when it comes to the showdown.
DCH still holding up in piano right now with those Keeper barricades to cover him. Sees the rotate through. Too little too late though, unfortunately. Jackie would trade it back by Sapper, this Vigil ever present roaming around the map. And this, I mean, it was a great start, but unfortunately the fact that it was traded back immediately and Mark's, he's on it again. No, absolute no chance that Mark is going to do it again.
Oh, man.
No way.
Oh, my goodness. Mark here coming in big, and you saw how fluid and how mobile the rest of the defense was. Running up that white stairs to back up the fight up top and Elevate. They look completely impeccable on this defensive side so far.
Mark out here playing like a bit of a hamburger, the triple. It's that's horrific. That truly is horrific. He has found 3 triple kills so far this map, Black and Blue. Just stop peeking him. Like, at what point do you just say, okay, he's a threat to be taken seriously, let's go somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, you'd never expect, right, a Soul Man to do all the work, but he's just been so deadly, and there has to come some point where you're going to start respecting it. Of course, you can't be afraid of your opponent, but Mark, he's looking like the boogeyman right now, and the Direwolves can't seem to sniff him out. Every time, we see a really, I guess, common trait here where they place a lot of utility on the power position that they want to make sure it's held, and then have Mark play that. You see the Kima barriers as well, as ADS is supporting his hold there in towards this Christmas room, and so the fact that he's able to consistently have these tough spots to play in, like the round right prior in round 2 where he was playing on VIP and Pixel in round 1, these difficult, important power positions that they force him to play on but still come out on top, that is an amazing trait to have for a player on your team.
Yeah, indeed it is. That's just terrifying, though. 3 rounds in a row, 3 triples. He's 9-1 in our 4th round of play. And there is no sign of him slowing down. Direwolves find themselves on Cafe at a 3-0 deficit. I mean, yes, it is Cafe. It does tend to be just that little bit more defender-sided, but not this defender-sided.
It's one of the more, I guess, equal maps that we have in terms of statistics. Yeah, as you said, not super defender-sided, maybe skewing a bit towards that side, but not totally. The fact that Elevate, off of the back of the heroics here of Mark, are being able to take these rounds has been a really good sign for the momentum, definitely in their pocket. Mark, once again, here on that pixel angle. I think he has a sole ADS to support him, and just that one is, look at here, the mute jammer is going to be a big problem for them to find. You already saw it deny the replicator, and drones are having problems as well getting those in. Onigiri finds a pick on the edge, so no more nades for him to use.
Harambe taking out Mark once again, and that is a big player off the board. If they have any idea this positions, Onigiri falls. Do they know that there is a shotgun waiting in the cigar shop? Yes,
wow.
They do. Jackie Wu will get the better of Sapper, shutting him down. And this is a great round right now for the Direwolves. They've got the advantage. They need to hammer it home.
Good pre-fire there from Jackie Wu. 2v4. This could be the round that the Direwolves take back, and they've taken down their prime target in Mark. So, a bit less to worry about. DCH and Mr. Punch can still bring it home. Have yet to find a kill in the game so far. We're in the 4th round. They still have some impacts to try and equalize things here, but the trade in comes immediately. Mr. Punch finds and brings it down to a 2v1. One on the window, one in the sight, but Harambe finally secures the round here for Direwolves. They get their first on the board.
Scrappy, but they get it done. They send it home. Harambe closes things out. A very, very needed round for the Direwolves. They finally get themselves on the board. They break that momentum streak. So hopefully, I mean, look, at bare minimum, you take the 4-2 half. As long as you have a point to start from, that's fine. But if they let this slip to 5-1, Elevate, they're making quick work of it. I guarantee.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a big cushion for them if it does go that wide in disparity. If Elevate can take these last 2 rounds, huge implications moving forward in this series. So Elevate, still not a bad half for them. And as we said, Direwolves, if they get one more round, that's doable, especially that they're going to be closing things out on the defensive side right after. Could be a problem that Elevate, they're going to be surprised by. They got the Thor in here. We saw that a while ago for Mr. Punch. Didn't really come into full effect because it didn't have a chance to do so, considering Mark just shredded them down. But curious to see if it's going to have any real kind of, I guess, problems or hurdles here that it will be proposed towards the Direwolves side. That's Azami once again. A deadly combo. The Goyo as well here. So lots of really, for lack of a better term, thorns in the sides of Direwolves as they try and make their way towards the site.
Yeah, most definitely. But there's already they've already proven they can take down Elevate. So it's just about finding those openings that they did and capitalizing on. I mean, you look at the concise way in which they played that last round. They had the information, they played off the information, and it resulted in a win.
Info is key. They know that having this Yana is going to be a crucial thing. Jackie Wu, when he comes alive, they look ever more prosperous. Pecan on that Nomad's going to have a big job to do to make sure they aren't as sprawling on this defensive side for Elevate. The rest of the squad here, they've got some nade operators. I'm going to expect Ed to be playing on that cocktail balcony after they've kind of opened things up. You're going to have a window player here in Souffle, as by the book, stock and standard on the piano to make sure that no one's hiding behind us, but that Azami could be a very big difference. DCH, he's holding things down, has gotten things locked in as well with all his Kiba barriers. And Sapper, this is the position that they have to flush out when they try and go for the execute, and Ed being that sledge, he's going to be the man for the job.
First kill, of course, it's a Mark. Onigiri headed outside. Unfortunately, too much ground to cover. Pecan will take him out. Look, he gets some chip damage at the very least, so we'll take some health off Pecan. Gives Elevate that health advantage once again. ED taken out, who he's having a very quiet game. ED, traditionally one of the standout players of this Direwolves roster, but Elevate very much have his number right now.
To lose that Legion, it's a big thing. The longer the Legion's alive, the more, well, goo mines are going to be able to generate. But the timing, it still works out for Harambe. From up top, he drops down below and finds DCH mid-air. Stray bullet perhaps, but hey, still, it connects and it gets the job done. 3v3, they've equalized things up. Now Mark, he's still alive, and his pixel, it still is his for the meantime. ADS can protect him, but gets shot on out. Souffle quick on the trade here on Sapper, down to the 2v2.
Mark swinging cocktail, knows that there is info being fed, knows that there's players threatening onto the site itself. Mr. Punch has that 50 cal Uzi right now. A lethal weapon. And Harambe looking to try and clear that utility out through the punch holes. Has to rotate around. Does he have the utility? No, he doesn't. He might just have to take the Saria gate. But look at that Souffle lurking in from behind. Harambe's good for one. Souffle, it's a trade back. But Souffle, goo mine in leg, swings out and closes the round.
He knows there's another problem to deal with. And it was Mark ignoring the goo mine, ignoring the sting to try and get the round. And that he does. 3-2, Direwolves. This is already an okay half. If they get a third, that's going to be spectacular for them, considering the hot start that Elevate already had.
Most definitely. I think Elevate needs to be a little... Well, I wouldn't say concerned just yet, but I think Dial's definitely starting to feel themselves coming into this matchup a little bit. Yeah.
Have to try and find their footing back once again. If they get this 4-2, going to be a lot better for them to try and close things out on the attacking side, where they'll need 3 rounds to get the job done. Finally, the Mozzie comes out here for Onigiri. Malusia as well to complement the same trio that they had earlier on when playing on Kitchen. Once more, the Azami, Goyo, and Echo coming out here. That Echo, you haven't seen it really come into full effect, but that was because, once again, Mark got the job done before it could up top. When it does come down to the plant, that Echo is going to be a problem, so if they can deny...
There we go, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah.
My Discord likes to do this thing where it jumps up to 5,000 ping for some reason when no other program is having issues. But look, we're into it. Direwolves, it's a start, and I think they're starting to finally feel themselves coming into this matchup.
For sure. Direwolves, the momentum, the pendulum at least, it's kind of swung back their way a bit more. So things have been equalized now. Elevate no longer have the firm momentum advantage that we were seeing a while ago. Sapper, look at how much information he's gathering with this. We haven't even seen it, I believe, ring out a shot, ring out the stun a while ago, but look at Mark. Yeah, he's prepping to run this out if they get the information.
Pings are coming through, so here's some, but no. Decides to go for the smart call. Doesn't want a full send, knowing without having, the full picture. Never mind, he's relocated to a different angle to maybe jump out of.
He really wants to get out of this building, doesn't he? Wants to catch Direwolves off guard. Could be the right decision, considering there is no more Nomad and Pecan. He's on the Twitch right now. Might just be what they need to deal with these Echo Yokai drones. Jackie Wu and the rest of the Direwolves trying to take the top floor. And for the most part, that they do. They've forced Mark back down here towards the white stairs. But look at this. Onigiri is still alive. He gets a kill on Ed. And Jackie Wu, he's trapped between the pincer. Mark finishing and cleaning things up. Onigiri follows as well. Pecan and Souffle, they answer back. Retaliate here for Direwolves. They bring it to a 2v3.
Back into workable territory right now, especially with a minute 35 remaining. Yeah, got to pick up the diffuser there, unfortunately. It's been a long time since you could just walk over it and feel safe. But right now, Pecan on his shock drone, looking for that info, looking for any sorts of utility that he can clear out, enabling or at least making it easier for his teammates to get onto the site.
Not too out of reach. Still palatable here. Adjustable for Direwolves to get back into this round. 2v3. Souffle. He gathers where DCH is. They're in the hall. And does he have a Kiba barrier? No, only one left to utilize. He could actually plug up this walkway if he needs to. Comes out Lifeline. Doesn't really find much. They're starting to run low on time. So Direwolves are trying to open up a bit more angles to keep Elevate guessing and keep their heads up high. Catching down below when it comes to it. This wall. The sightlines made here are going to be a problem for Souffle to try and get in, considering how little he has on that lifeline still. That's his last impact. Now he's going to have to deal with this Banshee. That he does. Oh, he gets a shot as well. Doesn't connect, but he finally does. 2v2. Has information on where DCH is. Still DCH, he takes down Pecan. It's all now here in Souffle. Walks his way, vaults his way in. But Mark, always ready. Absolute MVP for Elevate here in the opening half.
Yeah, look, it's starting to get scary. Just how capable Mark has been. And the fact that it's not like he is single-handedly doing it. The rest of the team is actually there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that for some reason Mark is so far ahead that it looks like they're not even in this race.
Look, the rest of the team, they're supporting Mark and really enabling him to do that, right? As we talked about earlier, they really reinforce a position and complement it with lots of other utility. Keep it barricades. Obviously, when he's on the Jaeger, he'll put his own ADSs, and they try and gain information for him with those yokais and have him play in these powerful spots, in these power positions that they know are crucial to have a player there that stays alive and especially can fight back and maybe go 1-for-1 at the very least. And Mark, he's very reliable in doing that, and not just going 1-for-1, but really, I guess, elevating himself over just that task, and been able to get himself really going in that opening half. 13 frags in the first half alone. Some teams, some players, they'd be happy to end the entire match with that scoreline, but hey, Elevate and Mark, they're gunning for more. Attacking side for them right now. We finally have the Mirror come out here with an Aruni and a Castle. 3 things we haven't seen during the opening half.
It's about cutting down those lines of sight or providing information for your own team. So yeah, that's what I was expecting. Making sure that this bathroom hold is secure to be able to play off these mirror windows. It's going to be interesting. It doesn't look like Elevate have made any significant adjustment. You'd imagine something like a Twitch to try and potentially deal with it, but Onigiri immediately finding the first onto Harambe. That way, imagine some sort of spawn peak was what happened. No? Maybe from the second floor, but that was an early pick for Direwolves to give away.
I think he was somewhere here in the mining side, and that's where Onigiri might have picked him off, but yeah, good pick. That stops a Nitro Cell from potentially being used later on. Could be a big problem when trying to get the plant down. Direwolves, they can still bring this back though. Souffle, he knows where they're coming from, so does Pecan, but trying to challenge with the ump, not the best tool to work with.
Not at all. So far, this round, not the start they were looking for. But I mean, you also got to remember the utility in play. Those mirror windows, the castle barricades that they've set up to try and cover these angles. If a straight push in through Cigar Shop happens, it's unlikely that it will find success with that mirror window in the position that it's in. But if they start clearing out from below, Souffle, you can't be giving Onigiri chances like that. Once is to scout, 2 is to kill.
Yeah, he saw Onigiri cross and thought, maybe he didn't see me. Maybe when he swings back around, I get a free shot. But nope, Onigiri seeing the shoulder, and he finds nothing but the head and tail. Jackie Wu taking lots of damage here from the reading down below. He has to be filtered off, and it's good that Elevate prioritizes because they know the mirror window is going to be here on the cocktail balcony, on the cocktail lounge, and when you take control of that reading, you really flush somebody out from down below vertically. Ed still has his Nitro Cell to play with to try and deny a plant if it does come down to it. But Jackie Wu, big pick here with a 416. That's a good kill that they found. Now that nade won't be in the play, but they still have one on the DCH. Ed, he wants to go for the risk here. It's still in the hands of Elevate in the 4v3, and if he can equalize the numbers, that's going to be big, but at least makes contact and stops them in their tracks from pushing up white stairs.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. ED is having a horrendous day today. There we go. Finally on the board. Nitro onto DCH to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. Health advantage still there for Elevate. And Onigiri, he's going to commit to the full set into the site. He finds Jackie Wu in a corner. A triple for him. Pings through. A quad. Looking on for the ace. It's ED alone. Spotted. Onigiri looking to shut it down. Do they just feed it to him? Pistol out. In and around the freezer, just waiting, biding his time. And ED has to force Onigiri in trouble, but no, Mark steals the ace. Elevate and Onigiri with a massive effort to claim the round.
Yeah, he wrapped that up. When it seemed like Direwolves were going to start off this half with a round win, Onigiri, he just jumps down, finds the pick there, on towards Jackie Wu on the Cocktail side and turns around, finds one down prone in the bathroom, looking out towards the piano, not even realizing where he was, that he was already in the vault, in the freezer, and, well, Onigiri somehow slithering through this defense, which was built to keep the attacking side out. They had their Rooney, the Castle, the Mirror a while ago to stop them from coming on in. They're doing this more of the same here this time, but on the reading site. So I do think that this comp that they're bringing in, the operators that they're pulling in this composition is a bit more well suited for a reading room hold. They keep a lot of those utilities up top. The Castle Barricade plus the Mirror is going to be a problem up top, and the rest of them can make sure that down below is going to be just really hell to try and get the plant off. See, as you can see, they're really making sure that a lot of their utility is focused towards this Cocktail side, and will deny the plant from that way if Elevate can't clear this out.
Oh, it definitely feels like Dials are just having a really, really bad day, especially ED, who, I mean, the fact that he's 2-7 and the 2 that he found in that last round played, it's unfortunate to see. They're a team that we know can compete. They've been to the Charlotte Major. They were the best Apex South had to offer last stage, but something needs to come together for them.
Try and find that mold. Easier said than done so far. I think Pecan's gonna try and be the mobile option here for the Dire Wolves on this defense. Be roaming around while the rest of them make sure things are locked down up top. Ed prepping that window. Oh no, it just opens. I don't think he was expecting that.
Couple of shots on is enough to trigger it, but Onigiri, the first to fall, Pecan looking for that lurk, the big kill for him to find, given just how massive it went. He went in that last round, so more like that, please.
Yeah, Onigiri, just when he seemed to have come alive, taking the out of this round at the start of things. He found the opening pick a while ago. This time, he's the opening pick. Whoa! What a catch here from Mark. Finds a second somehow from up top. It wasn't actually Mr. Punch. It was Mark was keeping things locked down there. And this is looking like a pretty proficient Elevate round to start things off. But see if that streak continues. Souffle, difficult to try and challenge here on the DCH with that Iana. He wins it out.
DCH hitting some big shots right now. Looking for it, of course he is. Another one under the belt, and that Souffle down. Things are starting to get a bit bleak right now for Dire Wolves fans. Although in saying that Elevate's map, so I suppose that there is that to consider. Nitro to pop the door. Harambe has 4 to find and finds absolutely nothing, unfortunately. That is very rough. A 6-2 for Elevate currently.
And even if he opened up that barricade, there's a sledge right behind it, waiting to pounce, so no real escape there. Tough pincer for him. And Dire Wolves, they're set at match point here because Elevate, such a proficient attacking side here on Cafe so far. That reading room hold, it never came the way they were expecting. They were probably, as you can tell, expecting a top-down kind of clear to go from, maybe the Christmas side or push in that way towards Cocktail, clear from up down, but it came the opposite way they were expecting, from down below, coming underneath the ground. That's the last thing Dire Wolves expected, and all their utility was placed up top. They forgot about the empty depths below him, and that's where Elevate were able to drag him down. So now, they have the buck. I'm not sure if Sapper will commit to this, but considering how their game plan went last time when they went from down below, working their way up, it could actually be an even better choice that is going to make things so much more difficult here for Elevate to hold when it comes to their vertical extension.
Yeah, most definitely. Castlein, same setup from Dire Wolves on the defense, it would seem. So, right now, I mean, they are hedging their bets, trying to push it to overtime. They need 4 in a row to make it happen without losing one.
Not too drastically different of a setup this time around compared to the last round. So, still lots of the same ideas. Black mirrors, barricades, Aruni laser gates, all up top. And the rest of them spread down below, as well as the meat jammers actually up top. You see one on Pixel. I'm not sure where the other one was placed, but it's going to deny even more control here from top down. Doesn't seem like Elevate have an idea. Okay, Ed, he gets found here by Mr. Punch. Rather, Mr. Punch finds Ed, and I was expecting them to go down up. Onigiri, though, opens things up here, 4-4.
Yeah, 1 for 1. The castle out for a sledge. I think you take that, honestly. The sledge so important in terms of the verticality with the nades, a castle. Not the end of the world. Utility's already in play. It's just going off the board, and he's already found us one. That's a very favourable trade for Direwolves.
Yeah, it's all you can really hope for sometimes as a castle. It's all you util down, go 1 for 1, you're good, you're golden. Onigiri is going to have to try and dismantle these Black Mirrors facing towards him, but Souffle, great pick. Both of those windows coming into play when pushing in from the west side. Sapper, he's walking his way up the white stairs. Do they have any idea? No passive information, no traps. The Sapper finding a great flank here on the Ed that takes down the vault window. Could find another, and that he does. Harambe going down to the powerful C3 in his hands. And Sapper, huge kills he's already found.
Most definitely. DCH, 1 more is all they need. And Souffle, I mean, if there was one to clutch it up, it would be him looking for the third angle. He's just a second too late. He doesn't get the kill. And now Elevator in the post.
That was so unfortunate, the timing. And now, a lot more difficult for him to try and pull this round out. Dropped here! Could have found the kill, but it doesn't go his way. DCH and Elevate, they take this map number 1 by storm, dominantly in a 7-2.
Yeah, what a way to kick off the series. Elevate looking strong on their own map. You got a question. Where does it go from here? We're going to Skyscraper. Direwolves are trying to do something new, obviously. But is that going to be enough, given just how dominant Elevate looked?
I'm not too sure. I mean, at least they have, I guess, some idea planned, right? They go into Skyscraper. Obviously, they have to have a strategy in fold, something that they're prepared for, but they did not seem nearly as prepared for this cafe, knowing it's one of the best maps of Elevate. They left it open for a reason, but they could be, I guess, regretting that decision now, considering how it was just a really great showing coming from the Elevate squad. Now, yes, not all of it necessarily came through great teamwork and tactics. Some of it heroics, barring that, yes, with Onigiri and especially Mark going in big, but you have to just respect how much the rest of Elevate were able to support that and enable that to happen in the first place.
Yeah, look, it's just, again, it speaks to Elevate and their abilities as a team in the region. Direwolves, you just don't know what to make of it, but make sure you do get yourselves in chat. We know what to make of that. The giveaway to come through. Make sure you get yourselves a shot at some Rainbow Six credits.
I'd like a shot at that too. Would help with all the new cosmetics going around right now. So yes, make sure you join our giveaway. Follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel down below. Add the hashtag in the Twitch chat, hashtag Fight for Glory. And you guys can win the 600 R6 credits and the Rainbow Six Operational League SEA pin, which is going to instantly give you more points for whoever you're trying to impress, and instantly going to give you added swag. So guys, make sure that you join our giveaway so you guys will have a chance to win as well. I think down below in the chat we're supposed to be announcing one of the giveaway winners at the very least very soon when we do go into break. But yeah, I'm still just in a loss for words on how Elevate played that map number 1, considering they're up against, last season at least, what one would consider their bitter rivals, right, in Direwolves. But this time around, it's Elevate who comes out on top. We're going to have to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to get into Skyscraper for map number 2 between these two great teams. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. He still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And I9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. Sort of push that off.
Rick still has 1 extra thermic left in his back pocket. and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back here to the Operation League, day number 1 for the playoffs, and we're going into the second map between Elevate and Direwolves. I am Black and Blue, with me is Blue Panda, and after seeing the dominant performance on both sides of the coin here on Cafe for map number 1 from Elevate, things aren't looking too well for the Direwolves in map number 2, but they come in a Skyscraper, I assume with a plan for them to leave this open.
You'd have to hope so. You really would have to hope so, because if this is just something of a gimmick, you know, just trying to catch them off guard, that's not enough. This is something that has to be drilled into the Direwolves. This needs to be their A map when it comes to this playday, of course, because if not, well, it's been nice having them in contention for that grand final, but it may end with this next map.
Yeah, well, here's a bit of a thing for you guys. Both of these teams have actually played Skyscraper during this past regular season, right, for Operation League. Both of them beating Fury on it, as Fury chose to have that be played on, and especially for the side of Elevate, rather, the side of, yes, Elevate, they beat Direwolves on it twice, rather, they beat Fury on it twice, with Direwolves playing on it once versus Fury, and once again over a scrape as well. So, although one could argue maybe a scrape, as they didn't get in here, maybe not at the same level of a team like Fury, as both of these teams have beaten Fury on Skyscraper, they have pretty similar, I think, I guess, results to look at, and pretty similar of a case study for them to use as homework going into this map. And you would just assume that because, you know, they play the same team, they beat Fury on this map, very close maps for the most part, and they know that they're coming into this matchup playing against Elevate. For them to come into Skyscraper is once again one of the reasons why I think they have something planned, because it's one of those maps that at least Direwolves, they've been pretty proficient at, have yet to lose Skyscraper this entire summer split for the Operation League, and I'm just hoping once again that there's a bit more schematics than what we did see during Cafe. But yeah, Cafe, one of the best maps of Elevate, that's a given. We know that. Mark and Onigiri, one would argue maybe without those heroics, maybe without them just absolutely mind-blowingly popping off, things could have gone differently. Could have been a closer game for Direwolves, but simply enough, it wasn't the case. All we have to remember, 7-2. Let's hopefully see that for Direwolves, they can extend this, for their sake, into map number 3 on Theme Park, where they have bested Elevate out the last time around they played on this.
Yeah, look, I don't know. That last map was pretty dominant, and even if it was, you know, it comes down to it just being Elevate's pick. I don't think that's enough of a justification for how locked out of the map Direwolves were. It was the Elevate show. Unfortunately, for Direwolves, they were just guests.
It seemed more like uninvited guests, if anything, because that defensive side locked down here, especially by Mark, and on the attack, it was Onigiri who started to come alive and really turn, well, the souffle into a sushi more than anything. Harambe had a good round there, and so did some of the other players from the Direwolves, but it never seemed as cohesive for the most part as the same way Elevate were. But I mean, honestly, maybe that's putting it and misconstruing it really, because it wasn't like it was a super, I guess, well-coordinated Elevate that we saw that was just destroying everything. It was more setting these pieces in place at the get-go to enable the latter stages of the round to still work out their way, and that's what we really saw from Elevate. Just great hyper performance from them as we're going into the opening bans here. Maverick taken off of the board on Skyscraper, I think, is a curious pick, because most people assume that Clubhouse is a Maverick map. Yes, that's true, but Skyscraper is also a pretty proficient map for a player, for an operator like Maverick, especially in the hands of one of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to think about those second floor sites. There's so many angles that can be quite hard to clear out. You almost do, especially your Office Exhibition, you need to get that back wall open if you want to contest. And without a Maverick, that becomes harder if there's electrification on the board. Osa as well has proven to be one of the most impactful attacking operators on this map to boot. So we are seeing some very potent bans to come through. Valkyrie as well. Again, understandable. She just provides so much information. That's the last thing as an attacker that you want available to your opponents. Final ban, I would almost say a Kaid, if I had to hazard a guess.
You could actually be right on that. We saw Kaid come into play a while ago, but Skyscraper, as you talked about, those second floors, very important to keep those hatches closed if they want to, and especially without the Maverick, those outside walls can remain closed if electrified. So take Kaid out of the board. Don't have to deal with that at the very least. The only other option is to go with a Bandit or maybe a Mute, which we're probably going to see a big prevalence of. And Thorn's got the bunny ears. Nice.
Cat Girl Thorn, you love it. But you look at Elevate already, look what they're hovering. There's, no guarantee that it'll be stuck through, but even Monty or Twitch interchangeably, both pretty scary on this map. Definka not banned out this time around is going to be something that, well, look, you need to pay attention to if you are the Direwolves, of course. They've got the sustainability. We kick things off with Karaoke and Tea Room, which is, I mean, I'd say interesting, but given how new this map still is, it's not totally out of the realms of possibility.
Definitely a factor they still have to consider. Seems like you're going to go with that Finka, which we saw taken out a while ago. Removing that kind of crutch pick, but seeing as how Elevate were just storming into that second half of their attack, this could be an even bigger problem for the Dire Wolves. But yeah, as you said, this map a bit newer to the rotation, much newer to the rotation actually, than some of the other ones that we have here, especially like what we saw a while ago in Cafe. So new things still are being found every time you see a high level of play on these maps, and the Dire Wolves, that's what they're kind of banking on. They know that while they have to respect the opponent, they also have something up their sleeve to utilize. And for Elevate, rather, Dire Wolves, you can see there on that smoke, just opening things up. Harambe facing towards the southern side, making sure that the clear isn't going to come too easily, isn't going to come too clean. And the vertical holes down below is going to be a problem as well. Pecan, he's playing the roam game this time around. They have a Monty here, which I think Mr. Punch, combined with the rest of what Elevate have got, is going to be big. And DCH, he gets started in the round.
Yeah, unfortunate catch, and well, it just gets even worse with Souffle disconnecting. And we are deep enough into the round that there is no chance at a rehost, and that is unfortunately going to have to be just a played out round that will more than likely go the way of Elevate.
Since the kill has already been done, you can't replay the round anymore. Claymore out to keep their backs in check. Dire Wolves, if they still somehow manage to turn this round around, that's going to be huge. That's going to be crucial. The Dire Wolves, they got to stop here. Big implications. Trying to go for this peak. Ed, dangerous assumption that he can win that. Onigiri takes the brunt of the damage. The Toxic Bathe forces the Monty back, but damage done towards Harambe too much. 2v4 effectively, 1v5 effectively now. The Sapper brings it down to just Ed. He is very close to going dead. If he can take a kill here, maybe go down with his head up high, that's going to be great. The Monty finds him. Mr. Punch knows where he is. Ed trapped here in the back stairs, and he's found a flawless round practically for Onigiri and the rest of Elevate.
Yeah, that was just a brutal onslaught. And I hate to be the one to call it early, but this just feels like the beginning of the end. If Elevate are coming into your own map pick like that, in starting the first round like that, I don't think you've done your homework.
Man, Elevate. I mean, barring the unfortunate mishap of the disconnection from the Dire Wolves, it still seemed like Elevate were well prepared, well ready, and really in the heads of Dire Wolves in that round. The fact that they found the opening pick before any other mishaps happened really started turning things around. DCH on that Finka, getting the ball rolling, really. And then Monty, they had the Mr. Punch. That was going to be a big problem one way or another when it did come into it. He burns out the Toxic Bathe, leaving 2 left on the smoke. And to get 1 at least out early, that's a big thing. That's what the Monty does. You apply that pressure, be a big mobile drone, a big mobile obstruction that can really just plant himself in a corner and apply pressure. That's a big thing that Elevate know to utilize here. Combined with the Finka, combined with how much firepower they already have. I'm not too sure if Direwolves, if this is the right pick for them in this map, but considering how Cafe went, still could be more of the same.
Oh dear. It's rough to say the very least. I mean, you're already playing off of the back foot, given a map loss. You then start the second one. Souffle suffers from a disconnect. We can see him on the cams, but obviously it's taking a little bit longer to get him back into the lobby. I don't know. I feel like maybe Direwolves have bitten off a bit more than they can chew.
Well, when you hunt big prey, you can share it amongst the pack and hopefully get a little bit in from each member to contribute and get the job done that way. The teamwork, we haven't really seen that come in from the Dire Wolves, but not just that, they simply have not looked themselves in winning some of these gunfights versus Elevate, who have just looked on point. And when you're battling against yourself like that, it's a very difficult task to try and come back in a game like this. So for Dire Wolves, yeah, we're gonna have to cut back to our faces for a quick while we try and get everybody back online. Of course, it's the nature of the beast. We're playing in an online tournament. It's unfortunate this stuff happens, but it's what has to happen. And of course, since the disconnection happened mid-round after a kill was already put down, there can't be no real ways to replay the round. So it will stick. Opening round goes to Elevate, but we're gonna just, I guess, try and let this marinate, and hopefully for Dire Wolves, this is going to be a little bit of brevity for them, a little bit of, I guess, a break that they can take before they get back to the grinder.
Yeah, time to sit and talk. I mean, it's one of those things. Attack timeout is included in competition for a reason. This, I suppose, serves as a slightly extended one. But it's, again, it's kind of hard to break down what changes, if any, need to be made by Direwolves, because we only one round of the map, of course. It's still relatively new, but on a map like Skyscraper, you do tend to play it quite aggressively on the defense. You want to get up in their face, deny them those buffer rooms, but unfortunately, when you're facing up against a team like Elevate, who are capable at matching that aggression with aggression of their own, it becomes a bit of a just absolute slugfest to try and establish dominance.
Well, they're trying to throw that first punch, right? Dire Wolves here, and as you said, Elevate, they're the ones who have been landing it more consistently, so perhaps Dire Wolves, they can wait and go for a counter punch right on after. Initiate, make that contact, retreat, lull them in, and then retaliate, and that's where you get them. So for Dire Wolves, I think considering the tools that they have, they can set up these small kind of checkpoints and traps to really lull Elevate on in. Let's say in Geisha, they keep him, they let him into Geisha, but have maybe some sort of way prepped that when they do cross, maybe some footholds or Banshee right around the corner, could be where they play more of these trap setups to catch Elevate out, because on a straight 1-1 gunfight, Elevate have been winning everything. So if there's any cheeky strats that Direwolves have, they have to pull it out now. This defensive side of theirs is already not off to a great start, It's only been one round, yes, and that was with some mishaps, so we're going to let that pass. But if they lose this round as well, it's going to tell a tale that I don't think any Direwolves fans are going to be a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, it does, at this point, it starts to bring around the questions, you know, is there going to be a rebuild going into stage 3 of the year? Because it's hard to sort of pinpoint one particular problem, and I think we found ours for this match. Souffle, again, out. I think, again, we're at that stage in the round where we cannot rehost because it is past the first 30 seconds of the round.
My goodness.
So, Direwolves 2 rounds in a row now find themselves having to play a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate here for the Direwolves. Obviously, we want to get this game equalized, but Pecan equalizes things up. We wanted it to be a fair fight, but Pecan, against the odds, he's still winning these gunfights. Has to be careful, though, because looming around the corner, I think that was Onigiri or Sapper, who almost had timing to go for a trade if he pushed forward. So Elevate, they're down to a 3v4 right now. Direwolves looking to turn this round around. No funny business here this time. Comes out that Gone 6. I'm not sure what it dealt with. Was there a Banshee there in the corner?
I think it may have been to go-to position to place it on the stairs, but
yeah.
Mark and DCH being dead, a big problem for Elevate in this round. The fact that Direwolves have been able to bring it back despite starting it off at a deficit. Very encouraging at all. Pecan tagged in the shoulder, able to get out of dodge.
Well, Pecan takes a bit. It's only a flesh wound for the meantime. Able to live and fight another day. Still in combat capacity. Jackie Wu gets a kill on Onigiri. So even though they lost one from the unfortunate DC, Direwolves, they haven't lost a single player here to the hands of Elevate just yet in this round. Sapper clearing things out. The triple here for Pecan. And now it's down to Mr. Punch, the Soul Monty. Very difficult to try and clutch things out, especially as a Monty. In this case, the Toxic Bay keeping him at bay. Harambe making sure that pressure is always applied. He's trapped, and this is a round that Direwolves, they're probably going to take and equalize the score up 1-1. So great recovery from Direwolves considering the odds.
I mean, 12 seconds here, black and blue. And we this is borderline a flawless round. It is. It's going to be a flawless round. Unofficially, of course, because Souffle technically died, according to the game, but an unofficial, flawless round for Direwolves in a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, great recovery from the Direwolves, and that's a round that, even if it could be played back, I'm sure they're going to mind it not being so. Equalize things up 1-1.
Look at the faces of Elevate. They are quite concerned. They're visibly concerned at that round.
No, Sapper is like, that just happened? Because it did. That is not a good sign for the Elevate squad. As Direwolves, they're waking up. Sometimes they're just going to have to go through maybe a difficult time. The calm before the storm. That map number 1, yes, didn't seem like the Direwolves we know, but they're waking up here. How long can they continue this streak? Hopefully that all these breaks won't stop their momentum, because this is their map. They're down 1-2 in this series. Do not want to be taken down this early, even though we are in the playoffs, even though it is already late in the season, but still, it's a task they do not want to have to deal with. So, Sapper and the rest of this Elevate squad, who we know are so good, you're going to have to play a bit more compact in a 4v5. If you win those individual duels, at the very least, the trades are supposed to try and, you know, turn things back and equalize things up once more and keep things in check, but it never even came. Too isolated, too far apart, and the Direwolves, they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit longer. So what we'll do, Blacken, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we'll look to see if the series continues, whether or not Direwolves can take us to Theme Park. We'll be back soon.
he is.
And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. No one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back home. Y'all coming back home. I'm coming back home. Y'all coming back. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back.
Oh, we are back with the game. Elevate versus Direwolves once more here, and Direwolves against the Oddslu Panda. They won that 4v5 flawlessly. One of the few times you're going to hear us say a 4v5 flawlessly.
Yeah, look, it's a rare occurrence, and honestly, I couldn't even think of another situation where I've witnessed something like that in Siege. But right now, Direwolves, I suppose, if nothing else, they've got an opportunity. They've taken and equalized the round count on Skyscraper, their own map pick, of course. So from here, no more freebies. They need to go for everything they possibly can. Jackie Wu outside already.
Okay. He's having himself a fun time. The Dire Wolves. And the rest here of... Okay. I thought he was actually going to win that fight, Harambe. But no, Onigiri prepared to shut it down. It gets him going already in the round. But hey, we've seen 4v5s turned around in quite spectacular fashion from the Dire Wolves. So nothing to be too worried about. Souffle and Ed on the move. They're the ones who are going to spread things out and keep Elevate looking and turning around, keeping their heads on a swivel. Impact tricked. Great job here by Ed to deny that from being opened.
Yeah, cheeky little play there onto the reception wall, but the mirror in play for Pecan as well. There's a lot still to be concerned about. ED, if he can find something out of the bathroom potentially, that could be huge. But I think, yeah, Dire Wolves understanding the position they're in. My God, DCH gets audacious and unfortunately will fall. Luckily, though, for the Dire Wolves, that's the Fink pick.
Ambition there, shut down by Ed. They've equalized things up. Pendulum swamping around 4v4, but damage has been done. And Ed, he's a sliver away from being taken down as well. The peak here, Souffle, he can actually win this. Goes up top, eager to maybe win that fight. He's fortunate that things don't go sour. Minute and a half left on the clock, less than actually. And Dire Wolves are doing a good job of putting up these, well, hurdles that Elevate have to go through. And the fact that they're playing so spread out is keeping them guessing. Ed, I think he just gave himself away.
Potentially. They haven't made a push for him just yet, though. So he's still going to keep holding down below. Elevate hit that final minute mark, and I mean, given the proximity of the site to the externities of the building, there is the potential to jump in. It's not too far away that the execute should be coming, but it's not going to be a safe one by any stretch of the imagination.
These sites are still very difficult to hold. Any site that can be directly influenced from the outside windows, especially if there's a balcony, is going to be a tough site to hold. And that's why you can see Dire Wolves really spreading themselves out underneath the site to have a bit more fighting power instead of anchoring down. Ed has been taken out of the fight. He can be resurrected and pulled back up. But Souffle able to get the pick on the Mr. Punch. That's huge. And the fact that they get Ed back up once more is a big thing. Onigiri walking himself in. We've seen him dismantle the defense this way, but not this time around. Ed gets a kill from the grave. He comes back alive. Elevate. They're answering back, though. 2v1. Pecan, huge pick. And Souffle and the Dire Wolves, they've taken the lead. Their first time this entire series, 2-1 now.
What a commanding way to play the round. That was truly impressive. And okay, maybe more than a gimmick, it would seem. They definitely have an understanding of the map, how to play it. And coming into this matchup, you got to wonder just how likely is that theme park to come about now.
It seems like that initial round they lost was more a fumble because of the unfortunate situation. But then after that, they've regained themselves, recalibrated, and now have readjusted into the series, taking the lead in this map. Zami coming out here, combined with a castle. Lots of both, I guess, metaphoric and literal barricades that the Elevate are going to have to burn through. Imagine just how much explosive utility they're going to have to bring into this round just to get a lot of these deployables out. They have the Ash, they have the Zofia, but a third option wouldn't hurt.
Honestly, man, I'm waiting for the rework. When are they going to change Sledge so he can just throw the hammers? Like, just give him 3 or 4 in the back pocket and just let him toss the caber.
Yeah. Might as well have it be like a Mjolnir at that point, right? The Hammer of Justice.
Well, it's the thing. The Sledge's hammer is called caber. And in the Highland Games, which is, you know, Scottish sport, you toss the caber. It's a big piece of wood. You toss it. So it kind of makes sense for Sledge to be able to throw his hammer.
You know, I never knew the name of his hammer was called caber. So now that that has been blessed upon me, that makes complete sense. So I'm wondering when that will come. Who knows? Maybe you can have 2, right? You have 1, you give it up, you have a second option. Who knows? For melee.
Who knows? Yeah, look, it just lorically it would make sense if he was able to throw it, but who knows? Maybe
Seems like
one day, maybe one day down the line we'll get the Sledge rework that we've all been waiting for. But right now, Elevate in, looking to clear across as you would expect. And we are starting to see that Utility and Elevate are coming to the realization that they've got a lot to clear out before they even threaten the site.
Yeah, they want to play at an up pace, right? You can see the composition they bring. Firepower heavy, yes. They want to be able to blitz onto this site when they can, but that's not going to come to pass. Onigiri once again catching out the possible spawn peek. Peek outside here from the Direwolves. That's the second time now he's done that. That's going to send a message to Direwolves not to get too eager. It's not your job as a defender is to look out the window. It's to keep the attackers from coming inside the one. So, Elevate, great opening pick once more. Site, they're starting to encapsulate themselves around it, but this top floor here towards this Geisha side being held quite professionally. Souffle, great pick. Harambe following up here. The SMGs working wonders up close. Harambe a second kill. Onigiri getting shredded up top here. He's trying to find a better way to get around all this defense. They've taken the karaoke room for the meantime, but it's a place that, Elevate, they're ready to... Rather, Direwolves are ready to give up as Souffle goes down. They have to keep their eyes on the prize. Still have the Nitro to deny the plant if it comes to it. The Diffuser not in their hands just yet, but that's not going to be true for too long. Harambe still here lurking up above. He brings it down to the 1v2. It's all on the mark.
Mark with the AK-12, it's the gun you want in hand if you're going to go for this clutch situation. But he has next to no information to work with. Has to punch out that Black Mirror. One above, one below. And this could get a bit deadly. Actually, no, sorry, both below. I was wrong. They've rotated back down to this first floor to try and hold off the site, but it's the angles. The angles are the issue. Looking to rotate through towards storage. Pre-fires galore. The punch holes, Pecan pokes a shotgun through it and says hello.
Yeah. Right. And the knocker. He's got... It just pretty much shoved it next to the face there of Mark, and unfortunately, couldn't even find that. 3-1. Great rounds here from Direwolves. They've answered back 3 in a row. And Elevate, even with their opening kind of catch-outs on maybe the Rooney here and there, or whoever it is that's trying to peek outside, they're still losing these rounds. And to get the opening pick, but still lose a round, not a good sign for this squad. So the Direwolves, they're looking pretty good on this defensive. Skyscraper Thatcher coming out here finally for Mr. Punch. And for the Elevate squad, they're committing on that Finka, it seems to be. And they have lots of ways to deny the projectiles coming in here. And on sites once more, that can be directly influenced from the outside. That's important, but especially on a site like this when you're playing towards a karaoke side and you have a decent buffer between where the site is and where the outside positions of the attacker side is, it becomes even more potent and problematic.
Yeah, my concerns are definitely feeling alleviated now with the Direwolves. Last map, it was Elevate this position at a 3-1. Now, Direwolves find themselves in it with 2 rounds remaining here on the defense. Skyscraper feels like it was definitely the play.
Well, seems to be like the whatever plan they had, it's working out here in this opening half. Elevate. Oh, they're prepping the sledge. Doesn't even connect. Replicator out. Get information. Quickly denied. Not going to see too much. They know Ed is here close, but that was a given. Now he falls back.
The rotating in between, well, what would be the sites if it was the exhibition and office, but he's going to be the first point of contention through that exhibition window. Single-handedly, well, I say single-handedly, he has support. There is one just in the pocket behind him. I believe, I want to say it's Pecan, but, well, no. It was Jackie. We were on the Jaeger. I got baited out. Unfortunately, he got baited out as well. He's now dead.
4v5. Sapper, they're crawling their way in. Quick take on this lounge eastern side. Oh, damage being done here by Sapper. Harambe takes the brunt of it, down half. Nothing to get him back up to speed. He's gonna have to live with what he's got right now. Onigiri, we've seen him be able to dodge and weave through the defense a lot of times, but he's made his presence known. They know he's coming from the shrine. You can see this Banshee right around the corner if he pies this. Made contact towards Ed, but doesn't really find the angle to flush him out just yet. Has a lifeline to potentially force the issue.
Not the end of the world. Only a single player deficit. They still have the tools they need to hold off on this defense. Well, Pecan falling not going to help that situation any further. Harambe, his one toxic canister could be big, especially with a kill like that he's just found. Maze to come through, toxic canister out, ED to fall as well. Final 36 drones through, so they are aware of his position. Souffle rotating towards the black stairs as well. They are fast spread, few between. Unfortunately, no real chance at a refrag and no more toxic canisters, no more utility. In fact, Souffle looking outside, but no one is there. What can he find? The lifeline eaten by the magnet. Harambe, good for his second in the round, brings it to a 2 versus 3, and this is well and truly doable now. What utility though? In play, Souffle back to the 2 versus 2. Unfortunately, can't make it a 1 versus 2. It's on Harambe, and unfortunately, Mr. Punch has his number.
That came down really close here. Could have still been clutched out by Harambe and Direwolves to get them a super advantageous half. But it doesn't come. Not just yet. And Elevate looking a lot more methodical on that attacking side. You can see just how they played more as a unit. Cohesive. Pied at the same time. Addressed angles at the same time. And problems together. That's why they won the round. Very good as well on the defense, though. Direwolves were, as you saw there, even with like SMGs on those long pixel angles, able to bring things down to 2v1. But Azami coming out once more here for Direwolves. Final defensive round combined with that Mira and the Rooney. Going to be a very imposing thing that, well, Elevate are going to have to try and address when they try and take this shrine side of things. We have the Bandit coming out once more, I think. Yeah, to make sure that a lot of these outside facing walls are protected, as well as potentially even those black mirrors, the walls that they're placed on, those can be more assuredly kept closed.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, well, the mirror we've seen more play of so far this half than I can count on my hands in recent months even. It's a powerful pick when available. You pair it with the likes of the Aruni, the Bandit, and even an Azami. I mean, you can cover that position so strongly. There is a lot that, again, Elevate will need to deal with.
It's always been a strong pick, hasn't it, here? Ever since the inception of Mira. Has been a very potent part of the defensive structure. Peeks out. That's pinged, I think, but it's fine. All things considered, Souffle trying to get the drone, but he finds a head instead. Onigiri goes down, and that's a big pick to find. Not only is a Zophie taken out in terms of the firepower that she brings, but that lifeline launcher, considering how much deployable there is here for Direwolves, to lose that early on is big. But luckily for them, they got like 6 nades to throw.
I mean, the fact that Onigiri saw Souffle there, so it wasn't just a pre-fire around the wall. No, it was a repeat from Souffle that he came out on top of. And to go from, you know, having such significant issues at the start of this map, disconnecting 2 rounds in a row and not having any impact whatsoever, to being 5-2 for the team, that's massive.
Now, Direwolves, they have the advantage. Trying to press the issue here, Mr. Punch, but knows it's a bit daunting to walk in between that pincer. They're pushing from this northwestern side, but they're going to have a long clear with 1.5 minutes left. Look at here. How many players on Direwolves are still committed towards holding this dragon, falling back, rotating back towards the exhibition? Elevate their time. They're going to have to step on this soon.
Yeah, 1 minute left. That's such a significant burn in terms of this Direwolves defense. And you look at players like Mark, not even in the building, not even remotely close to the site, because of the significant impact that this Direwolves defensive setup has had. This is going to be a mad dash towards the plant. And I think Elevate just might find themselves in the meat grinder.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult to try and flush this dragon out. Look at this. Keep a barrier supported by Souffle around the corner for the trade if it ever does come down to it. This is going to be big. As you said, Blue, they burned so much time on that Geisha extension. Mark, though, huge pick to find dead. That is the first step in the right direction they were looking for.
Smoke under the bar door. Mark in trouble. DCH dead, in fact. Souffle tucked in just below the landing in Dragon. You look at the audacity that Direwolves are playing into this round. Harambe will fall. Mark with the 5.56 is a potent player as well. Zappa trying to bank the nade, but has no idea Souffle's closed. 2 versus 1. Pecan takes out Punch. And a 4-2 defensive half here on Skyscraper.
What a cheeky position for Souffle to be playing. How do you even expect that if you don't drone it out? Who plays there? Apparently he does. Knows every special recipe for the dish. Well, 4-2. They were the ones here, Direwolves, on the opposite end during the first map, on the losing end of a 2-4 going to the second half. But now they're on the attack. Can they close it out the same way that Elevate were able to with the proficient attacking side a while ago from the 4-2 to bring it to a 7-2, or to Elevate storm back here on the defense? Thunderbird coming out for Elevate, which we haven't seen all day. But considering how these rounds have been going, it could even be the right decision for them to make, considering the map as well.
I mean, the crazy thing is, statistically, we are on par for what Skyscraper has been so far in the Ops League. 65% defensive win rate, 35 attacker sided, and a 4-2 exemplifies that in spades, which would indicate that we are likely heading towards overtime in this matchup.
Not be out of the question, considering how these two teams are finally starting to play, especially Direwolves who have woken up. Elevate looked a bit more lost on this Skyscraper, which I guess is exactly what Direwolves were banking on, but the attack, it's a different story. We want to see if it's going to be as proficient. If they get this opening attacking round, bring it up 5-2, that's going to be crucial. They could close it out there right then and there. But we have to see them gain that advantage first.
Khan and the Repel already looking to get up towards Geisha. A lot of spread in the Direwolves approach on the attack, which can be quite heavily punished if they're not careful. Obviously, not being in a position to go for the refrags is not the greatest situation to be in. There is also one in the master bedroom. Onigiri there looking to threaten. Does skirt around unnoticed. And, well, Jackie Wu's dead. That's your Finka immediately off the board.
Onigiri, great pick to take down Jackie Wu. No more Finka, so it's only Elevate now who have a chance to get themselves back up if damage does come their way, to get healed, and to have more staying power in the round. But Pecan, great pick to equalize the odds. No more generation of those magnets for the Wamai. So, a lot more projectiles could come in through still. They've got ADSs on the magnets that were already placed to keep them safe, but that's all they have to... all they can utilize now. So Kibas could come online. Mark, I think he plugged in that doorway. But DCH, all these potent on these lurks, on these roams. Direwolves still being delayed on this push. You can see them waiting outside, waiting at the wings to try and get their spot center stage.
Past the halfway point and the round Punch going to take some damage. Luckily has a Kona station to regen some of that health, of course. Yeah, I mean, look, there's 3 scattered around up towards the bomb site, and that's always going to favour the defense, unless, you know, someone from Direwolves can sneak in and find it for themselves. ED takes some damage. Somehow could have been punished even further, but avoids it. Mr. Punch, the next to fall in this equation. Pecan on that Repel with the lifeline. Unfortunately, won't be able to find himself a Kona either, it would seem, but that's the advantage they need. They can look to play for the numbers.
Oh, he doesn't even realize there was an ADS right behind him. Eats the flash right out of his hands. 3v4, 40 seconds left on the clock. DCH, great pick to equalize things up here, but a quick trade out from Harambe finds him directly. And now they have control towards the Shrine side, using the shield to their advantage. Sapper has to go big here, but doesn't win the fight. It's down to the 1v3. The Dire Wolves, they can take this round. They can go up 5-2, and that's exactly what they do. Souffle and the Dire Wolves, they go up, extend this lead to 3, and are looking just as proficient on the attacking side as they did their first half.
It would seem that Dire Wolves are looking to right the injustice that has been their Apex South Stage 2 run. And they are doing it very convincingly here on Skyscraper. They are looking for that decider. Honestly, I would not have called it as potentially 2 back-to-back 7-2s going either way.
Could definitely be the case. I mean, this is looking like, as you said, the Dire Wolves that we know. The Dire Wolves that never even made you question about the consistency. The Dire Wolves that made you see just how potent they can be last season. For them to answer back, it's more of what we expect. It's a classic matchup between these two. And to deliver the same fate that Elevate just did to them and send it back, it's going to be a great favor here for Dire Wolves, but are they going to go to this ace here? Ed, you can see him flirting with that ace pick instead of sticking on the Hibana. Want to go for a bit more firepower, but also a bit more horizontal, I guess, leverage when it comes to opening up these walls. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, right now, Elevate just doing the last little bit of setup for this defense. Love the little camera angle there from the observers. Nice little top-down view of the map. It's mind-boggling when you look at the greater scope of a map like Skyscraper.
And just the setting of it, right? Where it is literally the penthouse spot of like this, well, monstrous tower in the middle of a busy city. And all this is happening. But this is some busy business DCH is putting out here. Souffle, he finds him, brings it down to the 5v4. Yana being taken out. No more replicator, but the quick trade from Jackie Wu equalizes things up. He's on that Finka, so he can get himself back up to maybe around half HP at the very least.
Yeah. 1 for 1. Again, you'd argue that Elevate have come out on top without a Jaeger. You can work without the Jaeger on the board, given his utility's already down. Iana, I don't think you can quite say the same for them. You know, having the Gemini Replicator is such a key piece of utility going to the later stage of the round. Only Geary full sending it outside from Terrace. Knows that the wall's been opened up. Has 2 angles now to potentially be pinched from if he's not careful. Harambe spotting a player rotating back towards the shrine at top dragon as well. There's so much information. Mr. Punch dead early. That's a horrendous pick to lose to follow up after DCH.
Oh, Pecan finds a pick on Geary as well. 2v3. Okay, great shot here by Mark, holding on to the shrine side. Finds a follow-up with a sidearm. Accurate as ever. Pecan pre-firing. He knows he's somewhere here, but still wins out the fight. 1v1 right now. This could go either way. Ed has a soft notion of where he is, but so does Sapper. With a shoddy up close, it could be a single quick into match point. Very close now. The stakes are even higher, but on the angle doesn't expect the swing out. Dire Wolves, man. 6-2. And as you said, very, very good chance of them delivering the same favor that we saw Elevate do a while ago with a 7-2 win.
That was some big brain stuff to close out the round. Playing the mind games there, forcing him to think that the push was coming from one direction, when in fact it was just a bait and switch. Dire Wolves primed map point, looking to take us to the decider in our first semi-final.
Absolutely insane kind of resurgence here from the Dire Wolves squad. Looking so lost in Cafe, but they found their home in Skyscraper. Definitely a wild card that they have specifically practiced and researched versus Elevate squad, because they look like a completely different team here compared to how Skyscraper went. So map 3 right around the corner between these two teams.
Yeah, deadly prospect. Right now, I mean, look, think about the possibilities. The reverse sweep on the cards currently. Direwolves thriving on one of the newer maps in the competition. The other map that we have in this map, Vito, being one of the other new maps in the competition as well, in Theme Park. So, I mean, you look at it, Elevate, Sapper, the player we hyped up for this team, leading the charge with the frags, having a huge impact, is 1-7 currently.
As of the moment, it's been Pecan leading that charge, though, for Direwolves in the fragging department. They all have been chiming in to get these wins. Elevate. Even back up top is where they want to extend further. You can see Onigiri is going to be the one making contact versus Pecan. Could duel him, could keep him at bay. Trying to go for a down-up push here in the lobby. There's shallowly. It's Onigiri who starts things off with a pick here. All scattered about. There isn't really super well structured here on the defensive Elevate. And now that could be like a wild card, yes, but it's also been leaving these holes open that Direwolves have been able to punish later on. Still, though, they get the opening pick in this round, so not too bad to start things off.
Yeah. 4 rounds needed flawlessly from Elevate to push us to overtime. Likelihood of that low, even with the best of intentions from Elevate. Look at that ED getting set up, trying to deny this flank. Jackie Wu, I mean, on the first floor, looking to push it horizontally. It's not like Direwolves are completely locked out of the site. It's only the loss of Pecan. They can manage this quite comfortably.
Time it's ticking, and no real ground gained by the Direwolves on the site itself, but they've cleared out the most of that eastern side. Can open things up. That's exactly what Jackie Wu's on the task of doing. Soon to take Dragon, rather the Shrine. They're taking the drum room as well. And now they're at the cusp of potentially exploding up above where the site is. Mezzanine here being held by Ed. He's making contact down below, I believe. That it was Mr. Punch he was fighting. But Souffle here comes in out of the storm. Ed quick on the trade. Souffle a second in the round as Mr. Punch. He goes down with only a pick. Ed brings it down to a 1v3. And this is looking like a done map here. This should be us going into Theme Park for the third. He drops a diffuser though. And he has a vertical superiority over where it is, but it's been retrieved. Toxic bathed out, caught out in the open. Awkward positioning and awkward timing here for Mark. Doesn't win the fight, and that is the Direwolves returning to 7-2, back at Elevate to bring us into map number 3.
I mean, map 1 was incredibly quiet for ED. Map 2, he could not have been shouting any louder. Theme Park on the cards, and I mean, if we've had 2 7-2 performances on each team's map pick, you got to wonder how Theme Park plays out into it. You got to remember, in terms of map plays, we saw a single Theme Park. It was a 1-to-3 ratio of attacking rounds picked up, which is, I mean, that's horrendous. Initiation had 100% defender-sided win rate, 75% win rate on Bunk Daycare. The closest was Armory Throne, and that was 50-50 in a single map.
And the last time these two teams faced off against each other on Theme Park, Direwolves came out on top. So the statistics, the history, and as well as the momentum definitely favoring the Direwolves squad right now. But what an answer, what a response that we just saw after, once again, they went down dominantly. 2-7, heavily in the favor of Elevate on map number 1. Same thing around on their own map pick, delivered. But guys, even though they won, you guys can obviously win as well. We have a giveaway for you guys to join, and we will announce the giveaway winners after every single map is played. And that we're going to do here once more. So follow down below the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel. Enter the hashtag Fight for Glory in the Twitch chat. And you have a chance to win 600 R6 credits or the Operational League SEA pin. So winners should be announced during the break, which we're about to go to. But yeah, I'm still very impressed by the response and the, I guess, just confidence that Direwolves were able to seep into themselves for this map number 2 going to the third.
Yeah, it definitely sets us up for a very, very exciting theme park, of course. But, I mean, we've only seen it played once this entire season of Operations League Southeast Asia. So, whatever strategies either of these teams are bringing into it are going to be quite fresh.
Definitely so. A theme park, who knows? Could be a very different story. Could be a much more competitive and closer game than the other 2 maps were. I'm hoping for that to be the case. We are in the playoffs. Top 4. Loser goes down towards that loser final. The winners push on further into a grand finals berth. That's where they want to go. That's what they want to take. Direwolves on the path to potentially having a second, Operation League season win in a row. And we're going to see if that's going to be the case here after map number 3, when map number 3 continues. So we're going to go to a quick break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. We'll see you guys after this.
There you go again, looking so handsome. Oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylus, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. He's going to push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, folks far and wide. We're back here. Map number 3 between Elevate and the Dire Wolves. I am Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. And dude, speechless about how this series has gone.
Yeah, I mean, Dire Wolves on for the reverse sweep. They lost map 1, 7-2 on Cafe Dostoevsky. They then answer back with a 7-2 of their own on Skyscraper, their own map pick. Now we head to Theme Park. And I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, the momentum is there for them. They are looking solid. They are looking good. And Elevate, there is a very real reason to be concerned.
Yeah, I'm frankly pleasantly surprised by the comeback from the Dire Wolves. And it all, especially looking back now, right, in hindsight, it all started from that 4v5 flawless win in the second round of that second map where the Direwolves, it's like the power of friendship prevailed, right? They finally realized, hey, even without our compadre, we can get the job done, and that they do, looking a lot more proficient, a lot more tactically sound, and simply winning the gunfights that they should in that game, in that map number 2, to deliver the deal 7-2. But we're going to Skyscraper. Direwolves won the last time they played on Skyscraper versus Elevate, specifically during the earlier play days of the regular season of the summer split of the Operation League, and so they have that to go off of. But as we know, a lot of times over, the team that wins that previous matchup on that same map typically has a better chance of winning the next time around when they do face up against each other, because since they lost, now Elevate, they're the ones who know what to adjust, they're the ones who know what to fix, and they're the ones who have that benefit, at least, of the historical kind of information to gather. So, for Elevate, not out of the waters just yet. Yes, they started strong, but can they close strong in this series is what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, look, it's still up in the air. It's still a 50-50 game. The slate has been wiped clean. We're now effectively in a best of 1 rather than a best of 3. So, I mean, Elevate, they just have to win this match. That's the bare minimum for them to obviously deny the reverse sweep. As you can see, our decider being Theme Park. 1 appearance and a heavily defender-sided appearance at that. So, I mean, look, honestly, I think the real problem or real talking point will be whoever gets defense second. Because usually, you know, that's entirely wrong. It's whoever plays the defense better, of course. But, I mean, a 5-1 defensive start, phenomenal. But what we more often see than not is, you know, sort of an even first half, and the team that takes defense on the second half is the one that just looks to close it out.
You know, what's curious is that now Theme Park is by far, in the entire Operational League this season, the most defender-sided map by far. There isn't even another map that comes close to it. The closest is Villa at a 65% win rate on the defense, and Theme Park's at a 75%, which is, I think, very curious, considering that when Theme Park was, I remember, first kind of added to the earlier seasons of Operation League, you know, 2 years ago, Theme Park was one of the more equally sided, if not almost attacker-sided kind of maps that we had. But now, far shift onto that side of the spectrum. Direwolves here, opening ban is going to be theirs for the attacking side. I'm not going to be surprised if they ban Finka, but they get the Thatcher out, okay, stock standard.
Yeah, nothing crazy in that approach, of course. I mean, it's a go-to. There are so many sites that Thatcher does enable, and that's the last thing you want the attackers to be doing. Finka to follow it up by Elevate. We are going to see her carry on that trend. The 2 most banned attacking operators already out in the first rotation. Understandable.
Okay. Finka taken out as advertised, as suspected. The second, the opening defensive ban here. Mira taking off. This is, I think, a really smart ban from Elevate. We saw Direwolves really like to employ that both on Cafe and as well as Skyscraper, which was pretty effective on that Skyscraper side. And, you know, on a map like Theme Park, there are so many sites that Mira can be absolutely crucial for the win, and so dominating. So, Kaid, final ban on the defensive side. We know how important the Kaid is here as well. Honestly, I think those are kind of the 2 most stock standard bans you're going to see on the defense when it comes to Theme Park anyways. So, nothing out of the question here that, well, Finka being taken off. We saw Elevate played a lot, so Direwolves, they don't want to deal with it. And now we go on over. The Valkyrie going to be coming to play here for the Direwolves.
Yeah, the info gathering potential is going to be there. Elevate starting off with the defense. I mean, the reality of the situation is Direwolves have a great diving off point, rather. They can start this map strong. They can launch out to an early lead, and from there, potentially steal this series away in the reverse sweep.
Could certainly be the case. I mean, they've already gotten their foot in the door, and actually gotten both feet in the door. Could close it behind them. very soon after this map, if things start to go their way even more so. Flora is coming out here, which I think is a pretty good pick for the Elevate squad. It's a good pick here on Theme Park in general. You play outside, send those Roteros in, get these deployable shields dealt with, and don't have to worry about too much else. The cameras here, those black eyes, going to be crucial. One in control room, it seems Ed is going to try and place. That's going to catch him when they drop down the hatch, especially knowing that you need that control room to be able to have a foot into initiation. Otherwise, if you're coming from the other side, from maybe the arcade side, then maybe you can open that big wall open. But otherwise, yeah, lots of information gathering here. And since no IQ, no Twitch, they're going to have to find things the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Definitely have to have the heads on a swivel to try and best Direwolves in this round already. Sapper on the Ying going up. On the Repel, looking for that early information. Ying, well and truly an enabler on this map. If you can get those Candelas into the right spot, it can enable you to absolutely take control almost freely of a site. But it's this cafe position that has been so integral to defenses. So I'm surprised that Onigiri is just allowed to walk straight on into it.
Onigiri, we saw him really dodge and weave through the defense many times on over, and that one he does so as well, slithering his way and really able to somehow find the gaps, the openings in the defense of the Direwolves time and time on over ever since map 1. It's a quick kill here for Ed, who doesn't even realize, rather DCH doesn't even realize he's there as he was on the Rotero drone. It gives him a 3v4 as Mr. Punch finds a kill. A bit further away from where the action is happening. Souffle holding down the hop in, the vault in if it does come to it. And Pecan, he's going to be the anchor within the side here on the office side. It seems like Elevate, they opted to go for that arcade side push, but it's not working out too well so far. Never mind, now
Jackie
it is.
Goes, yeah, Jackie going down to Onigiri with that MK14. Souffle does find Mark, but he's caught out by the Claymore at the end. So Pecan, alone in the 1 versus 3 with that MP5, has everything to do to try and clutch this one back. No Nitro cell for him. It was the bulletproof camera providing information. Decent amount of time, though, for Elevate to try and prep themselves into this court crossing, but a missed opportunity from Pecan.
Yeah, if he found that pick, 2v1, much more potent and possible for it being a round that he can secure. He does get this kill, though, and brings it to that 2v1 we talked about, but completely blind here. Candela's lighting the way. There's no way he gets this. Oh, he still wins a fight, actually. 1v1, Sapper being taken down, but Mr. Punch, make sure it doesn't get too out of hand, came really close. I don't even know how he found Sapper in all that commotion, but he did. What a way for Elevate to get the opening round.
I think probably a little bit closer than they would have liked in that situation, but a victory is a victory. You take it. Obviously, round to round, things aren't affected too heavily other than the site being locked out of play. So a 1 round lead, continuing that trend of pretty even contention. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. That's the first attacker victory we've had this season on initiation and offers.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Pretty... It was looking like a decent defense for a while. But then, obviously, the Claymore happens, things crumble down, and they're going back up to the 2nd floor, but this time, not towards that initiation side
Oh, no,
that we
sorry,
saw a while ago.
it was Bunk Daycare again. So that's the 1 attack defense. So we're still statistically on point.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, Bunk Daycare, a bit more prone to that arcade side push that we saw Elevate like to employ, but now that, you know, the site is here, then maybe they're not going to want to push from that arcade side anymore. Coming in from maybe the control, from top Dragon Stairs, from the cache, and that's the way they could push. We see a lot of teams extend further horizontally towards that cache, but I'm not seeing that same extension coming from the Direwolves this time around. They do have, actually no, scratch that, they are extending. Initiation is held by them. Yeah, they want to make sure that that eastern side push is going to be stifled with early on.
It makes a lot of sense. You want to get up in the faces of your opponents if you're on the defense. You want to push just that little bit harder. Unfortunately, when you're pushing against Onigiri, it can be a tough time, especially if you're not aware of him.
Wow, Onigiri, a double, committing towards this arcade side push. They're taking this game by storm. Pecan quick on the Nitro to finally take down Onigiri, but the damage has been done. 4v2. Pecan and Souffle, it's all up to them. Elevate, looking for another round here. Could be a second in a row for them. Pecan, he's been found out. Mewjammer keeps the wall closed, yes, but doesn't deny the drone from hopping on in. Souffle down below, far removed from this fight, could potentially hop out, but Mr. Punch, great pick. 1v4 right now. This round is looking done and dusted.
The fact that we're in a 4 versus 1 at this stage, the Candela shot out before it can detonate, and well, there you go. A very fast round. It all said, no, we didn't even hit the halfway point. We were less than 90 seconds in.
Yeah. And the timer ended like, what, 1 minute 40 on the clock? So, quick round. And when a lot of teams in that case, you know, would have expected or would have decided to go for a more Cash and Dragon side push, no, they know that the site is closer towards Arcade, so let's push Arcade immediately from the outset of it. Onigiri, so crucial in a lot of these Elevate rounds that we see them win. And he gets the job done. Triple kill to start things off. Man, what is it with the Elevate players and getting triple kills in these games?
Well, look, I think they're just looking to get it done nice and quickly, give themselves an early night, a bit more prep time going into tomorrow, of course. But whatever the case may be, they are looking strong to start this off.
Been pretty good so far. Pretty dominant round. They just won right there. Much more so than the opening one was, which came down to the wire, but shouldn't have been. Souffle finally flexing on that Warden, considering how potent the Ying has been. Sapper, will he commit to it knowing that there is that Warden? Not too sure if that's going to be the case. The Ace swapped out over the Hibana by Mark, and yeah, the Ying committed, locked in, and we go again.
Not a poor decision by any means. I mean, we saw how impactful Sapper was in that last round. Candela coverage is a pretty scary prospect to deal with, but looking to carry on with another attempt at the site, I think is quite bold for the Direwolves.
They choose to go back towards the daycare site. Honestly, the initiation room looked a bit more proficient from them. But, I mean, at least their hold there, even though the site was on bunker. Rather on daycare. Coming down to it. Elevate. Much more methodical approach this time around. They know they're not going to be able to just slither in easily. It's always so difficult to try and force your way into Arcade. Harambe gets that opening pick here. To find Onigiri, no more logic bombs for them to try and flush out these defenders. So they can play these close committed positions, considering and knowing that that's not going to be online anymore.
Not a bad start to this round, of course. Harambe not done yet. The aggressive smoke play. Not something that we traditionally see from a site anchor. Mr. Punch spots him on the drone, though. Pre-fire should be good. And, well, Harambe caught place in the barricade.
Big rounds here. Harambe. He finds himself being taken down. 1 for 1. That smoke being taken out is going to make things a lot more susceptible to get the plant down. For the Elevate squad. Pecan, he can hear commotion downstairs. Footsteps, potentially. Candela's popping on the site itself. Pecan, trying to make sure he maybe find the timing. This nade won't really connect on much. Hair of damage towards Edge, but this follow-up nade will. Perfectly timed and perfectly placed here, coming from DCH.
Unfortunate loss of Edie and Harambe.
Wow.
Luckily, Pecan rips heads before Souffle falls. Jackie, he's not too happy about this. Spots the player close, but unfortunately, barrel fed into his mouth. Will secure the killer as well. Pecan in trouble. Sapper from range will secure Elevate their third.
I think you're lying to me, Blue Panda. You said this was a defender-sided map. Liquipedia says this is a defender-sided map in the Operation League, but the 3-0 start from Elevate suggests otherwise. Looking really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, so far every map we've seen in this best of 3 has gone by the 4th round 3-1. Unfortunately, the then trajectory is a map victory for the team that's up by 2. So, look, honestly, at this point, I'm just questioning, do Direwolves even get around here on Theme Park?
Well, if history remains true, then it's bound to repeat itself. Could be Direwolves answering back. We could be ending this half 4-2, as it seems tradition at this point.
Bomb located by attack.
But they're going now downstairs, and the vertical control here is going to be crucial. To have that waiting room presence, maybe a shield up there, and fend off whatever side's going to get pushed, whether if it's the cash side or the arcade side, whether the dragon side, they're going to have to do a lot to make sure that big wall is going to remain closed going into the site, because if they give up that throne side control of the site itself, it's going to be much easier for Elevate to get the plant down, especially if they have control of the rooms above, of where the throne is and everything. So yeah, as you can see, Souffle, knowing the importance of having top floor control, committing these Kiba barriers to holding towards that cash and dragon stairs side.
Yeah, Zami tends to exacerbate maps that are already defender-sided. So on Theme Park, well, I say as defender-sided, it hasn't been so much so this map. But, I mean, it should enable them to play the, more hunkered in defensive positions.
Oh, angle could be found here. Oh, but Mr. Punch, he still comes out on top, even with them anticipating it. Elevate, opening things up. The Jackal, we didn't even talk about it, but it comes in big for Onigiri once more. It's a perfect operator, honestly, for a player like him. And Harambe has so much to do. He's been droned out. He's in a complete kerfuffle in what to do. A scramble to try and get to safety. He fortunately does, but Ed is left to fight here alone.
Not ideal. Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. He needs some support, some semblance of help. The fact that they've lost 2 already is not ideal. Again, 1:40 remaining. The lucky factor being that Souffle still has 3 Kiba barricades to potentially deploy.
Could come in clutch later on. But minute and a half left to work with vertical control and the Elevate squad side. That's big. Harambe, he's making sure that the outer perimeter is clear here, playing from that gong side, playing from the bottom of the dragon hall. And this drum room, when they open this up, this barrel room, that's going to be crucial. That's going to give them full control of almost the entirety of that side of the throne. And there's going to be very little anchor positions within the site itself after forward. But Ed, great pick to find Mr. Punch, and Souffle, they've equalized the odds. Thermite down here, the Thermite charge, and Harambe, you can see him trying to flank, but that smoke, it's keeping him at bay, dissuading him from pressing forward.
Do they know about Harambe's position here? Because there was a player over towards the lockers looking to cover that angle, but Harambe, this angle that he has will give away his position, shooting through the opening in the wall. But Souffle gets aggressive on the DCH. This flash, unfortunately, full force on him. Candela's deep into the site. ED will fall as well. Harambe can't catch much more than DCH. And with the plant going down, Sapper, second to last Candela, has one more in the pocket. Looking for the aggressive swing. Spots it. Sapper falls. It's the 1 versus 1 here. And the post. Harambe, no! Sticks his head out. And it will be cleaned up.
Wow. 4-0 here from Elevate. And those big walls are crucial. You open up either of them, really. There's 3 of them surrounding the site itself. You open up one, that just completely blows things wide open and makes really difficult anchor positions Only position he can really hide in there is maybe behind the throne or towards the blue, but that's it. 4-0 for Elevate. Flawless so far to start off this map. And those opening picks that we saw there coming from Sapper, from DCH and from Onigiri, they were absolutely crucial in that round.
That they were.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Well,
as they can.
still on par for the halves we've had so far. But this is, I mean, so far from what we've come to expect from Theme Park. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if we see this end in the vicinity of a 5-1 or a 6-0.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, as you said, still on par, on pace for that 4-2 scoreline that we've come acclimated to in these past two maps. But might just be taking a different path towards that. Maybe the Direwolves can string back 2 rounds in a row here to keep themselves in the game, because even though Elevate are looking really good on this attacking side, I'm not going to wager the same sort of success for the Direwolves on their attack. And that's not me being, I guess, not super optimistic for them, yes, but I'm just not too convinced at this point that their attacking side will bode well, considering how their defense, the much more favored side on Theme Park, is going. This hold they have as they go back towards the initiation room site, it was looking a bit better than their daycare holds a while ago. Let's see if it works this time around.
Set up. Hopefully we'll be successful. Onigiri taking some early punishment, getting a bit too comfortable opening those barricades. Those, for the most part, the spread. Again, I question Harambe's forward positioning. Smoke's such an integral part of the defense lineup on the as an anchor, but he's consistently up hungry for kills.
He's going to be searching for that, but in this drought, it's not something he has to blindly chase. As you said, Jackie Wu yet to get himself on the scoreboard in terms of the frags. It's not going to be a good way to go out if they do lose this map. Knowing he could have done more, could have done something different. But the push, this Dragon side, this Dragon stairs, firmly in the control now of Elevate. They're going to push now westward and see what they can find. The Showers, if they take this, is going to put them within a foot of entering the site. But Harambe, great pick off here to take down that sledge.
This is looking better for the Direwolves. Not going to stretch it and say like a done deal, but 50 seconds in play with the sledge off the board. Onigiri tagged up and no finger in sight. There is every possibility they can make this happen. Unfortunately, with the Ying still in play, no Jaeger, just the Wamai and the Aruni, there is still possibilities for Elevate to bring this one back. The swing onto Mark is good and exactly what's needed for the Direwolves. They still need 3 more, though.
Yeah, 3v4. Down to 30 seconds. Well, less on the clock remaining. And this is their time to strike. The Candela's blinding on Onigiri. Friendly here. Blue on blue. And Ed, big pick. This could be Direwolves getting around here finally. 4v2. Things are looking pretty dangerous. Mr. Punch equalizes things out just a hair, but Jackie Wu, quick trade out. An indirect one, but a very important one nonetheless. In the waiting room, he goes down. As Direwolves, they answer back, and 4-2. It's looking like a reality here.
Much needed reprieve from the onslaught that Elevate have been bringing to bear. Direwolves, they'll take that. They'll look to push for one more. We head back to Bunk Daycare. And, I mean, the fact that they've already suffered 4 losses is significant enough. They have to bring something special to play here if they want this final round.
Well, something special. A secret plan, secret strat, or hidden recipe. the Direwolves are trying to cook with here. And they're going now back towards the daycare side. Their throne room hold not really proficient, so they want to stick to staying on that second floor. I mean, it's been the only success they've had so far playing up top there. So, Bandit coming out, Warden as well, to try and deal with any possible Ying issues, but it's not going to come, not in this round. Thermite being swapped in, and so is that Lion. They could combine this with a Doki, but no, it's a Montaigne. Monty comes here into play for a Sapper, which we have seen Elevate be pretty proficient at. There have been rounds where they lost with that Monty, yes, but when it does work out, Elevate look very, very menacing.
Yeah, most definitely. Already shots coming through from DCH, looking to threaten. There's only so much that can be done in terms of prep. At some point, you're just going to have to hold fast and play your gunfights. We're rapidly approaching that point currently for the Direwolves.
Direwolves, they're going to have to find some way to weather the storm. That is Elevate. Right now, spreading themselves out, Elevate, on this attack. You have to make sure they're not doing it too thin. A Monty unsupported is a dead one. They're going to have to make sure they follow up on the space that it creates. And that Sapper can find for them. That's what they're doing right now. They've taken the initiation room. Waiting could be theirs. Keep a barrier, just being a small problem. A small hump that they want to get over. But that they should be able to do soon. Jackie Wu as well here as Harambe, rather Pecan, holding for that arcade side. Ed supporting them down below in the lobby. And the hatch is something they're going to have to deal with, but it's not going to be an easy drop if it ever comes.
No, not by any stretch. Looking for the drone hole, looking for just any minor advantage they can eke out of this round or Elevate. And those toxic canisters being committed so early on. I mean, there's a minute 15 and only 40 seconds worth of coverage. Nade from below. Attempt from DCH here. Just a bit of chip onto Souffle, who relocated into a better position to handle that.
Keeping mobile, keeping themselves moving, but the nade still finds Ed. They know his position. They capitalize on it. Toxic Bay to make sure that office breach isn't going to be too easily walked into. They break open the initiation room, and now they can get themselves into that Bravo site. Mr. Punch holding down the cross. There's not much they can do against Sapper here, was just being such a menace up front.
In that final 30-second mark, Punch getting info with the Gemini nade from below from DCH. Again, just more chip damage, followed up by Sapper with the pistol. And they are encroaching dangerously so. Sapper looking for the reverse plant. No, they line up for Mr. Punch and DCH. And Elevate will take the half flawlessly in the final round.
Good round here from Elevate. 5-1, not getting us to that 4-2 that seemed so, I guess, natural at this point. But hey, it's a great start for Elevate on that attacking side. Not even great. Amazing start, really. 5-1, you cannot ask for something better on Theme Park when you start on the attacking side. And now they are very well on their way, on their path, locked into closing this out on the second half in just a complete wonder of an opening half. Direwolves, they look lost right now. Hopefully they can take this halftime to breathe, to reassess, because they are playing against all the odds right now.
Very much so. The odds... I mean, the odds are about as stacked as they possibly can be, barring a 6-0 half. 2 rounds. 2 rounds and it's all over for the Direwolves here in this first semi-final of the evening. And Elevate are our first grand final team. And the likelihood of that, I mean, after a 5-1 half on the attack, no less, pretty high, you have to argue.
Yeah, there's very little chances. Possible, yes. Probable, highly unlikely here for Direwolves to come back into it. The knock coming out, Doki as well. They're about to try something cheeky, maybe weave their way in, but, you know, Elevate, they're better than letting that happen. Even without the Mira, the defense here of Elevate can still be very, very potent, especially towards that cash side where lots of teams like to employ that Mira towards. Break open the Gong Room. Ned, he crawls his way in, looking for an opportunity to strike like a snake in the grass. They have to keep their heads up and be ready for this. Oh, do they hear it? I don't think so.
They should hear the shot there under the camera, though. And if anyone's paying attention, it should be quite quickly identified. Unfortunately, not quite the deep cut that they were hoping ED to have there, but something that's, I mean, look, it's not the end of the world. They've still got this knock below with the frag grenades. There is still potential for him to actually get in and do some real damage. But Mr. Punch kicks it off with a kill on Pecan. An opportunity started and finished there under DCH. Luckily, ED comes away with his life.
Equalized 4v4, less than 2 minutes left. So, approaching that halfway mark very soon. Harambe trying to clear out towards the waiting room, but angle here by Mark. Very, very nicely done. Puts out the second keep and just closes that off. Now he can't get pushed. Gone 6 to try and open up a sideline here as Jackie Wu wants to push it, but oh man, it goes back up online. Nade right behind it just to flush him out. He'd have actually gotten the kill if he cooked it, but Souffle catches Mark after he was forced by Jackie Wu, so good coordination there coming from the Direwolves attack. Approaching a minute left on the clock.
Oh dear. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. But, I mean, again, it's that opportunity for the Direwolves here. The fact that ED and Souffle are so low mean that they have to hit heads. There's no other option in this situation. They've got to rip heads. They've got to find the victory there, but that is a tall task, even at the best of times.
It'll be difficult to do for sure. 30 seconds left on the clock, approaching to that mark. Souffle trying to give them a bit more of an advantage from up top. Vertical sidelines, they get rid of the bandit battery, but they don't have any way to open up those walls. Onigiri on the kill, but quick trade out here with a frag from Jackie Wu. Brings it down to a 2v2. Souffle, he has to get towards his site. He has to try and help right now. He has to let go of that top. The Evil Eye giving them away. They know they're here on the banana in the blue room. As they pie the corner, Evil Eye giving them all the information they need. Souffle still gets a kill. Absolutely huge impact coming out here. A second impact. He gets a kill on Souffle, but he is going to be sticking that plant. He knows where it is. Off on the pistol. On the secondary. My goodness, the clutch comes out here still from Sapper. And Elevate take match point.
The bailiff clutch up. It's not often that it comes up as clutch as it did just then, but when it does, it is very, very impressive. And yeah, Elevate continue this trend of accelerated maps here in our first semi-final, 1 round. And they are locked in grand finalists here in the Ops League.
Typically more reserved for remodeling the site over anything else. But, hey, as you said, the pocket shotty, the bailiff, comes in clutch when they needed it the most. Elevate. Well, a clutch there from Sapper. The double impact to get the low player down and confirm it. And then the follow-up. Amazingly done here from Sapper and from the rest of Elevate. This is them really cementing themselves to be that second team, that follow-up team that we have seen really dominate throughout the most of the regular season. Going into this grand final, going to this playoffs rather, I was predicting and expecting, Elevate and Gaming Gladiators to make it to that grand final first and foremost. And at least the one half of that seems to come in true here right now. We could be a few minutes away really from finding our first grand finalist.
Exciting prospect at that. A lot that could come of this next round. I mean, it's almost just confirmation of what we've come to know about Elevate. We're here, 8th round and play Jackie Wu, sitting with an Armaru in play. I mean, an accelerated take of that break room could be what they need to just punch on and overwhelm Elevate's defense.
Could be the final round here. Match point. Contention for grand finals point really would be more appropriate. Elevate versus Dire Wolves. Those Kiba barriers we saw coming from Elevate a while ago on DCH. Crucial. Mute Jammer. Big hurdle it gets caught at. They can still retrieve those drones, yes, if they walk up to it. Dangerous, but hey, they can do it. Look at how many drones were trapped there. 3 of them. The complete EMP of all the utility, and DCH, he's disconnected in such a dire moment. I'm not too sure if we're gonna get a remake, considering no one has died. We're kind of past the 30-second mark.
We're past the 30-second mark, unfortunately. Not that it really matters, because I've just tried out Souffle immediately, so... Yeah, Onigiri. I think this might be the beginning of the end. ED, though, trading back, brings it to the 3-3 once again.
Doable? But not for long. Mr. Punch, a single bullet is all he needed, and that he does get. Pecan and Jackie Wu. I'm not too sure if the composition they bring into this was a smart one. Considering the stakes, considering the round, Pecan's going to have to get a big pick here. Jackie Wu, what can he really do? Diffuser dropped. Make sure no one's hiding in the cafe. But Jackie Wu, big pick, and a follow-up here from Pecan. They could be fighting back here, and that they do! Direwolves, they hold on. Give us at least another round before potentially going down, but you love the warrior spirit within them to keep on fighting when all seems lost.
Yeah, not shying away from a gunfight just because of the position they find themselves in, and the resilience there being shown is why, the fans love Direwolves. They are not a team that will just roll over even from the brink of defeat. But they've still got, 4 more rounds that they need unanswered to take it out and push us to overtime?
Still, a long ways for them to go. Yes. As we said, possibilities are always there, but the probability, that's the one that keeps us questioning if Direwolves can get themselves back into the game. But at the very least, it's a step in the right direction. And every uphill climb starts with that first march in that direction. So, decently done here for Direwolves. At least, if he can bring us to a closer scoreline. If they ever do go down, maybe 7-5, then they can go down with their heads up high in some sort of fashion, knowing that it was a close game. Hell, especially if it goes in overtime, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Thing here, the Direwolves have to do as well is the same. Take things round per round. Focus on the next round before continuing on further. Can't confuse the forest for the trees. Unfortunately, they've been plagued by whatever technical mishaps might have happened today, but if this is any indication, or at least if Map 2 is any indication, Blue Panda, that didn't seem to hamper them too much.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world for them. They've been at this level for a while now. I mean, you think back, I remember one of my first year of casting, in fact, the 6 Invitational qualifiers covering what was then 7th Heaven and Xavier Esports, these two teams. So, I mean, that's they have been around for a while.
Haven't heard those names in a while. Xavier and 7, but hey, it's always a nice callback to what used to be and where they are now. Players here building up that roster with just a few small changes here and there, but hey, they've all looked pretty proficient in their new colors, under their new titles. Direwolves, they might have taken a bit of a slumber in this map, but they're starting to wake up. And hopefully for their sake, that whatever drowsiness might be lingering from that opening half, it's been weighted away. They're fully energized and fully ready to get back into this game.
Unfortunately, the state of play is that it doesn't really matter how energized they are. They could still let this slip with a single round, so they're going to have to be on point for the remainder of Theme Park if they want that grand final spot. Otherwise, I mean, it could be an early bow out of this playoffs bracket for them. A team, though, that is well and truly capable of making that run.
For sure. But it's still going to be a far cry from what they did and what they were able to prove last time around, last season during the Operation League, and what we've come to expect from a team like them, right, from what they've done in the past and what they've proven they can do now. Just that consistency, as we've always come to seemingly beg to question, it's not looking well for him, and it's not a good spot for them to be in at all. But all is not lost. Even if they lose this, I believe there's a match for third, right? For third place?
Yeah, there should be a third, fourth place matchup. So they can still have a podium finish.
Yeah. Maybe a bronze trophy, but hey, it's a trophy nonetheless. You can keep up on the rack. We're going back into the game here right now. Match point once more. And this time, I didn't see where we were playing. What's the site?
We'll find out in just a second. It's Bunk Daycare.
Again. So we're back. Composition, a Frost. Okay, wouldn't expect that. But considering how Direwolves maybe have been kind of slipping sometimes here and there on these attacking rounds, it could just be that curveball that you'd think would never catch you out, but maybe just even the factor that it is a possibility, it's going to keep Direwolves having to check many corners, many walkways and pathways before they even walk in, and that will also drain out time.
Yeah. This one could get a bit rough. I mean, you only have to think back to the other night, Game and Gladiators versus the Pittsburgh Knights on the Chalet for that Berlin major spot, and it was really the Frost that made the difference. If not for that Frost, it could have been Pittsburgh Knights hitting that. Unfortunately, that's just not how it played out.
All right, Amaru back. Not something I would have expected, but hey, they think it works, so they keep it. They have the Lion, the Osa, which we haven't actually seen all day now that I think about it. It's the first Osa pick this entire day. Here, maybe could be a breath of fresh air, a new look, different coat of paint that the Direwolves can utilize to give them a new option, give them, and really keep Elevate guessing. Lion scan there, doesn't really find much, but ED and Elevate, they're making sure to try and play the safe, secure this here right in this round. Don't want to take too much risks, even barring the cushion that they have. It's not one they want to see be dwindled.
No, not at all. Mr. Punch there has the Kiva barricade, can keep eyes on the drone hole. Jackie, with this armory, just not quite sure where to make the push, but Cafe, the first entry point for Direwolves. ED in with the Talon Shield, looking to contest. Kiva barricade out to cover the box on the corner of Daycare. But this is where the campaign, it would seem, starts.
Still, no picks going down with a minute left on the clock. No real space taken or control taken by the Direwolves. This is looking dangerous. Now, ED making that early contact there towards Mr. Punch, who was on top of the arcade stairs. Doesn't really find much. Can he be done? Pecan, no, he's walked his way in. Oh, this laser gate was going to keep him at bay, though.
He should have the utility to clear it. It's... Oh, no, he's just going to tank it, but the audio cue should give the player just around the corner the cue, but no! Massive pick there, but we're back to a 4 versus 4. Harambe falls, so does Pecan, but it's an absolute flurry. Jackie Wu and DCH playing from the arcade stairs. The last alive here on the defense. No impacts to deal with any Talon Shield shenaniganry. But I don't know if they have any idea that he's in this position. Look at his swing. Big kill, but it's traded immediately.
Nice try. Good attempt there. But ultimately, Dire Wolves, they hold on for another round, and the surprises that they've shown here on Elevate has been catching them off guard. You see their, I believe it was Sapper on the Zophie who pushed that laser gate. Was I wrong? Rather, Souffle on that Sophie? Or am I mistaken this? Because whoever it was on that Zophie, I already forget. I apologize. But the timing that he found there, impeccable. And as you said, even with a sound cue, you'd have expected the Frost to expect it, but no. He still wins out that fight, and just Amaruing up the hatch, catching Jackie Wu, rather, Jackie Wu catching him off of it. That was a huge play here from Dire Wolves, that they're giving them many different looks, and Elevate, they're getting surprised by this. So after he caught DCH from that, you can tell that things were crumbling down on the defense. So Elevate don't want to have to deal with a second floor. They go down to the throne.
Oh boy. This, I think the likelihood, it definitely feels like this is a possibility. It feels like Dire Wolves might just make that run.
5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Let's see if this run is going to continue on. Dire Wolves, 3 rounds flawlessly. They still have to win to get 5 in a row. A tough task, but with each round passing by, looking more and more possible for them to pull off.
I rate it. I reckon it's possible. ED, I'm going to pop the hatch in the workshop. Gets a scan off early. Is going to find the Jaeger of DCH, but just because they get that info doesn't mean they can make the play off of it. DCH holding initiation for now. This is a pivotal round. I think from here, if Dire Wolves can win this, 100% they push on for OT.
They will have that momentum, at the very least, to ride off of and sail into a potential overtime situation. DCH contesting this. Not a smart idea, but he still comes out on top, at least, towards Ed. Still taking lots of damage from the window player.
Full stun there onto DCH. Unfortunate, but still manageable as they don't follow it up with anything. Health buzz. Little concerning for Elevate right now. The early work has been done onto Mark and well and truly done onto DCH. Trying to spot Mark's position. Pecan. Spray through the wall could be everything. DCH finally taken out by Harambe. Will punch out the bulletproof. And they are looking to encroach further and further, deeper into Bunk. Ooh. But right now, the stun not working. Luckily, Souffle finds the kill before Mark can have any sort of impact.
Yeah, dangerous there.
The retreat, the full call back to the side has been made.
Team Flash. They've all rotated back, as you said. Retreating back into safety to try and anchor things down instead with a minute left. They burned a bunch of time, though, up top. But now is their time to go. Replicator finds the potential for them to drop, but now that that's been given away, it'll be much more difficult to pull off. They've got a Thermite charge here to open up this wall. That's going to give them backside control.
Yeah. They should be able to make this in the wall into barrels as well. Half soft on that right panel. Massive nade from Souffle takes out Mr. Punch. Onigiri pinging through Sapper with a big kill on the hurry. They're both over towards, well, one's over towards Armory, one's back thrown. Souffle for a triple, looking for more. They know where Sapper is. They are looking to hunt him down. Has the older 5.56 and a big mag to boot. Just playing the angles, not over-aggressing, knowing full well that they can get the plant down and play the objective here well and truly. Red right now, and they know Sapper's position, and they know that they don't need to contest. Blacken, 4 rounds for the Dire Wolves, 2 to go.
Yeah. No way they lose this. They have a great crossfire. That barrel room being held as well is probably going to be what secures it. That they do. They trade out, but hey, it works out. 4-6. 4 rounds in a row. They've strung now. And they're on pace to making that 6 rounds straight. Match point still. And Dire Wolves, incredible momentum shift that they've gotten here. It's Elevate who seemingly don't know what to do on the defensive side. But even when they have a plan, it's just dismantled by the Dire Wolves. And so I'm wagering that the statistics here, they should be thrown completely for a loop after this round, after this game.
Oh, well and truly. Well and truly. Up in the air. The stats guy's going to be fuming. All that hard work he put into it, only for it to be completely negated by Elevate Dials. And finally, I was waiting to see how long it took for us to get here, but we do go to lab and storage.
Bomb located by attackers.
Another round to go, another round to play. Dire Wolves, they want to keep their day continuing. This round is going to distance. This game is going to distance. This map, at the very least, considering how the first two weren't, it's only fitting that we get a closer game for the final map of this series to decide who goes to the grand finals. Denying those drones from continuing on. Sapper, this time, anytime you see a Vigil pick, it tells you two things. One, yes, they want to waste time, but two, more importantly, they want to get the job done. They want to do something. This is a trust me, I got this guy's pick. And that's exactly what I'm expecting from a player like Sapper.
Not to mention the shotgun pulse, the M1014 to come through for DCH. So they're going to have such an insane amount of info available to them. Off of that cardiac sensor, anyone pushing into cafe. I think it's been identified though, because Souffle, he's going to pop the door, but he's not going to send it full in.
Sapper, big kill he finds. And even though they have a Lion, the Vigil here, he can just completely negate that. As long as he's got his gadget up, he can be able to dodge and weave through. So he can be anywhere at any moment. Logic Bomb, though, not something he's going to be able to dodge. But Onigiri, he says, he got DMR. Well, I do have one as well. This could be Elevate securing things.
Oh, no.
What a shred down. You talked about the M1014, and there it is with DCH. You don't see it every day, but this is no special occasion as Elevate finally secure the game 2-1. It came really close, but they get the job done.
They absolutely lock it out there at the tail end. They say you've gotten close enough. They pull out the special lab storage site. They came in with a game plan, and it was the plan that booked them grand finals, of course. And what a way to do it.
Wow. What a game, what a series, and what a map there for Dire Wolves, who came back into it. And it almost seemingly looked like we were on pace to go into overtime, but it never came. Elevate, as you said, keeping them at the door and making sure that's where they stay. So great job here done by Elevate. I thought we were going to go the distance even further, but at the very least, there's still a shot here for the Dire Wolves squad in their third and fourth match, placement match, to see if they can still, as you say, go home with maybe a bronze trophy.
I mean, it's kind of bizarre that our first two maps ended 7-2. I would have expected, the 7-4 to be almost the consistent score minimum throughout that series. And the fact that our final decider map was the closest is a little counterintuitive.
You would expect it, right? Especially considering they were winning both sides on the attacking side. The much less favored statistically side on Theme Park. But hey, sometimes stats are only there for your amusement. As when we see, it really comes down to how they play things out. That matters in the end. But congratulations to Elevate. They move over to the grand finals. And their competitor, well, we're going to find out when we do come into the next game, which is going to be Fury versus Gaming Gladiators. But for now, even though we saw Elevate win, you guys can win as well with our giveaway. Follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel and enter down below hashtag Fight for Glory in the chat. And you guys will have a chance to win 600 R6 credits for PC only, by the way, very important. And as well as the Operation League pin here that we've got for you guys, OLC pin. You guys can use buffing up your swag.
Yeah, look, it's a pretty tasty one. I just can't wait to get my hands on it. Mine's apparently in the mail, so it shouldn't be too far off. But you guys, you can get your hands on it sooner, I would imagine, for the local fans. So this is like all you have to do is type in chat. Why would you miss out on this opportunity?
Definitely. So make sure you guys join our giveaway so that you may have a chance to win as well. We're talking about chances to win. The next team's coming up here after we go to a quick break is going to also have the chance to win, but they're going to have to prove it, not with luck, not with fortune, maybe a bit, okay, but with their skill and what the strats they prepared for here today. It is day one, and that was series number 1, semi-final number 1 of the playoffs. We're going to have even more when we do come back from this break. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Blue Panda, and we'll see you guys, so don't go anywhere, because the R6 Operation League playoffs day 1 will be back in a hair.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stardust, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in stone. needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture, and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put that on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what, that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. He's going to push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 extra thermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back here to the R6 Operation League. Day number 1 for the playoffs. We are here during the summer split. I'm Black and Blue still. With me is Blue Panda and Man. We saw Elevate come out on top and secure themselves in the grand finals after beating Direwolves 2-1 in a pretty dominating fashion. But we're going to a very different series right now versus Gaming Gladiators and Fury. What's your take on this? What's your read?
Gaming Gladiators, since joining Apex South, have been a team on the rise, and they've finally sort of seen that come to fruition, qualifying for the Berlin Major. Fury, theirs is more a story of bouncing back from hardship. Stage 1, they failed to secure a single map in Apex South. Stage 2, though, I mean, the addition of I9, formerly, known as Napew, he's the team. They're looking solid. I reckon come stage 3, they are going to be one of the top 3 contenders.
I have to agree. I think that Gaming Gladiators, they are the kind of new breath, new wave here of basically players that have been competing for such a long time in the Operation League, and then finally using the whole system, the whole kind of environment as their training ground to get themselves into the big shots. And once they made that splash, as you said, into the Apex South, they've been on the rise. They've been completely ascended every, I guess, expectation of them, and they're looking to continue that here today versus Fury, another team that we've seen also a bit up in the rise, maybe not to the same heights as the Gaming Gladiators have been, but hell, we don't want to kind of compare apples and oranges. Not that fruit can't be compared, but hey, we're going to take a look first at I think we're going to take a look at the giveaway before we get started with this. We have a giveaway for you guys, and we announce the winners after every single map is played, so we're going to take a look at that very briefly. But yeah, these two teams, very stark contrast. First seed versus the fourth here, really, with the Gaming Gladiators securing themselves from the get-go, really barely dropping a single map throughout the entire, regular season of theirs. And Fury, they're the ones who were in a very stark contrast to how Gaming Gladiators have been, because they were a few rounds away from being, I guess, eliminated here for playoff contention, because their points technically neck and neck with Champion. They lost a round differential, but we'll talk about the Gaming Gladiators first and foremost here, Panda. We got Joe, we got Ape, Hoven, Tolji, and Rix, and these guys have been playing the Operation League ever since the dawn of it, and for them to get to these heights is a great story for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team who, since their introduction to Apex South, having found that success, beginning of this year, they've gone from strength to strength. Stage 1, they wasn't really so that standout performance from them. They did, they performed middle of the pack, which was totally fine, given it was their first stage in Tier 1 competition. But then Stage 2, they really ramped it up. I mean, they absolutely dominated the Ops League. They just, let's be honest, they just managed to scrape through to the Berlin Major. But this roster is the one that I'm most intrigued by and I'm most excited by. They're still technically currently in a bit of a rebuild phase. Obviously, I9 joining the roster with BG, man, so they've only been playing as this 5 this stage, but the signs are very, very promising. They're looking like a completely different team, and I suppose it's that veteran status that I think Napew, now I9, brings to the roster, and a little bit of maturity and depth that he's added to the Fury flair.
Fury, they come in here hot hands as well, like Collis, Hajime, Dark, BG Man, and I9. They need your introduction, as you said, coming to that Apex South as well, looking really potent, but they're going to have to look even more impressive in this stage, in this matchup, to get to the grand final of the Operation League. I need to brush up my rule set, but I believe top 2 at the very least directly qualifies into the autumn stage. Does top 4
I believe
qualify?
It's actually top 4. Okay. Yeah, top 4 qualifies.
Yeah.
The bottom 4 make it into the qualifiers.
Yeah, the second round of the qualifiers, I believe, or something like that. But what we can be sure hear more of is the map veto we're going to get. Cafe and Skyscraper once more, but Clubhouse to be that second map of this series. Quite curious that it's Gaming Gladiators who picked the Skyscraper. We have seen them best out the competition on Skyscraper. We also have seen Fury lose twice on Skyscraper versus both Direwolves and Elevate. Actually, that's 3 times over, but it's very, very, I think, curious that it's Gaming Gladiators who go for it first.
Yeah, I mean, failure is probably the best teacher, especially in a competition like this. So for Fury, I think they probably will have done their homework in addressing those weaknesses on Skyscraper. We go to Clubhouse as well, which, I mean, it's the competitive staple in not just, Apex South, but even ANZ further south as well. I mean, globally almost. It's the cornerstone of competitive Rainbow Six Siege. But I think, Joe, the biggest talking point of all, back in the competition, had been replaced by Hermosa the last couple of weeks, but he's been allowed to play in the playoffs. And, you know, Gaming Gladiators being back at full 100% strength is going to be a little bit foreboding.
Well, they need an introduction, even though we just gave them one. The Gaming Gladiators, they're looking like the Warriors we expect, especially after that dominating regular season. And I am anticipating how they will play here now that they've made it to the playoffs. As you said, there was a time where it was Elevate on the top of the APAC South, but right now it's Gaming Gladiators who are looking to take that throne, although their reign, it's just started. And they're going to have to try and prove that with consistency in the long run as well. Not just for a few months, but potentially a year or more. But Fury, here we go into the map pick of the Gaming Gladiators. Have fun in chat. And well, banned out here Maverick, just as we saw a while ago on the other Skyscraper map we did see played out. Those outer walls are going to be very difficult to stop from being opened if a Maverick's still online. So standard ban here for the Gaming Gladiators. Follow-up could be a Finka.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting follow-up. But no, the Ying instead from the Gaming Gladiators. It's something I do distinctively remember Fury bringing to bear a couple of times throughout this competition, and APAC South as well. So, I mean, we already got to see how big of an impact she had in that theme park matchup as well. Now the defense, though, there's still a number of options available.
Alibi being banned here. Now, it's not a common ban that I see too often on Skyscraper, but it is a common pick that I see on Skyscraper. So, in hindsight, maybe not too surprised by this, but still curious.
I mean, the Prismas revealing info, the MX4 Storm is one of the deadliest guns in the game. The Valkyrie follow-up, this one, understandable, given how much impact she has on any given map, being able to feed that info through to, you know, teammates off the Black Eye cams. That makes a lot of sense. But, I mean, Mira, Azami, Kaid in play. There are, I mean, so many hurdles that are going to be in effect for attacking teams this map.
All right, that Valk being taken out. The passive information gathering that they could take from it. Not going to be utilized this game. Azami coming out with a Kaid. And the fact that there's a Kaid unbanned here, and we did see the Maverick be taken out, means that those outer walls, they're going to be much more difficult to open up. Let's see if there's going to be a different kind of attempt here on how to do that. Yana and Thermite could be swapped on out. And the horizontal extension further away towards the eastern side is what Fury are trying to play with.
Yeah, I mean, Thatcher, no one's sitting on it at the moment, but you'd almost have to imagine it is going to be a C for Gaming Gladiators if they want to get in here. But no, not being set on at the moment by anyone. There we go. That is the no turning back point for Operator Lock-in. And obviously, Gaming Gladiators coming in with a plan that doesn't even need to utilize the Thatcher.
Well, let's see now. The buck coming out here could go for down to up clear. Hoven goes straight for it, actually. And Fury then picking the karaoke site. Let's see if they can keep the tune that they've chosen. Drone here denied because of the mute jammer. Trying to get it dealt with. Doesn't really find it on the back. They open up this wall. Thermite charge to get them within the map finally. But Joe, great pick out of Hajime, was trying to punish that Thermite charge placement. And they get rid of the Melusi, so at the very least, her Banshees have already been placed. Not too big, I think, of a problem. But that one is. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Nicola's holding drum still. Still a lot of resistance from Fury, but it's the power of that Finka being available, and Arpe falls. No more Finka. You cast a curse it, and well, I mean, that's the power we hold.
See now, Dark taking early damage here also. Minute and a half left on the clock. Ape was taken out, so worthwhile trade. Gaming Gladiators. Try to take things methodically. Drum Room, not theirs just yet, as Lycalis is doing a good job of holding things down. That didn't maybe pop the way he was expecting, but it's good enough for him to play off of. Doesn't have to really commit to this. Impact thrown out. Kiba as well thrown out. Master Key can't deal with that. Gonna need something with a bit more explosive power. But he can get through this wall if he decides to do so. That he does. I9 on the pick here in a Rix and Dark. Fury, they are going into this round with a haste, and Gaming Gladiators struggling to get themselves going here early on in Skyscraper.
Joe slammed through the drum, unfortunately. I9 claims the closing 2 of the round. And this is why Fury are such an exciting team to watch coming into the end of stage 2. When they're playing like this up against a team that is going to the major, I mean, yeah, people could argue that Gaimin don't care. They don't need to try hard, but it's a competition. And in Southeast Asia, you know how competitive they can get.
Yeah. The prize pool doesn't hurt as well. Especially the bragging points, you could say. And of course, Gaming Gladiators, under this banner, they haven't been able to take yet the championship for the Operation League, so now would be a good time to do so. First one especially, at least under this new name. So, for the Gaming Glads, they're doing good, these lads. Fury here right now, who have looked even better though on the opening start, continuing to stay still on that second floor. Now that they move towards that eastern side, I'm curious to see if Gaming Gladiators, if they're going to push from the Geisha to go for a complete horizontal clear of the second floor, because this is such a widespread map that really you don't even need to try and clear super clearly the bottom floor if you're going up for a 2F site. Make sure those stairs, the ascent, the options that they've got here in the defense are going to be closed off. Maybe if you have a Nomad, but if not, then just be diligent about the flanks, and Gaming Gladiators, they can keep their eyes on the prize. So let's see how they play around this exactly. Azami has proven to be one of the most potent operators we've had in this entire season.
Yeah, she just seems to exacerbate the capabilities of a defense. And well, when paired with that utility burn, it becomes that much harder to clear out Kiva barricades, that much stronger to hold off in the defense. So I think, yeah, Fury should be looking quite good here. Right now, though, told you out whatever presence is down towards the house side of this map. Ping's coming through. They know that there is presence below the bomb site, and I9 with the Iron Sights MP7 to try and hold off.
Hoven, great pick here. Quick trade out though from BG, man. They know where he is. As long as he can stay alive, it's going to be even more important. Has a duel. He actually trades out, so goes down 2 for 1. Ape as well, taken out 3v3. Told you from down below can cause havoc and help support Jaw up top. He's trying to open things up, Joe rather. He does have potential to open up that wall. He still has 1 charge left. That's all he's got to utilize. Let's see how they play this out. Still got lots of ways to breach open this site. They have the Selmas as well if it is needed to come into play. Utoji has cleared out the most of the bottom floor. Can now work his way up to reunite with Joe.
Yeah, clearing out with the skeleton key, trying to flush out some of those defensive positionings. Joe as well, opening up the reception wall with the exothermic. They can get into that exhibition position and look to contest quite comfortably. Told you, an absolute menace, but it does mean that there will be only 2 players able to contest. Oh no, there we go. He's made the call, headed outside. He's going to join up with the rest of the team.
Bomb located by attackers.
45 seconds left on the clock. This is looking pretty dire for Gaming Gladiators if they don't find the opening pick. They're going their way. Nitro Cell still a C4 for I9. Could be crucial. There it is. It gets denied to Rix. Great denial on that grid reaction. I thought it was about to pop, but Apparently not. Just a hair short there, but look at the angle being held here. The crossfire perfectly. They go into the meat grinder, and Fury, they come out on top. 0-2, the scoreline is looking to be, unless an amazing clutch can be pulled out here from Joe. Flash on behind the bar. He gets the information on where Lycalis is playing, but this is so difficult for him to push. 5-7 out, but that's not going to do much up against his pistol. Up against the shotty, rather. And tech pause here coming from the Gaming Gladiators, but Fury, they take the opening 2 rounds.
Fury, I did say, team to watch. At the moment, on the rise in the region. And look, I 100% back in what I said. I reckon Fury will be one of the 2 teams from APAC South going to the next major after Berlin. And look, I'm definitely excited for what their future holds.
Oh, and 2 already to start things off. The Gaming Gladiators, bit of a tech. They can fix whatever issues they might have, but yeah, have yet to find themselves going. Toji and Rix are big backline players that they want to get going, and they haven't been able to find the success just yet. It's I9 and especially BG Man on that Azami being absolutely crucial. We're going down to the kitchens, it seems, for Fury's 3rd defensive round. No Azami this time, but they have a castle, which gives you much of the same benefits, but has to be a bit more pre-placed, a bit more preemptive and prepared, as compared to an Azami who can do it on the fly.
Yeah, lack of fluidity, I suppose. But I mean, also, though, will bring the Super Shorty, so able to edit the site somewhat, which is not something that Azami necessarily adds other than the Eagle or the ACS-12 if you're feeling keen. But look at that. Fury, they're happy with the start so far, but the biggest thing to take away is best of 3 format now, no longer in the best of 1s. They can't afford to get ahead of themselves. Confidence is great, overconfidence though. I mean, hubris is a terrible beast in competitive Siege.
Well, Fury have definitely proven their worth here in these opening 2 rounds and proven their pick to go towards the skyscraper. Their defensive rounds have been looking impeccable so far, always making sure they get those trades, and they really get lots of value out of their power positions.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. Hopefully the issue shouldn't be too much longer lasting. Obviously, communication is key as we jump back in onto it. So getting things underway once again. The 3rd round in play. And like you said, down to kitchen and barbecue.
Well, hopefully they're cooking up a storm here, Gaming Gladiators, because it's been them being completely just saturated with the defense of Fury, who have been always a step ahead. I'm curious if they go for the castle this time around. And technically, there's much more you can block off than a zombie in terms of the amount of it over time as they regenerate, but
5 seconds left.
on the castle, it gives you very different looks as well. A Super Shorty helps with remodeling and preemptiveness of the castle. Just a complete barrier, but I9, the oldest trick in the book, punishing the tower spawn.
The Aggression, Fury, they have been that in spades as of recent. So I think they're going to be leaning into it just that little bit more. Gaming Gladiators, you see just how well they can deal with the onslaught that is going to be the Fury defense, which is not something that I often find myself saying, but it's the power of that aggression that you can find on the defense.
Joe, to lose that Twitch early, that's big. And now a lot of maybe the magnets or especially those mute jammers are going to be an even bigger problem that the Gaming Gladiators are going to have to deal with. Here comes out the Toxic Blades. Ape from up above, and the rest of the Gaming Gladiators trying to hone their way in. Luckily, they have that IQ, a second option they can utilize to deal with all of this utility. I told you, it's at the cusp of that with a G8. Can be very deadly, but he's in a very difficult spot as well to try and dismantle. The Geisha being held, the Nitro Cell connects, but it brings him down to very low, almost going down here. He's lucky to be alive.
Very much so. I think 2 Adrenal Surges, though, remaining. Satology might still have some wherewithal to have impact in the remainder of the round. Hajime falling to Ape and his big LMG. BG Man tucked into a corner right now. The drone will be shot out, so they should have an idea of his position, but even then, they may not.
Opening up the walls here. You can hear those Selmas popping. BG Man in difficult spots within the Geisha. Still making contact, but he goes down. The AK-12 reigns supreme at that range. So go for a 1-for-1 trade on either side. Comes down to a 3v3. 35 seconds left and ticking. Less than half a minute left. Dark. He's got a good spot here within the karaoke if they ever blindly walk in. But even if they don't. Surprised he goes with the SMG option here instead of sticking on the shoddy, but he gets a kill on the Rix, drops a diffuser, but from behind him doesn't even realize Ape was there walking in. They have the diffuser, 15 seconds left on the clock. Do not have an Adrenal Surge to try and press the issue and try and brute force their way in, but like Hollis, great denial on that plant. I9 has a cross, and he gets a kill as well. Fury, impeccable opening half. They've secured, at the very least, an equal scoreline going to the second half as they've taken 3 rounds.
They're looking comfortable here on Skyscraper. Who would have thought? They are 3-0 up on the defense and show no signs of stopping, even when Gaming Gladiators look to close. It's never a done deal. It's just Fury constantly keeping Gaming Gladiators on their toes. There is no time for idle thought or idle play.
Well, right now, to have themselves be a bit more proactive, that's what they need. And as you said, they have no time for that idle play, and to kind of have the time drawn out, late round pushes a lot. I know there were days where that might have been the common occurrence, the years of the 20-second meta, but kind of moved away from that just a hair. And the Gaming Gladiators, they can't fall into that trap of trying to be... I mean, it's not bad to be methodical, yes, and clear out every corner, but they have to know the time constraints they're within. Still, big props to Fury and how they're playing this and how they've been delaying that time in the first place. To be so spread out within such a sprawling map, it's been really keeping the Gaming Gladiators out on their toes, and the fact that they found that opening pick, right? I9 got the opening pick there on the Twitch. That just made things a lot more difficult and hampered really the pace that Gaming Gladiators could play with. So they've got a round here to play, the 4th. This could be where they finally march themselves back. Hoping for their sake at least that that's what they can do. This is their map pick, but so far it's been Fury who've been looking pretty proficient at it. Drone out just to make sure nobody runs out the corner. As the Thermite charge is placed, they get themselves in.
Yeah, Fury very much having Gaming Gladiators' number and dialing it in. You look at it so far, what, 3 rounds played, and collectively there's 7 kills to Gaming Gladiators' name. And it just goes to show how impressive Fury have been so far. I mean, even on top of that, Lycolis deathless here in the 4th round on top of it.
Still, no real contact being made. No contest here just yet. We're free to take the rest of that exhibition side. And they're kind of halfway through that 2nd floor as they've already made their way here towards the dragon. They're about to take this drum. But Lycolis, once again, was absolutely crucial in holding this down. These Kiba barriers were one of the biggest reasons why he was able to stay there for so long, and that continues on. Nade to flush him out, a second nade to keep him there at bay, and destroys a Kiba barrier as well as soon as it was placed. So, great utility usage. They now have the drum room, and those 2 nades to take that, I think that was well worth it.
Yeah, most definitely. You're quite comfortable in that position if you're Fury right now. Just, I mean, look at the investment of time from Gaming Gladiators. Hovid the first to fall, Lycolis a 5th unanswered kill for him so far this game. And Gaming Gladiators may have played this veto wrong.
Dangerous position. Rix was, and Lycolis finds him. Great attempt, but Dolgi, great find as well on the trade towards Dark. 3v, actually make a 4v2. It's coming down to it. Fury looking like another impeccable round, all on the Joe. And this round, it's done here, Blue. 3-0 quickly, 4-0 immediately. Unless they somehow line up, this round is pretty much done and dusted. What a great defensive side already for Fury. A kill goes in Joe's way. He finds a second to pad the stats a bit, but the cushion, really, it's being padded even more in Fury's favor. 4-0 in his opening start on Gaming Gladiators map pick.
My God. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I can only imagine that Gaming Gladiators are sweating profusely right now. Because that's not how your own map pick is meant to go.
Not going according to plan, that's for sure, but it's still not out of the question just yet. They are on this attacking side, and hopefully their defensive side is going to vote better for them, considering it is their map pick, as we said. Now, Skyscraper, it is a bit more defender-sided than most maps. 63 win percentage compared to the 36 on the opposing side. Well, 34 really if you round it up, but Gaming Gladiators were just looking pretty lost on this attack. Even with the statistics going against them, I would have expected at least a round or two here. But if they can close this off 2-4, it's not going to be out of the question at all. They can definitely close things out in that second half, but they need a round. They have to get themselves going. Without that momentum, at least, or without even a shred of confidence, they're going to have a foot out the door for this map number 1, and you go into map number 2. Down a map in the series for the grand final qualifying slot when Gaming Gladiators were looking like the best team by far in the Operation League. That's going to be a big blow to them.
Not to mention your own map pick on top of it. That's
yeah,
always a bit of a mental detriment.
Mm-hmm. That's like if Mayweather and Conor, right? They fight. They're like, let's do a boxing match, but then Mayweather still loses on his own grounds. That'd be a tough one.
Yeah, we'll see though. Like it could be, you know, the comeback in the second. BG Man taking down Joe to start the round off, and it's cyclical almost. The way in which Fury are just finding these opening picks and translating it. I mean, you look at I9, 9-1 right now currently. I mean, the fact that he has gone deathless so far this map is a truly impressive fact.
His name is I9. Certainly, the I seems to suggest invincible. He's got 9 kills in the game. He's on the Bandit, but this could be his first. Taking lots of damage here early on. We're barely halfway through this round in terms of the time. Tolji gets taken down. A quick shot from Lycolis, and Hajime follows up as well. The defense here looking absolutely impeccable, indestructible, and unstoppable for Fury. Gaming Gladiators completely lost. Hoven gets that 1 kill, and that hurts, but let's see if they can find another. If they can bring this down to a 2v3, it's going to be much more duel, but Hoven, he's taken down and out for the count. My goodness, Fury, they came up here today to play.
Let's be honest, Blacken, it's in the name. Fury, absolutely taking it to Gaming Gladiators. And this is, I mean, this is, again, the culmination of months of hard work for the team. And it may not have paid off in Apex South, but that's fine. It's paying off here. They are starting their campaign going into Stage 3. And it starts with, unfortunately, slapping around the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they're hitting them in the bum, telling them, hey, kid, your time is done. It's our chance, our show this time around. 5-0 against the #1 team in the Operation League. The up-and-coming team that's qualified into the next major. That is huge. That's a good confidence boost here for Fury. The Gaming Gladiators, they have other things around the cusp, yes, but they have to focus on this task at hand. Because no matter what they've proven outside, or are possibly going to prove outside of the Operation League, it's still not going to bode well for them to perform like this going into what is really their last few matches before they get on to the major. So, Fury, great work already they've done here to get a 5-0 defensive start. That's huge. If they close this out 6-0, that's going to be the eggs in the basket.
Skyscraper as well. 6 appearances, a 65% defensive side rate. Oh, God. It just seems that playoffs is where you prove the stats go wrong. Make the TO question why they brought him on even. Oh dear. But I mean, look, it's impressive stuff. The teams are able to play it this way.
5 seconds to insertion.
Very, very impressive what Fury have been able to do so far. Osa, Thatcher coming out here for the Gaming Gladiators, as well as that Finka pick. We see them be one of the teams that has benefited the most from having that Finka kind of crutch pick out of almost all of the Operation League teams here. And for them to utilize it, it's been something that really, I guess, kind of complements their play style, but it just hasn't come to show here, not in this series, not here today. Unfortunately, not for them. Gaming Gladiators, if they can get at least one round before they end this half, then hopefully that's going to give them some momentum moving into that second half to try and get themselves going.
I mean, yeah, you kind of want that, but I also want to see if Fury, I9 can hold on to this KD, because this could potentially be one of the highest individual KD I think I've ever seen. The highest, so I can recollect, is a 7. So one player in that match went 14-2 and went 7-1. So I think a 9.0 KD would be truly impressive.
Well, opening pick here goes towards Hoven. Trade out on the Ape is taken out. Dark making good and well sure that they don't go unchecked. Diffuser has been dropped. Like Hollis has an angle to potentially see it. He knows it's somewhere around there, but can't really get the bead on it. Shots ringing out there through the window, keeping him in check. He knows that all he has to do here is kind of be a bit of a nuisance from down under to deny that. Here comes out a Toxic Base, but ill-timed. Quick swing out from Joe rather, but does get punished. Hajime finds that follow-up on the Joe, as aforementioned. 2v3 right now. Still Fury, they have the advantage.
We're about to end this top 6-0. That, I mean... you'll put that in perspective. This is a team that in Stage 1 failed to secure even a single map in Apex South. And they are about to see, 6-0. One of the teams from Apex South going to the Berlin Major. I mean, that's a colossal improvement in a short span of time.
And mind you, Fury, they've been consistently losing Skyscraper here in the Operation League. I9 still keeping his streak alive. It's another kill.
Oh my God!
Follow-up with the 6-shooter. Quickest draw in the West. And he comes out of it with a duel on top. 6-0, a perfect half for Fury.
A little bit of BM to the corpse as well to end the round. A 6-0 half. And, yeah, this could potentially in with one of the single highest KDs in a competitive Rainbow Six match.
My goodness. What's his KD right now? It's probably at like a, what, 11 to...
12. It's 12.
12. 12 to 1, if I'm not mistaken. That's a plus 11 kill death for now. Let's see if that continues true or even grows more. Could be the final round. It is already match point going to the second half here. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to play just as good, if not even better, than Fury were on this defensive side now. They have the statistical advantage, but not the cushion that they want to work with. They lose a single round, that's it, they're done. We go to map number 2. An Oryx.
Understandable. He's seen a rise in priority in a lot of maps at the moment with vertical play. And I mean, you look at Skyscraper and the ability to jump through hatches, rotate around the map. Very, very ability for someone on the defense. So I do think that they have hit the nail on the head with this pick right now. But I can understand why. I think this is intentional as to why they've stuck I9 on the thinker. They want to hold on to the KD, but it's Hajime that is drawing my eye.
He's on that glass, and if they ever get a scenario where they have a post plant in a powerful position, that glass is going to be an absolute menace. Especially considering they also have smokes on dark to give him even more firepower advantage. So, the Gladiators, you know, Ubisoft, I'm going to give you a free idea here. I feel like Oryx should be able to cannonball through hatches. I don't know, maybe it's just me.
Cannonball through hatches. Well, Hajime able to cannonball through barricades on windows using the power of the OTS, of course. Look at that powerful shot through the window. No, I9, KD ruined, caster cursed.
Wow. First one to go down as well. Still at a plus 10, but it's a big pick for them to find. No more adrenal surges. No way to keep them get back up to the fight and automatically have a res if in case one does get down but not out. Debanode. Yeah. Hajime's got his presence known for sure. Trying to spam on through, open up even more sightlines for later on. So he's prepping this so that if it ever comes to a post plant, he's going to have a better chance of fighting back and holding this down. Still has a smoke in his hands, 2 on the dark, and he expends 1.
Knows that there's probably someone close right rather. Wants to be able to contest, but you can see not a single pixel being shown to him right now. Because Gaming Gladiators know that it would mean death. He's got 1 and a bit mags left remaining here, Lycolis. Taking some significant damage there. This is getting a little bit tense as the push comes up Black Stairs. Fury, they've got all the momentum. They can close it out here. Pixel shield there being played. BG Man pings it out and we go into the final 40. Good positioning here, Fury. Unfortunately, they lose Hajime to boot.
Ape, big pick for him to find. Gaming Gladiators could finally take a round here in this map. Especially after that pick, yeah. Heavily in their advantage. 20 seconds left and ticking. This is done. This round is going to go to the Gaming Gladiators. It should at the very least. And what a shot from Ape. Flawless, perfect round. And that's what they need to get themselves going.
It's a start, but I mean, Blackett, you've got 5 more rounds for overtime. As possible as it is,
yeah,
that's still such a long road and such a massive mental fortitude. We'll see, though.
Definitely a tall ask. A big order for them. Crucial round for them to win, just to breathe some life back into them, but also the fact that they did it in a flawless fashion is going to bode even better for their confidence. The Gaming Glads, a tall mountain to climb. Everest at this point, but they've shaved a bit off the top. The peak not looking as high as anymore, as they brought it down to within 5 rounds. Still, no slip-ups can be made here. Gaming Gladiators, the way that they've been playing all season, that's how they have to show here right now. The Gaming Gladiators that secured themselves a qualifying slot into the next big event, that is what we have to see here from the Gaming Glads. They pull out the Azami once more. Melusi this time on Ape. Again, double SAS to back that up, and the Wamai here for Hoven. So nothing too out of line. And that's exactly what they need. Consistency and reliability to crawl back into this.
Most certainly. Heading up, looking for the angle early on. Trying to threaten where possible. Hajime on the finger this time. Dark taking some big damage from that bathroom window. That could have been catastrophic, but luckily still alive, still available in play with the Adrenal Surge.
Keep a barrier here in the shrine, locks it down, and that's actually a pretty important one. The fact that he placed that second Kiba barrier there allows him to actually play that corner and not have to worry about the door right after it if they do hop in. You can see it's been found by the Replicator, and this gives him even more potential to flush him out. I9 gets rid of that Kiba in front of this balcony window. Another Kiba just to support it, as we said. Azami being played there by Joe. Really anchoring down the shrine position, but a prayer is what they're going to need to be able to win this map or even get back in an overtime state. Ape, great pick for him to find. Once more, the Finka going down here on Hajime on Fury's side gives him a lot less staying power in the round.
Luckily, though, the second Adrenal Surge had come out for Dark, so he's back in the realms competing. I9 taking down Joe. No more is up. No more. Where my Ape down as well. Boot. Black, and this might be the final stretch here for Gaming Gladiators on Scatology and Rix. On Duo trying to hold things down. Nitro popping the wall. They've got 4 to find and only 2 remaining.
Oh, timing. Rix is holding the angle, but let's go with it as soon as it comes. Effectively a 1v4. This round is done. Ape cannot get back up to fighting capacity. Rix in a difficult spot. Can be pincered from multiple positions. This round is done. 45 seconds left. And that it is. BG Man gets a final kill. And the round, the game, taken by Storm Fury. 7-1. What a dominating map for them to take on the pick of the Gaming Gladiators.
Fury, up and comers, I'm telling you. They're going to be the ones to watch in chat, but look, they still have the remainder of this best of 3 to play out. Of course, it is by no means a victory. It is just the start of a victory. Possible a reverse sweep still to come, but I mean, look, that is a terrifying start.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the fact that they were able to really cement themselves in map number 1 when we were already considering them the underdogs, and rightfully so, right? Not as, I guess, proficient in their earlier seasons run, in the earlier splits, in the regular season of not just this, but Apex South. But they come out with this in the playoffs when it matters the most, when they were the team who were looking to potentially be relegated and replaced out of the top 4 of the playoffs by Champion. They come back with this map number 1 win. Now, the job isn't done, but it's a great step, a great leap forward here for Fury, and one that they need in a very opportune moment. But not only has Fury won, but you guys, you have a chance to win as well. Of course, as I said, we are going to be announcing the giveaway winners at the end of every map during the break in the Twitch chat. So, if you guys want a chance to win, follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel and enter the hashtag down below. Blue Panda, I hope we can win as well. I'm not going to join the giveaway, but if any luck comes my way, I'm going to take it because those credits and the OLC pin, those looks very spoofy.
Yeah, look, not to mention some of those, you know, skins that have come through, some of the new South region. Pretty crisp. I'm definitely, look, I haven't got all of them just yet, but I'm nearly there.
I've always been a fan of the Elevate bundles, but hey, if there's anything else that comes my way, I'm going to take it too. So you guys, take your chances here with the giveaways that we've got: 600 R6 credits for PC and the OLSEA pin you guys can use to swaggin' up yourselves. Make sure you follow the Twitch channel and enter the hashtag down below to join. So, once more, that's a giveaway, and this map is a giveaway as well. Fury, they took that one like candy from a baby. And unfortunately for the Gaming Gladiators, you know, as much of how just impressive they have been throughout their both Apex South and Operational League seasons, this was a big stark contrast from what we're normally seeing from them. Maybe it's them taking a foot off the gas pedal, one could argue, but I'm gonna say it's just Fury really playing up to pace, and I guess not just being the day for the Gaming Gladiators to show up just yet. Maybe map number 2 is gonna be different.
Absolutely, and I mean, what a way to do it though. Fury takes their opponent's map pick and then takes their own as well. The boat to be a hell of a storyline.
It's gonna be definitely a great thing to witness if it does come to it. Imagine the Gaming Gladiators number 1 being sent down to the 3rd and 4th relegation match. But for the meantime, we're gonna have to go on a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna go to map number 2 to see if Gaming Gladiators, do they answer back with some might of their own, or do Fury continue their hot-headed tirade over the Gaming Gladiators here to take a second map and sweep this 2-0. We'll be back after this break.
So handsome, oh, you have your way, and it's making me weaken. You and your stylus, walking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I try to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. Stealing at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rocking fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone. Cause I'm coming back home. Cause I'm coming back home. Right back where I left because I know my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave, I see the bigger picture and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour, might crash cause good die young. Yeah, but here I come. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 99, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15, just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what villain so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off, and Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Sap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Oh, spot it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. Ooh. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me what are you waiting? Take it over and this is
Hello and welcome back here to the Operation League. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Blue Panda. And what a map number 1 we just saw from Fury against Gaming Gladiators. From the number 4th seed versus the 1st, it's looking the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, look, Fury to Gaming Gladiators with the belt. Unfortunately, it did not down well. 7-1. It kind of speaks for itself in the score. I mean, I9, I'm still adamant that he needs to change his name to I9000. At one point, he was sporting a 12-1. Unfortunately, it was ruined because Caster Curse is a thing, and everyone knows it. But, I mean, the guy had a massive game. He brings so much to the team. The opponent's map pick, they now go to their own in Clubhouse. I would be concerned if I was the Gaming Gladiators right now.
Likewise, like, I mean, whatever kind of things they have on the horizon, right, outside the Operation League, this one, there's no excuse for letting these ones slip. Fury, of course, they're still a very potent team, but they are the underdogs in this one, but it isn't looking to be that case anymore, not after map number 1. So when we go on over to map number 2, I'm curious to see if the Gaming Gladiators are going to finally wake on up here, because in the arena and the Coliseum of Rome, it seems like the beast is prevailing, and that is Fury coming in hot-handed and hot-headed, just completely barreling through that first half 6-0. Imagine that. You never would have expected it. But first of all, these two teams, they got here with really great efforts, but you guys can put an effort as well into potentially winning, because we've got a giveaway for you all. As we have been saying throughout these stages, throughout the days, we announce those after each single map. So if you guys join our giveaway, you're gonna have a chance to win just as well, the same way Fury has. So hopefully fortune favors you guys, and hopefully for Gaming Gladiators, they can find some fortune coming back to them, because it's been rough here today.
Yeah, I mean, even that doesn't quite feel like it does it justice. It was so brutally one-sided. Even the rounds that they did win. Yeah, look, it was relentless. It really was. Fury did not ease up on the brakes, and unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators drug behind the vehicle for 6 rounds. And, well, Clubhouse, I mean, you have to hope for Gaming Gladiator. They've done their homework. This is, like I said, staple map in the competitive scene. Has been around for the longest time, so it really has been done to death. A lot of it done to just how well teams position themselves and fight. So probably is the best springboard for Gaming Gladiators to take us to it.
Yeah, they're in a prime position to just explode into a possible sweep here. Clubhouse coming in, honestly, not super different from how you would play some of these skyscraper sites. So I'm curious to see, with them picking this, how they'll play this. I'm expecting a Maverick ban, just the same as we saw in Skyscraper once more. And yeah, close to what you said, you know, Gaming Gladiators, it seemed like they were being pulled on horseback and barely holding on to the rope throughout that entire map number 1, being dragged along and had no real say in the matter. So I'm hoping for their sake they can bounce back here and give us a game number 3, because all of these teams that we have here in the top 4, they deserve a good series to be played out before going down. But what the story it would be if Fury just subvert every expectation we had of this series and bring Gaming Gladiators down 2-0. Like the first series a while ago, Elevate versus Dire Wolves. Yeah, there's maybe a favorite in that series, but it could really go either way, and you can't be super sure on who's going to turn out. But this one was looking a bit more one-sided, going into this game, considering it is the 1st and 4th seed. But that's been swapped around, flipped on its head. The coin not landing the way you think it would, and it's been really Fury benefiting all of that. So for them to do this right here, right now, it's going to be a statement against the Gladiators.
Yeah, most definitely. Statement indeed. Clubhouse, it's back to basics. So the operator ban expecting, you know, somewhere along the lines of a club, Maverick, potentially that Hibana, Thatcher, and the Valkyrie in the mirror as well. You can see Gaming Gladiators, look, they're not too fast. They're not too demoralized by what's happened in map 1. They're still here. Hoven still has a smile on his face. And up 8, he's hydrating himself a wee bit.
Yeah, that's previous map. It seems like they've let go of it. You know, sometimes those quick, lopsided ones, they're easier to let go of, right? As opposed to a long, drawn-out one with a heartbreak of a loss in the end. Those are the ones that can really affect you moving on in a series. But quick losses, that's a GG go next. We come back and we let go of those. So we have seen in many a competition these type of situations turned around for a reverse sweep. And now the Gaming Gladiators, they start off on the defensive side here now on Clubhouse. Hibana opening ban, and she's very important in a lot of these rounds, especially when it comes to those hatches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember as well, Clubhouse, perfect 50-50 across the board, attack and defensive win rate, with such a high pick rate and pool as well. It's rather impressive. Fury under Mavericks. So Thatcher will be available. Flores will be available to get these walls open on the side of the defense, or on the attack rather. But where do we go from here? Kaid, understandable. Fury don't want to have to deal with it either. Traditionally, historically, when we've seen a Maverick ban, usually it's followed up by a Kaid.
Yeah, you're not going to want to have 2 hard breachers removed and then still have a Kaid in play. That's not going to be fun for anybody, no matter what side you're on. So, for this case, last ban could be an Azami, could be a Valkyrie. I'm going to wager towards the latter, but it's the former, actually, that comes in here. So, no Azami this time, who has been one of the most, I think, influential operators from the get-go of their inclusion into the competitive scene compared to most of the additions that we've ever had in Rainbow Six in general. So taking her out it kind of adds a lot.
I'd argue it's comparable to Jaeger in terms of their effect and play.
But although the difference is Jaeger was there from launch at the very least, right? But as compared to the newer ones,
impact on the game,
totally,
they're comparable.
Totally. Like she's gives you something that almost no other operator comes even close to giving you, right? And the fact that she's the only operator that has that potential, yeah, there's Castle, but not in the same way. It makes sense why she's almost a must pick nowadays, and also a common ban on a lot of these maps, so especially matchups. Fury, they're on the attack. Finger coming out, could be their crutch, who knows, it works. Gaming Gladiators on the defense. Valkyrie remaining in play, they're going down towards the basement. Mute Jammers could be extended far up, and that's exactly what they're doing. So I'm going to expect here Tolji and Ape to be playing in a more, I guess, varied fashion. Maybe Hoven as well, extending further. They've got these Evil Eyes, and this is always a curious pick, I think, on Clubhouse, because even when we're defending the basement, some teams, there's very real reason to play some
That's not even the most interesting pick we have on the board. Hajime bringing the fuse.
Oh, you're completely right.
Attack, which
I didn't even see that.
I can't even remember the last time I saw a fuse pick that wasn't by a team that was, 4 or 5 rounds ahead.
Well, knowing it's basement, fuse can be exactly what they need to soften things up down below before they go for that execute. But not only that, since we did have 2 hard breachers banned here, Blue Panda, the fact that Fuse has 2 hard breachers of his own to deal with 2 potential hatches, that's important as well.
Most definitely. I9. Oh, okay. Lycolis is on the site. Lycolis is on the site.
Okay.
He's found Rex. Told you got the nitro off. There's no one on site. There is just no one on site. He's got May as well.
Church isn't reinforced, is it?
I9's on the plum. This minute, they've taken the city. They're on for the blood. It's down successfully. What is this? I9 will fall. It's a trade in the end. Joe Force told you. They are retaking quite comfortably. BG Man there, pushing down blue. Hajime with the fuse puck as well. This is terrifying. How has Gaming is allowed this? Not even, there's no way to get close. Hajime does so. BG Man, what can he find in terms of denying this defuse attempt? He's got to get in. The pings, no, the Banshee. The Banshee.
Oh, absolutely crucial Banshee there. If BG Man was able to stay alive, he still had two of his charges to utilize to continuously deny that defuse from happening, but they go up top. Tolji finds him, and that's Fury going down, but they're living up to their name, pushing all the way in the dirt. Hastily get the opening pick and get that plant down immediately.
That was a massive oversight for both teams, unfortunately. Firstly, from Gaming Gladiators, allowing Lycolis into the site to take it with such freedom, but unfortunately, I don't know what was wrong in terms of communication for Fury there. They didn't quite get the security they wanted in the plant. But I think it's enough to shake Gaming Gladiators because they should not have let that happen.
Way too close for comfort there. As you said, an oversight and an overstep maybe from Fury, but Gaming Gladiators at the very least able to bring that round back. Quickly mended that problem, so it's not the way they were expecting it to go, but they'll take it. They take the opening round at the very least, which is a lot better already than their earlier game was. So we're going up here, I believe, towards the gym and bedroom site. Look at this. They're prepped to run out and peek out of this garage door. Hoven comes. He doesn't find the timing. Lycolis catches him.
Lycolis just hits the 180 and says, "Thank you for playing, Hoven. Unfortunately, you're done for now." The adrenal surge comes in, and it's like Lycolis wasn't even shot at. Honestly, it's like he stubbed his toe, really. He's healthy, happy, and ready to play out the remainder of the round.
Yeah, didn't even take much from that. It's a great job here on the shutdown from Fury. Could have been dangerous, especially with one on the rappel. Selma to open up the construction. They have now a real chance of pincering onto this site. Claymor's out as well. Make sure nobody goes too cheekily. Cash side completely clear. This Gaming Gladiators defense not looking too well just yet, although they still have 2 minutes to play with. So, let's see how they work through this. As you said, actually, no, there is presence within that cache. Can't necessarily tell who it is exactly, but that black guy already gives them the information they need. And Ape from down below within the garage. Small angle through to see and catch him out.
I think, if nothing else, luckily it's the Ash that falls. That's not the end of the world for Fury. This round is well and truly achievable without the Ash on board, and they've already got so many of these angles opened up. There is no Malusi to worry about to clear out. I think it looked worse. It's the burn, the dark for 2 with the LMGE, and all of a sudden this positioning, it's just being ripped apart. And this is the Fury that we saw from map 1. They've come back into map 2.
Wow, incredible from Fury to shut down that gym defense. And this could very well have been already a 2-0 in this map, if not for the mishap there on the first round. To Fury seemingly losing no steam at all. They get the opening pick off of the punish, and even though the trade out comes there from Ape on that Valkyrie, still they bring things back, not losing much faith nor confidence in the rounds. Gaming Gladiators still haven't really found a way to cement themselves here in this map, to really put their foot down. It's Fury seeming to flirt with that Finka. Not too sure if they're going to switch out of it just yet, but once more the Frost coming out here for the Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, Dark's impact into that round cannot be understated. Honestly, Lycolis' impact in that round cannot be understated. Turn around, hitting the no thank you onto Hoven, and that Garen out. Wasn't even a Claymore. He just straight flicked to the head and executed him.
Yeah, he heard the impact. He knew what was up, especially since his teammate just repelled to Q that run out from Joe. Gather from Hoven. Great shutdown and great punish. All it requires just great reflexes as well and anticipation. So Fury, they stick to the same comp that we saw from them during the preparation phase. No real changes there. Ape back once again on this Black Eye, which gained them crucial information during round number 2 when they were holding Jim in bedroom, but unfortunately isn't enough for them to convert. They're trying to apply pressure here towards that garage. And Ape gets another opening pick here in the favor of the Gaming Gladiators. Hajime going down, that's big.
No think it for the remaining 15 seconds. Ape looking for more with the punch holes. Maybe not enough respect, I think, being paid here by Fury, given the that we're seeing from Gaming Gladiators this time around. But they've proven play from a deficit. They've got Jacuzzi Wall open, CCTV open as well. So they really are wasting no time.
Waiting for that opportunity to strike. They get the wall open here towards the CCTV side. Cash still being held. They've got Wamai magnets to try and support that. I-9 making sure the rotation to construction into that stock isn't gonna come freely, but still is protected. Could rotate in some relative safety. Red Stair Steel being addressed here. They've taken CCTV, trying to take this cash room as well. Punishes that toss out from Tolji, and now they have full control of that side of the map. I-9 as well following up here on the kill. It's down to a 4v3 for Fury.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Rick's sitting in Logi at the moment, top main stairs. They dropped out of the gym, and I will reveal that there is someone in logistics for now. The nade, little pop through hatch there. Looking more. Final 50 here. They spot the Frostmat cottoning on to the setup that the Gaming Gladiators are bringing. They've got the numbers. They've got the utility here. The time to boot. No, Ape flanking in from behind. Finds 2. A triple for him in the round, but I-9 brings it back to the 2 versus 2. Hoven shut down. Ape on for a quad. He's up for the ace clutch here. BG Man to respond. K12, where does the threat come from? And I think he has every idea that Ape is threatening logistics, but no, look at this. BG Man, the big, has the plant going down, bomb chassis to rotate through. Ape on the angle, the pings are out. Should be the shutdown, but no, seconds off! And Ape, the ace to boot, and clutches the...
That's a feels good round for them. Deagle pop off at the end. Ape, he gets all the cards in his hand. Ace clutch goes his way. A great attempt here from Fury, but even better heroics from the side of Ape and the Gaming Gladiators. Sometimes it doesn't matter what the strat is. It's about big players making big time plays, and that was huge here coming from Ape.
It was. Indeed, it was. But, I mean, Gaming Gladiators are not getting away with these rounds unscathed. It is coming significantly closer than I think anyone would have predicted coming. The fact that it's coming down to Ape plays and the 1v1 clutches. Honestly, if you had to call this a week ago even, everyone would have said yo, but going the way of Gaming.
Well, it's a spectacular way, exciting, exhilarating way to win a round, but not the most consistent way to win a map nor a series. So, whatever heroics there may be, I'm not too sure if that's what they need right now, but hell, at least it gets them going. And it could be that point that they rally behind, the reason that gets them going in this game and in this series, to get themselves back into the proper headspace to continue to fight. Fury, we saw how that last basement take went. Let's see if we're going to get more of the same. The Jackal coming out now for Hajime. The Fuse being picked here for Lycolis once more. They're going to want to control that kitchen to be able to have an opportunity once again to use that Fuse to its best potential.
But a second longer and he probably would have gotten some significant damage out. But you look at the flow, the as well. There is just so much utility on this offense to clear out utility on top of everything. No dirt ton of rush, it would seem. Only hard breaches coming from Lycolis.
It's a risk. They're going to run. If they lose Lycolis, that has potentially disastrous implications. But they are taking basement, which is a site that, as long as you get those hatches open, there aren't too many reinforced walls you have to deal with. Yes, sometimes church, but it isn't always super feasible, so it makes sense why they forgo that. Hajime here. Is he using a suppressed? Yes, he is.
The pew pew PP. But look, I suppose it's more in a game where a single bullet can result in a headshot death. The lighter, the better. But yeah, you said hatches. They've got one secondary hard breach gadget left because they've opened up Dirt Tunnel, and that the possibility that there is an impact trick to deny the catch is scarily high.
It's only Rix with an impact, but still, you only need one to deny it, and that's certainly a possibility. But Fury, they still win out those fights. Somehow I had information where Tolji was, and Hoven, he followed suit as well. 5v3.
Arpe off-site, well and truly, over towards the rafters side of the map. Look at a pincher, knowing that his two teammates fell not moments ago. Looking to try and flank on and catch them out the top main stairs, potentially. Has the black eye cam, Rix for one, but traded back almost immediately. Joe will be the only player on the site, but now Arpe still very much disjointed. Dirt tunnel barricade opened up. Joe rotating down. Doesn't really have much here. Lycolis reading into a potential flank. Still has 2 fuse charges remaining. Right, could definitely cut Joe off. Good for one, but Joe falls. Lurking his way in. Nitro Cell popping floor to try it out, but he's got 3 players to find. BG Man tagged at the shitless on the plant, already down in the site. Coming towards the bottom main door. They should know his position. They should have this telegraphed, and it is.
No way he gets out of that one. Not with them bearing down, especially with a Zophie on the other end of that. So Fury, they equalize the score up 2-2 here and tie things up. Good round for them to take. The basement looking like one of their more proficient sites to take so far. So I'm not going to expect the Gaming Gladiators to go back there. Instead, they go towards the bar site. Obviously, it's had some changes in the past year, so it's become just a hair more favorable than it used to be, when it used to be like one of the, if not the worst site in the competitive rotation, but now a bit more palatable for the defensive side. And we've seen rounds won over here, but it's not exactly a site that you're going to want to consistently play on the defense. And so this is the one round they get to play here.
I mean, this intensity that we've become used to from Gaming Gladiators, that Fury dishing out to them. It's impressive and terrifying to behold. And Gaming Gladiators, it just feels like they're sitting in the corner of the boxing ring, trying to weather this storm. I don't even know if it's a case of stamina, but just sheer endurance.
Let's see how long they can really endure the bout here. The beating that Fury delivered to them on map number 1 seemingly wavers a bit here for map number 2, as Gaming Gladiators, they've answered back. Game still tied up. Maestro coming out here with that Valkyrie, so lots of information gathering they're going to have to find, they can find rather, on their defensive side. The stock trying to be taken. Fury as well, making sure that they can kind of encapsulate the site. They know how important it is to have that outer perimeter in their control, but the top floor is what Gaming Gladiators are kind of focusing on. Try and play within that Master Gym side and deny entries from up top down below.
Oh dear. There is a lot to come and play here. The Black Eyes from Arpe feeding information through where the brunt of this coming. They burn so much utility so quickly on the side of Fury. They know exactly what the game plan is. They understand it to a T. BG Man with the Osa shield, a long angle set up, and they have the opening into the stage itself. Another one, honestly, they might even just tuck in with that shield and go for the plant behind it.
be a real possibility. Shots ringing out for either side. No one really winning out in the end. Nade to destroy that evil eye, but the Alda's always capable, always. Something you have to worry about. Making sure that hatch isn't occupied. Nade out to flush the further of the back of the bar. You can see Hajime being wary of this lounge, and that he finds a perfect catch on Ape, who was trying to go for the flank. Good timing there by Ape, but even better retaliation and catch here from Fury. Hajime following up as well on Rix. He's going absolutely huge here for Fury. That's 2 opening picks he's found. Now a third goes his way. And Fury off with the back here of Hajime. They're looking to take this round, but Tolji, quick response to try and get something going. Hoven as well with the UMP up close.
Dropping I9 Tolji, not the healthiest in this engagement right now. Only a shot or two will be enough to take him down. BG Man looking for the plant, but it's super shorty to deter him for now. Luckily for Fury, they've still got 30 seconds odd to work with. BG Man falls down to the 2 versus 2. Still there for the Fury. No nades, nothing to play from. The Cam dealt with Lycolis, trying to find a position to go for this plant. Nope. Trying to bait it out, but no, the vert angle's there for Hoven. They can't be doing this. They just don't understand the site. Hajime trying to bait it out. Spots Tolji, quad on for him. Needs to go for the plant diffuser. He's running. The vert angle's there, and despite picking up a quad, still lose the round.
Wow. What a great denial of the plant from up top, and that's, by the book, how you'd want to play a lot of those first floor or, hell, kind of mid-floor sites. You have control up top, deny the plant in the entry that way, and you can see just how much damage the duo, 2 players can do, hell, even a single player can do sometimes in that situation when they have the vertical, the high ground. Expect, hell, even a Skywalker would know that, but in this case, seems like Fury didn't. Couldn't flush him out, didn't have time to do so maybe, perhaps. The Gaming Gladiators, they take a 3rd round here in the defense because of that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Oh, but it's, again, it's so terrifyingly close to being a Fury round that, I mean, with the rounds we've seen, this just as likely could be a 4-1 scoreline for Fury. And that's a scary prospect, especially given Fury are playing this on the attack. When they head over to the defense, which is arguably their scarier of the 2 sides, I just don't know if Gaiman have the stamina.
See if that's going to be true. Gaming Gladiators, if they can take this half 4-2, have a very real chance of extending us into map 3. Into that 3rd that seemed so far out of question coming from map number 1. Now, they do have an advantage, but it can be tied up. Frost out here gives him another deployable shield to play with at the very least. Are they extending further towards that cache side? It seems to be the case. Have a hold on the cross when it comes to that construction all the way deep in the bedroom. Selma opens up towards construction.
Unfortunately, I have no idea what's going on with Blacken right now. He's muted in Discord, so there we go. You're back.
I don't know why it was. That's weird. Maybe I hit the hotkey. But yeah, as I was saying, Fury, they're gonna have to try and shut down this extension that we see from the Gaming Gladiators. As they're holding that bedroom side, you can expect them to go towards cache, and they have that cross all the way from the cache into construction into the bedroom, deep angle that, especially with, actually no, Hoven, I thought he was gonna have a DMR. Typically you'd have that Aroni play there to hold that longer angle, but it's not coming. So Ape's been found towards the bar, but can they confirm his position exactly?
I mean, it's about on this map, the 2 rounds that they've won is off an overextension by Fury in that basement. For extend play their hand, and they'll punish for it. Second one is they went to bar and stage. They threw Fury off. They weren't expecting to attack into a bar and stage defense, obviously, and they weren't quite sure of where the verticality was able to threaten, and it cost them. So now we go back, bedroom gym, where they've already won the attack. I think they can feel quite comfortable about this and what they need to do to shut it down.
And that's the benefit of having those off-sites that are rarely played, rarely prepped for. Like, you can tell, Fury, they didn't really have a good idea on where the threat could be when it comes to the plant. They didn't know what's a safe spot when it comes to planting against that vertical play, where exactly it could be, what would be a good position for it. So, opening pick here, I9 being taken down, not having himself as good of a game as his first map was, which was just absolutely impressive. The great catch here in the Hajime to get a trade at least. 4v3 as Lycalis answers back to Ape from down below. He's been getting punished on his vertical play, but Hoven quick on the trade as well. 3v2. Damage run towards BG Man, but Hoven, he answers back. 1v1 right now.
Lycalis is so low. Lycalis is on the deep start. He's got to swing. He's got to hit the shot. He's
not peeking.
Tucked into the corner.
He gets it still. Lycalis with the smallest of margins at the cusp of the time with 1/10 of a second left. Still gets the round, and they tie it up at the half.
My God, what can Fury not do at this stage? Lycalis has to be one of the toughest players in this competition. There is no disputing it. He's also playing the support role.
Support. Entry. It's a mere mindset here. Especially for a player like him who does all that he can to get the job done. BG Man on that Vigil. He's looking like a true Ani here. Gaming Gladiators on the attack this time around. They did initially start off with a Nook, but seemingly want to replace that for the Ace. Ape back on that Finka we know him to be capable on. Mozzie coming out here for Dark, which is going to be a big thorn in the side for the Gaming Gladiators on this attack.
That vertical control onto Ape was just filthy. I mean, Ape had him dead to rights, and Lycalis knows that there's really no chance of him surviving, so he just goes for the gunfight, takes the head, and this one here, look, 1.4, 1.3, sub 1 second mark, at 0.08 seconds left in the round, and he hit that.
My goodness. How closer can you get? Hajime goes down, and so does Dark right after. Hoven, big pick. I talked about how that Mozzie's going to be a problem, but apparently not. They pull out the Gardener. He's found those thorns, the weeds, and the grass been pulled out. 2 big problems already removed. Lycalis, though, is going to have to go big on this Legion, but so does BG Man on the Vigil as well. He's made his presence known here towards the CCTV side. And now on top of the steel stairs. He's able to dodge that drone for now. The drone, though, with the visual noise kind of dissipating at that distance, they're going to know that he's still somewhere here towards Cash.
Very big spread. I9. Here's the player just charging up main stairs. BG still here. Delaying and drawing attention to his position. Spots the player in secret. They're not willing to contest him openly just yet. He's gone for the regress, but Joe there with 12 does finally shut him down. I9 Colas at a 2 versus 5. Bit of chip damage there onto Ape as that wall is blown open. Tolji dropping I9, and well, Gaming Gladiators might just start the half off with a flawless. Tolji down. Denial. Oh! This is second. Lawless, he's up, but no, the impact, unfortunately, was not the play.
Almost making some magic happen, but it doesn't come. Lycalis, always so potent. But the Gaming Gladiators, they take the lead back 4-3. And they're looking to extend this into that map 3. And Fury, let's see if they can lock things down back in the defense. Alibi, Melusi, Frost, Jaeger. Final pick, it's Mute on BG Man. De Flores potentially to come out this time around. That's going to be a very important pick, actually, when you're playing on that gym and bedroom side. Lots of teams like to employ maybe a castle barricade or have a bunch of deployable shields, maybe 1 or 2 in the round to play off of. And there is going to be the one on the Frost and the one on that Alibi, so those Rotero drones, if they're not denied by the Mute Jammers, could be absolutely crucial and impactful.
Most definitely. One of those rounds that could be quite pivotal in terms of momentum shift. If they take it, they equalize. Just Hound and Gaming Gladiators, no peace, no breath, no reprieve.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And you look at the setup in play, and you look at the skill available with the guns paired with it. I mean, Hajime, that MX4 Storm could go to town.
Yeah, incredibly high fire rate, incredibly low recoil, and in the hands of a player like him, an absolute menace. A bit of respite here. Gaming Gladiators, this map is, at the very least, compared to how map number 1 was, and a bit more proficiency as well we're seeing from them on both ends of the game, defense nor offense. They open up the CCTV wall. Dark, the only player to be holding here, blows up. Doesn't really get much. Could have almost been in the distance for that Mute Jammer to take it down with it too. They use a Rotero to try and open up the hatch. Curious. Guess they don't have anything else.
But they do find I-9. And that's a decent kill to start things off. Keep them quiet. The main thing, player advantage.
5v4. Big pick from Hoven to get. And Gaming Gladiators can take a 5th round here right now to keep this series going on even further. It's going to be a heartbreaker of a loss for Fury if that does happen, considering how map number 1 went. And this being their map pick, Hoven finds the 2nd in the round, and Hajime follows up to get that trade. Dude down Joe, but he's not out of the fight just yet. BG Man can confirm this kill, but he gets another. More importantly, Ape goes down. Told you a double goes his way, but the shotty here coming from BG Man's big comes down to the 1v2. Joe, he's low. All Rix has to do is maybe bait Joe in and trade off of him, because BG Man, he's within a sliver of his health as well.
Do they have any info at all? Does BG have any info? They've got 2 drones remaining, 1 apiece. You can see Rix looking for that info, allowing Joe to be the front man, knowing this health bar is expendable. But with an SMG-11 and a shotgun, BG Man and that nitro cell, they get the drone, so it does give away position a little bit. But BG Man working his way into the bathroom, the stuns to come in. Crouching their way through. First spotted. Oh, no ammo. No chance. No health. Gaming Gladiator as well.
Might have been better there even to pull out a shotgun, but it doesn't come to pass. Gaming Gladiators, they go up 5-3 and are a round away from match point. And after that, could bring us into that map number 3. Vigil coming out back again on BG Man Fury. They need a stop here right now. If this goes to overtime, if this goes rather to match point, I think we're straight up going to map number 3. I don't think there's a real good chance for Fury to come back into this, considering how the momentum has heavily shifted in the Gladiators side.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm right there with you, Blacken. I would be baffled if Fury... I mean, not to say that Fury couldn't do it, but I think the likelihood of that is low. I think if they lose this, chances are, yeah, Cafe is our next destination. But and who's to say? Who's to say? It's only 2 rounds. They could bring this back.
For sure. Fury, they need this stop, as we said, but they're going to have to do it some other way. Mozzie coming out here for Dark, but we saw that be shut down early on, immediately at the start of the round, so Gaming Gladiators, let's see if they can weather this defense once more. They've been looking pretty proficient at doing exactly that. Hajime just checking there for the Siki drone spot. Lots of teams love to leave a anti-rotation drone there just to gather information. Now Fury on this defense, they've got lots of information gathering. Mozzie and the Valkyrie are going to have to be crucial.
Yeah. A lot that could go wrong. So far, the Fury defense within workable, obviously. But, I mean, losing the first 2 rounds of the half and the way they did, not ideal. BG man. Oh, wow. What a shot! Ape as well to fall. No more Finka.
Big pick. It's not the first time we've seen the Finka go down. First and foremost, but Dark, he answers back. This is the Fury we know. The Fury we expect. Here comes a scan on in by Tolji. Now that flushes out the positions here of whoever was up top floor. The Gaming Gladiators have their work cut out for him. 5v3. And Fury very close to stopping this from reaching match point now.
Barring some miracle, I think, yeah, you might be onto it. Likely around here, but that's not to withstand the potential trade of 2 back right now. Looking through the vert, Tolji, unfortunately having to go to work where Hoven can no longer. Blue position, Black Eye spots Rix.
Big Cam.
They are slowing it down though.
That's great information gathered. A minute left on the clock to work with, and Fury, they're still all up to pace here to continue the fight. No damage done to any player. Tolji trying to walk in dry. Realizes that's going to be very difficult. It's a typical position to have a Black Eye trained on those main stairs in that main entrance. So you can see him looking for it first before he tries to go in. Smokes his cross forever when he does drop. I think he's going to drop this stock hatch into blue, and that he does. Smokes, actually no, he doesn't smoke. He doesn't drop it. He does smoke it though to allow Rix to go on in, but the goo mine, perfect catch. 30 seconds left on the clock, Blue Panda, and the time, it's ticking against the Gladiators.
It's a significant spread, and Tolji the first to fall of this trio. There's no real backup, no support. Joe identified a dirt as well. Takes a huge amount of damage. They've got 5 remaining. Hell, it could be BG Man and his impact, and Nitro, anything to finish off the job.
Oh.
Crossing. It's Hajime with the Bailiff using Dark as bait. And back within 1 here. Feeling it on the defense finally.
Fury, they answer back, crawl to within a round of tying the game up. They've at least gotten some momentum back their way when the Game Gladiators were starting to look like they were going to run away with it. Fury, don't let that come to pass. Not yet, not now. Going back on this Frost, actually I think it's better to switch off. I haven't seen it be too influential just yet. So Malusi, that's something we have seen come into play. Those Banshees were an absolute menace in that opening half, and hopefully for Fury, considering how they felt that pressure, they can apply that same exact thing to the Gaming Gladiators and tie this game up.
Well, that's the goal, I would imagine.
For sure.
But, I mean, look, Fury, this round is going to be big. For one, it spells the tie, going at 5-5 into the 11th. For the other, it spells map point and extends that gap out by 2 once again. But it's up in the air. It's a bit of scrap when it comes to the momentum.
Scrappy rounds. Those are the ones that Fury, they'd be happy to win. As long as they can get the win in the first place. IQ being locked in here. Nape. He's been having himself a great game, but there's been some of these rounds that they lose him early, and you can really see that the Gladiators, they lose a lot of value off of that. I9 likely able to retrieve his Black Eye once more. And Dark gonna be the man to try and hold things down toward the cash and CCTV side. They're gonna try and get that wall open. They should be successful in doing so for the meantime. They got the Thermite and the Ace as well as an IQ just to make sure that they get these walls securely opened. It's a great placement actually for the Black Eye.
There he is. Right now they're getting themselves in up on the second floor, looking to clear across. They do clear out the cam. Having that info removed is pretty big, but it still, again, speaks to the timing that Gaming Gladiators are hitting and crossing over the map. Pings to go through off the back of drones. Rotating the mute jammers around as well. So Fury not sitting idly waiting for their opponents to come to them.
Yeah, but 2 minutes left on the clock. Fury, this is looking maybe disastrous for them, considering how much control has been taken on the second floor with a very short time frame. And with the IQ being up online here for Tolji, whatever Black Eyes, whatever utility they've got here, Fury, it's going to be quickly found and dealt with. So, whatever hurdles they're going to try and put up against the Gaming Gladiators, I'm not too sure how long exactly it's going to burn the time out of the clock. But I9, he's waiting. He's going to have to go in big. This flank, he's going to have to time it perfectly and win the fights from behind. And if he does, this could be Fury tying things up. But great jam on that thermite charge.
Yeah, Rick's going to have to relocate it if he wants to get the panel open. It will be staring straight down the red hallway. Hajime drops Arpe again. He has been silenced round upon round upon round. No finger available for the Gaming Gladiators as they look for this execute onto the site. And that is catastrophic.
Disastrous here. Ape once again, the first one to go down. Every time they do, you can see Gaming Gladiators, they struggle to get themselves going. Nade perfectly catched here. So lucky for Hajime, because that could have been the end of him. But Tolji drops down, finds a kill, and Joe follows up. They've taken the site now by storm. They can go for a plant. BG Man quick on the trade 3v3, but he follows up as well with the SMG-11. The second one going in, but Hoven dropping down. He catches out I9. It's down to a 2v1 as they take down Lycalis. All into the hands of BG Man, who's going to need a quad kill to bring this round up. They know where he is. It's such a difficult position considering the footholds, but Hoven brings things back, and the Gaming Gladiators secure match point.
The decisive hold from Logi into Khan. If not for that, I9 might have been able to flank in and upset. So just reading the play spectacularly, having the flank drones in position. That's crushing for Fury. That well and truly could have been their round if not for some minor mistakes being made. But look again, 2 rounds. It was Gaming Gladiators who found themselves in this position against the Knights in Apex South the other night and were able to take it and win it over time as well, booking their spot in Berlin. Fury, quite capable of matching that here tonight.
6-4, still not out of the question for Fury to crawl back into the round, into the game, into the map. They're going towards the gym, rather, the CCTV and the cache. But I'm going to expect them to still spread out horizontally towards that gym, seemingly wanting to completely reinforce this garage and have a player up top on the rafters. But because there is no Azami playable here, because it has been banned, that's going to suggest they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, maybe with a shield, perhaps some ADSs. That's all they really got to work with here. So you can see double ADS already committed. I assume they're going to place a magnet as well, or 2, to make that even more viable, because they know how important this garage is for the post-plant potential. And Gaming Gladiators, they can take things up front and go through the front door, but they can come from behind and go through construction.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of stunning to, just see how shut down Arpe has been after that first half. He was playing a magnificent game, but for the last almost 4 or 5 rounds, he hasn't found any traction whatsoever.
Replacing it. It's going to blow open this time. Out of the cone of its effect. Jammer is still alive. Doesn't actually get taken down by it. Now they have the front wall open, but this garage will be easier said than done to take out. Sticking with the AUG there, Dark is to try and have a bit more firepower at long range, a bit more effectiveness rather. Nade out, that will go all the way down the stairs. Doesn't really find anything, it's caught out by the ADS.
It's a pretty rough spot holding rafters. But you look at Fury's foothold on Clubhouse at the moment, second floor. All but wrapped up. Player spotted and crossing by Dark, so they're not going to contest this garage door. Actually, no, they are. The fake back, in fact. The shots to come through. I think it's all just a bit of a distraction onto Dark. Yeah, the asphyxiating bolt. Dark gets the kill regardless onto Tolji. And that is massive. Yes, Garage Control conceded to Gaming Gladiators, but the fact that he did not go without finding a frag, massive.
Yeah, huge. He knew that Tolji was going to have to peek as soon as that asphyxiation bolt, the molly, landed on the rafters. Because he knew that that was supposed to be the punish, but Dark, he gets one before being done. Luckily for Gaming Gladiators, Hoven was there to capitalize off of that as well, and to punish him, get the trade. It's a 4v4. Fury. Time is in their hands. They have the advantage in that capacity. Rix here at the cusp of breaking through and getting onto the CCTV. But this wall still, it's going to be closed. He can't vault in idly because of that steel stairs pressure, because of the pressure on the red stairs. He's going to try and stick the plant, but it's going to be difficult. Will he actually get that diffuser down? Looking to be the case. The Toxic Bathe gets Ape, and it's been planted down. Hoven quick on the kill, though. 2v3. They have the post-plant benefit, but Fury, they have the numbers advantage.
Unfortunately, the health bar is not ideal. One player out on the rappel, Joe sitting on highway as well. They need to hit the shot onto Hoven if they want a chance at defusing. This is not favourable for Fury whatsoever. Despite having that advantage in the numbers, this is not ideal. No, look, you gotta respect that. I9 with the shield out, trying to bait it. The swing from Hajime, it's good. BG Man on the defuse. They need some sort of cover, but no, 9 seconds and the round is over. Gaming Gladiators will take Clubhouse.
Wow.
And we go to the decider at Cafe.
What a game. What a round. The Gaming Gladiators, of course, they're not going to go down just yet. They extend this in the map number 3. And there on we go. What a retaliation. What a response here from the Gaming Gladiators to come back alive when it mattered the most. And Fury cannot gain their win. Cannot secure a grand final slot just yet. We go for a third decider.
Cafe, Dostoevsky on the cards. And honestly, I'd almost lean back towards Fury. It's a map that does play somewhat similarly to Skyscraper. I think they have the advantage there.
It'd definitely be the case, but we're going to have to find out for ourselves because all expectations here, they've kind of been subverted, right? Map picks of either side go the opposite way. Very stark contrast to how the opening series was here today between Elevate and Dire Wolves in the semi-final. But this semi-final, it's proving to be a very worthy one. We've had another close game here for this map number 2, but man oh man, Fury, their opening attacking side looked really proficient. I'd even wager if they actually won that opening round of theirs during the first round where they just were able to somehow sneak their way into the basement, that momentum shift could have been even bigger, and to have another round over them could have been different. It could have been a big swing. The pendulum could have gone their way, but it doesn't stick that way. So for the Gaming Gladiators, more of what we expect from them, the proficient team that they are on both ends of the coin and both sides of the field of the play, it comes through and they lock things down both on the defense and the attack to make sure that this doesn't get too out of hand. So what a win from the Gaming Gladiators. And that third map that we talked about, right, we're going to Cafe, right, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be a big one for these two teams to play.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm expecting some of that aggression. I think this is a map where Fury could thrive. Gaming Gladiators have felt more restrained, if I suppose that'd be the right way to put it. Definitely a little bit more restrained. Fury just willing to take those risks, willing to take those gambles, knowing that they're coming into this the 4th seed. The underdogs quite. I mean, they've already taken their opponent's map pick off them. They've lost their own, but I mean, it's Clubhouse. It's a map that plays well for both teams. So if they can take it out here, I mean, what a way to do it, to end out obviously taking away that grand final spot from the Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, you guys, you know that it's time to talk about our giveaway because you guys can win as well. So all you have to do to be able to have a chance of winning is follow the Rainbow Six Siege Twitch channel and answer below in the chat #FightForGlory for a chance to win 600 R6 credits if you're on PC, or the Operation League Rainbow Six pin for SEA. This is going to be a very, very nice giveaway that we guys have for you. We are announcing the winners of that after every map during the break in the Twitch chat below. So make sure you tune into that, and you might just be our lucky winner, one of our lucky winners for today.
And of course, we've got one map remaining here in the semi-finals. So right now, we're going to start to a break. When we come back, we jump into the cafe and Black, and look, it's going to be a hell of a match. So if you're in Twitch chat, make sure you're back ready to go. We'll see you back soon.
Try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. No one makes me feel like you do, and no one sets my body on fire, and no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better.
I've been on the road, I've been doing shows. Now we eating steak, remember sleeping on the floor. We stillin' at the gas station when the time was cold. In the kitchen, hot still trying to flip it out the stove. Rockin' fake J's, praying that nobody know. Watch them take my dog away, it was way too hard to stay composed. Fight to see the light of day, all this blood on my clothes. I was tired every day, green light, it's time to go. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Die too young. 100 miles per hour, I might crash, cause the good die young. Yeah, the good die young. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road, all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. my people needed me. Diamond in the rough, I don't know what it is they see in me. Go down as a legend in my city, cause we beat the streets. Trying to spread the wealth around the block, no, I can't keep from me. Told me I should leave. I see the bigger picture, and it's way bigger than me. Can't be living like a king, but my people need to eat. If I got it, then you got it, we gon' get back on our feet. And I put it on me. I don't wanna live life fast or die too young. Or die too young. 100 miles per hour might crash, cause good die young. But here I come. Back home, long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Write my name in the stone.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first.
Get them out of here!
That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 9-9, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what, that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15's just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what melon so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke are off. And Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 exothermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head up, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello and welcome back to the R6 Operational League. We're tied up 1-1 between the Gaming Gladiators and Fury. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. We're burning the midnight oil here, Blue, and we're definitely going all the distance to the third and final map between these two impeccable teams. And what a journey it has been for them, especially with how map number 1 went and how map number 2 kind of answered back from the Gaming Gladiators side. We're now going to Cafe to decide who goes to the grand final.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're a wee bit past the midnight oil. It's about 3:30 here, so we're hitting the gamer hours, of course. But yeah, Cafe Dostoevsky in the closer here for this last semi-final. we've got our one grand finalist, that being Elevate, of course, and it's a question of who joins them. Fury still has every chance of being that team, but I mean, if we're looking at the last map, both teams picked up a win, and then it was very much Elevate leading the charge with, Direwolves hounding them, keeping it close, 7-4 by the end of it. So, I mean, look, so far, I wouldn't be surprised if it did get a little bit deeper here as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised by that too, and the fact that the Gaming Gladiators, rather Fury, were able to bring the Gaming Gladiators this far is already a big achievement, but they want to get the job done, obviously. They want to put that final nail in the coffin and really secure this one 2-1. And what a storyline that really would be for Fury, right? With their woes from the regular season, not just in the Operation League, but during, the opening split of the APAC South. And now they're here in a potential grand final slot, a map away from doing that, to take down the #1 team. That's going to be a great thing for them, but a great thing for you guys that we have in store is a giveaway we talk about all the time, because we want you guys to have the fortune that you deserve. And if you guys want to join our giveaway, then all you have to do, of course, is add the hashtag down below. You can see everybody in chat doing it. You follow the Twitch, so you guys might have that fortune as well. But Cafe, they've decided that this is where we're going to play. This is where things shall be settled. And for the Gaming Gladiators, this is a map that we have seen them be decently proficient at as well. So whatever the statistics might be, even though they could be good on this map, even though they are good on this map, we want to see things settled on the board and in the server. And that is exactly what Fury are going to try and do right now, an upset that will really benefit them.
Oh, and upset that would set them up for that magnificent run going into the closing stage as well. So, I mean, just massive upon massive, I think, could be the storyline that it sets up. I'm excited for it. We are just waiting for the players to get into the lobby and get going. But you can see on your screens, still pretty reserved in the side of Gaming Gladiators. They're not smiles. They understand that they don't deserve to be, all smiles, given that they lost their own map pick to Fury. Whereas Fury, I9, a little bit more upbeat. You can see it on his face. He's like, yeah, we got this, guys. We can take this.
To say losing their own map pick would be putting it lightly, too. They were absolutely demolished, ran out of Skyscraper, which they themselves picked, but seem ill-prepared for. So Fury, final map of the series, final map of the day, and the last one for the semi-final. To see who goes up against Elevate in the grand finals tomorrow and have a shot of claiming this summer for their own. Ying to be banned out here by the Gladiators. Very curious pick.
I mean, understandable on a map like Cafe. You could just toss those Candelas in through the skylight on the third floor defense. Yep. It just makes so much sense. On this follow-up, I'm imagining almost a Flores would be the go-to here. Thatcher is manageable, but no, it's Finker instead. So we are going to be playing this on relatively even ground. No adrenal surge to come in late round from the attack. That could be problematic for both these teams, especially Fury starting off. But Valkyrie, the follow-up, understandable. Makes a lot of sense. Probably one of the most impactful maps for Valkyrie in Cafe Dostoevsky. Those black eye camera positions can be so huge.
Valkyrie, as you said, very impactful on a map like this. Final ban, either Azami or Mira is what I'm going to be expecting at this point. They go for that former, so no more Azami. We saw a while ago during that Direwolves versus Elevate match how impactful that Azami was, especially holding on towards the Pixel side, towards the Cigar side, towards that Christmas and Piano side. And so that's not going to come into play this time any much more. The Mira will, though. And Gaming Gladiators, they take full advantage of having that online.
The Wemai as well over towards Pixel. But, I mean, you don't necessarily need to play that Pixel with a Mira in play. You pair it with an Aruni, a couple of Wemai magnets, and the castle. So that washroom position is going to be quite heavily invested in. So right now, this could be a very brutal round to attack for Fury.
I think that's exactly how it could be. So for the Gaming Gladiators, their defensive side here, the way they start this map, going to mean everything. To get that momentum early on, going to be big. But we know how this site is played. It's been here since the dawn of really a lot of the competitive scene, and you kind of know what to expect at this point. I9, that's his drone found out. Told G, making sure that doesn't go unguided, but yeah, Gaming Gladiators, actually look at the Fury's attacking side. They have that gridlock to lock things down on the flanks. When they take the red stairs, those traps from the gridlock are going to be crucial in making sure they don't get flanked up from either stairway.
Yeah. Right now, Fury trying to make their way to the roof, picking out some of this key utility in terms of this castle barricades. Told you as well, a couple of shots going through, he'll open himself up to rotate into the laundry. A little bit more security in that position. Gets himself back up to the 3rd floor. Safely for now.
How safe will he actually be in that opportunity? Walking up now. Gaming Gladiators, knowing full well how important that Christmas side is for them to hold. Hoven being that White Stairs player, but the thing is, it's very, I think, risky to have your Mira be the guy to address that white window, because that White Stairs, because you want him to be focused on his black mirrors. You want him to be focused on his mirror windows just to be sure. Nitro Cell comes out, doesn't connect, a bit too wide, a bit too deep to catch I9. Look at this, he's got way more than enough bullets in the mag to try and take him down. Told you. Scott, free? No, maybe not, but he gets away, and he still wins the fight. Trading things out, both Hajime and I9 now fall down.
Yeah, very little health. Luckily, Dark there to trade back before falling to Hoven, just lurking down the stairs. BG Man with the track stingers. You can just hear them being shut out, the pings coming through. BG Man knows that there is someone on the White Stairs still. But not at all the first round that I think Fury would have been hoping for. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 3.1, I would have almost argued, given Tolji's health bar. You throw a flashbang at him, it's going to take him out.
4v2. Yeah, Tolji. He's a sneeze away from death. And Hoven's on to get taken down, so very real chance, considering that Tolji is still alive. If they take down another player here on the Gaming Gladiators, that leaves them very little health to try and continue persisting in this round. The DMR, not the best weapon up close, but Joe, he can make great work out of it. He gets that kill, headshot he finds on the PG man, but Rix follows up. And the defense here from the Gaming Gladiators, it rings true on the opening round.
First blood on Cafe drawn by the Gaming Gladiators, on for the reverse sweep. At least that is the direction the momentum is taking us. That would be a story of resilience and a half. But I mean, if nothing else, Fury have struck a blow against the Gaming Gladiators in this grand finals. It's something to take away at the very least.
Fury, see if they can answer back. The buck here, initially picked. We're going down to the first floor kitchen and dining. So we're going to see this meal prepped. No vigil coming on in, so even without that, I'm still going to expect a vertical extension here from the Gaming Gladiators. They have the mute to support that, but considering the fact there is a Kaid, I don't know if they're going to really commit that much manpower into doing so. Still going to expect at least 2 to go up top, but this might be more of a horizontal extension. I don't think they're going to really heavily hold into that VIP side, considering the utility they brought. They don't have a single shield to try and support that. Not a Mira, when they could have played the Mira as well, going towards that back freezer entrance, but back freezer wall here. They don't play that out, instead having footholds to try and utilize. And now the Gaming Gladiators. Let's see how they hold this defense halfway through the wall. Only getting that one panel side to make sure it's going to be even more difficult to open up, actually.
Oh, drone shot out before I9 can jump on it, unfortunately. But, I mean, given that, you know, dining such a heavy point of contention and a kitchen push, there is going to be presence there, and that VIP hold looks like it will still be going ahead with the possible pivot towards Whiskey as well. Right now, up on the first floor. Resistance over towards Mining as well.
Ape, great shot here on the BG man. That's a Nomad down. I don't think every air jab has in place just yet, so that's a huge, huge find. And now allows the Gaming Gladiators to be a bit more proactive and a bit more mobile on the roam game here. Allow even more windows of opportunity for them to strike with, considering their flanks going to be just a hair less checked.
Dark, the rest of Fury that are remaining alive, obviously, looking to get to work. The verticality to start with the Skeleton Key baiting out the one of the two Nitro cells that they still had in play. Dark looking for some cheeky angles. They want to find something. Any pick is going to be massive for the team. RP tag might be the first to fall. Told you, tuck it into a corner. Rex has the one remaining Nitro. I9 taking some punishment too. Again, Gaming Gladiators are not going out of this quietly.
Not yet, not into the night. Fury looking to try and equalize the odds here. Maybe find the pick. Let's stick on this buck. They very well went for a sledge, but that's not the option they go for. VIP still being held here by the Gladiators. They can't idly push it because of this Banshee. You see Lycolis having to worry about which angle he might be peeked from. Hajime here to support him. They have now a complete direct pincer on that VIP side. But Safety still is within there. Hoven being taken down. Big pick. There's another. Waiting. Hajime, great find for him to get. It's down to a 3v3 effectively as Dark is down but not out. But Hajime just rushing in to the VIP. Off of that entry he found is big. Joe, quick on the trade. They find the double! And Ape also answers in, chimes into the fight. Lycolis, though, brings it down to the 1v1. He has time to work with. Doesn't have to stick it just yet if he comes too close. Actually forced off of it, but he still wins the fight with a Bearing 9 up close.
Alright, okay. Making it look good, Lycolis. He's great on the support. We've already identified that for truth. 1-1 the scoreline here on Cafe. Kitchen not playing out for Gaming Gladiators. Scrappy, but successful for Fury.
Quite nicely done. 4v5 still turned around, and a lot of that was because of how Hajime was able to dismantle that VIP corridor hold from the window. Lycolis pressuring in from the freezer side. He comes in on the opposing end, makes sure that the rotation isn't safe, and traps them within that VIP, forcing them to peek, and when they don't, he walks in and gets the job done himself. Great job from Fury here on this attacking side, and now we're going to the reading room to try and get things done.
Oh boy. We once again confirm that we definitely have a series on our hands. Fury, honestly, I don't think there's going to be any significant momentum generated in this map. It is just going to be round for round, traded back and forth. Brutal chaos until the bitter end.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath here. Complete brawl, back and forth, as you said. Well, let's see if the Gaming Gladiators can get a round here for themselves and answer back, then maybe that pattern is going to start to develop, but not just yet, not here right now. Tolji on that Oryx. You've seen him like to utilize that on these vertical maps. He make his way up from the basement all the way to the top quicker than you'd expect. That's what they're banking on right now. So the Gladiators, they got that Banshee as well, which we saw be a problem for Fury, but they were able to circumvent that. BG Man's alive. He placed those air jabs, and since they lost him earlier on, they're going to want to keep him further in the fight.
Avoiding an early death to RP. Just what? Well, a solid adjustment, obviously, in the round. Cheeky little angle there from Hajime onto the cocktail balcony, but not to be right now. Gemini about to go and hunting for info. Will be shot out. Confirms the positioning of that mute Gemma as well. Followed up by I9, who will pop the wall with a hammer. Backs himself off, looks for an angle, knows that last time they were here, they could have been punished from the stairs. So we'll hold that angle for now.
So no picks going either way. But yeah, Hajime, he's taking early damage. We're pushing from the Cigar side, and I9 opens things up. Takes some damage in return, but he's happy to get the kill at least. Gaming Gladiators. They still have control of the Cocktail side. Default cam step up online, feeding information to Joe. And when to peek and where to do it. Crosses back to a bit more of a safer position, but that gives away that deeper end that they would have otherwise liked to utilize. Told you, making sure the pixel isn't pushed. Playing a bit of an off angle, but wasn't expected at this point. 2 My Magnus to support him if in case it does come. And Rix, he gets a pick here on the Lycalis, and that's a big pick to find. The Ibana. Hatch is going to be an even bigger problem right now. 50 seconds left on the clock, less than a minute remaining. BG Man making that contact towards the hallway, but the impact secures it on the I9, who was already down low. And Hoven gets a follow-up. He finds a second in the round, but Tolji getting the trade. Make sure this doesn't get too out of hand. Gaming Gladiators, they go up 2-1.
I mean, that was a much more advantageous round for the Gaming Gladiators to take it much more convincingly. Reading Room Fireplace, an absolute scrap. Third floor, an absolute scrap. Same for the first floor. Speaking of third, we head back up there. Gaming Gladiators, the defense, Rix. Bringing the castle once again. And they were able to hold off the majority of the push from the second floor. Looks like they're gearing up to do it again.
Well, second floor we go once more. Mira this time coming out. Once again, we can expect that to be maybe placed one towards the freezer, maybe the other towards Cocktail, but some like to move that a bit forward up. Some like to have that within the bathrooms really directly facing towards the piano side. I'm not sure what option they're going to go with as of the meantime. The OKB here potentially being picked by BG Man, who has yet to find himself a kill in the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Well,
5 seconds to go.
prep phase almost done.
Attackers
Just
locate and defuse a bomb.
it's interesting to try and make as much of this as possible and trying to figure out what the intentions are going in round to round. Right now, the Vert was such a key part of the defense in the last round. They brought the line and the Dockerby to try and flush out, so no hard breach whatsoever. All their intention is finding these offsite players.
Well, it's not as crucial when taking this top floor to have a hard breach, but it's still want to have one for safety, right? In this case, they don't go for that option. Open up here, Cocktail balcony window with a sledge, which is exactly what, by the book, where a sledge would be in this case. You have that nade operator to try and flush out the closer angles, the deeper ones in that Cocktail balcony, and gain some semblance of control on the opposing side. So, Fury taking things methodically here, making sure they're slowly cutting off possible rotational angles, possible positions from the Gaming Gladiators defense, but the Gladiators, they're ready to bunker down. You see their comp, and it tells you that they really want to make sure that they're wasting time, and more importantly, they're just burning utility on the attacking side.
Dark just crouch walking his way up white stairs right now. Just playing it slow. Not overforcing his hand. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Hajime or Lycolis, who are both quickly shut down in succession. Dark will carry on up white stairs. I9 outside a tree door. In a bit of trouble. Very low. Dark pinching in from behind. Doesn't find much. There's a player in the washroom, I believe. Yeah, on the cams. So they find two back, but lose yet another I9. Playing his life there with the frag grenade. 2 versus 3. Rick's out on the Cocktail balcony. They've got info. They've just had so much info here on Cafe Arpe. Big damage, but BG Man tagged and felled. Rick's on for it. Dark will get one back at the very least. He has no idea that there is a player on this balcony. Will now, because of the call. Pre-fires, not enough. Rix aiming to hit height, shuts it down.
He was pre-firing for the crouch, but he was standing up and faced it up front. A bit comical, yes. He finds that free kill, waiting there in the bathrooms, but hey, they take the round. Gaming Gladiators up 3-1. Kaid here going to be coming out for this offensive side. We're going down to the kitchen, and they want to really start to get things cooking here on this offensive side. Now, Cafe, a map that we said, you know, Gaming Gladiators are pretty proficient at this. One of their better maps, actually, what it comes down to. And so Fury, they have their work cut out for them, especially with the lead. Here it's slowly being built upon the Gladiators, but they have a Jackal to play with. And we've been seeing Fury get caught out by roamers quite often, that I'm surprised they haven't been willing to continuously apply and continuously pick the Dokkaebi, and in this case the Jackal even more so, but they're now doing it better late than never in round number 5.
You get there eventually. May have taken a while, but you do. I don't know. Gaming Gladiators have the lead. They can look to hold on to it in the half. I think, yeah, this might come down to Fury's lack of experience in a best of 3 and Gaming Gladiators' significant success and capabilities.
Big damage done here. Hajime takes the brunt of that, but he's an Ash. Lycola still somehow gets a kill, and I9, they storm into the bakery. Lycola finds a follow-up as well. 2v5, this round is looking done already. Fury, a blitzkrieg onto the site. They've taken things with a big tidal wave. And the Gaming Gladiators, they drown in the aggression of Fury. 1v5.
No info on Rix's positioning, though. So they are going to just play it safe and slow. Tolji, also a little inadvisable to be swinging a doorway with an impact in hand, knowing you've just lost 3 teammates. But it is what it is. Lycola's yet to go for the plant attempt just yet. Droning out. Mis-droning out, in fact. They didn't check that closet position in towards coat check, and Rix could pad the stats a little bit here, do a bit of damage. Plant is down, safe and secure. And now Fury going to play for the post. Rix, what does he do? Where does he go? Honestly, it'd almost be worth just staying tucked into a corner, talk with the team, and try to figure out what to do in the next round.
Nitro connects. Rix finds that, but that was done. The round is practically over, especially with the plant. Bit of a consolation at the end, but Fury, they keep this one close. 3-2. And initially, it seemed like, okay, look at this early damage being thrown out here. Tolji doing so much damage on Hajime, who was on the Ash. But then still, somehow, Fury, that sets him off. Almost like a bull seeing red, seeing their prime target, the Matador, on the opposing side, and they just rush on in. Completely taking Gaming Gladiators by surprise, and they just couldn't weather the storm that Fury brought upon them. Hell hath no fury, like Fury it seems, when taunted with a spawn peak.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You don't sit there prodding the ball continuously and hope to get away with it. 1 round remaining in the half. Fury set to equalize here on the attack. And I reckon the likelihood of it is quite high.
Yeah, there's a very real chance of tying things up. Drone found by I9. Rather, I9's drone found by his fellow Snowy Boy, Frost and Buck. Jackal coming out once more. The ace here, Soul Hard Breacher. No secondary hard breach charges to complement that. But they are going for a second floor site, so it's not going to be as important. They go for the Buck instead of the Sledge option in this case, which would have given them additional nades, but at least now they have the option of going down under and opening things up vertically that way instead of having to be forced to take that third floor if they want any sort of vertical presence or control. Want to open up this red stairs wall to get themselves into the Christmas. And trying to hope it's early in July.
Yeah, most definitely. Gaming Gladiators still getting some last minute prep done. Suppose they've got the time. Fury aren't pushing Helter Skelter into the building just yet. But after that last round, they've proven that they can play to an accelerated pace. So Gaming Gladiators can't lapse in attention or focus even for a moment.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, you know they can't let this one get too out of hand. Dark, he gets shut down. Great shot by Hoven here. Quick peek. MP5K in hand, and it's a menace at long range because of how accurate it can be. I9 gonna try and follow up Hajime here. Breaching charge through Eaton, I believe. No, it's not. They both go off.
Well, utility cleared. I9 takes a shot as he looks to clear out the Banshee. You kind of want that buck upstairs threatening above. We'll clear out the camera, looking to flush these players horizontally off. But Fury should have the vert angles to contest. I mean, similar to Clubhouse in that bar stage defense. The biggest problem was the vert angles upstairs that Gaming Gladiators were able to contest. Right now, though, they don't have much more than... yeah, they have Lycolis on the hard breach. BG Man for one. Lycolis gone. No hard breach now. So they are going to have to force through the choke points. Joe makes it even worse with another kill. BG Man now down. R8, ping's coming through. They're looking to get aggressive. Hajime takes Joe down. R8, long swing, rotate around. Pulls himself back, catches out I9, wow, and follows it up with Hajime. I fought too hard.
Not the most potent weapon, but it's still one that can shred you down. That's one of the highest damages per bullet of any defender weapon, so... Buy shots, all he needs. Round 4, fourth round rather, taken, and we go into the second half with the Gaming Gladiators and a 2-round lead. Knock coming out here for Hoven. Hibana, Gridlock, Ape, what will he choose? Probably something with a bit more... Actually, no, not what I was expecting. They go for the Dokkaebi instead. A Lion to accompany that with a Nook potentially sweeping in from behind, sneaking up to him. This could have dangerous implications.
Yeah, most definitely. Dangerous is probably putting it nicely, even. Oh boy, Fury's defense needs to be impeccable if they want that grand final spot.
Let's see now. Fury, they're on the defensive side. The side that should favor them. They come on to this Oryx for Hajime. They give him lots of flexibility, mobility, moving throughout the map on this roam. Yet to see a Vigil here so far, but you want to keep the roam game in a different hand. Dark. He can do a bit of that, considering he is an alibi. Got 2 bailiffs to try and remodel the sites. Though not the most effective thing for opening things up, but one that is quite, I guess, convenient for them to utilize. Hoven's going to be walking on in with a drone to support him. Going to walk up these white stairs. Doesn't really find much. If they shoot this drone out, he's going to know immediately where to aim.
The Hellclaw, keeping him in at dark, takes some big damage, but unfortunately it's not a kill for Hoven, who is just going to clear out some of this info-gathering utility. Luckily, Dark, though, will escape with his life.
Barely. Dark takes lots of damage in that engagement. They find one of the mute jammers out. Ape rather, able to position his drone in a favorable position and gives him a decent amount of information on the entirety of Cigar, for the most part, aside from, well, within the Cigar bar itself, in the closet. Hoven, he's still trying to slither his way through. Look at the drone. Look at how they're supporting his roam clear as well, to make sure that he can really flush out any cheeky angles or positions that Fury are waiting in.
Popping the window, told you outside waiting. You see Rix on the rappel as well. Dark taken up by Hoven, finally finished off there by this roaming Nook. Hoven now hunting for info, spots the player on the stairs.
Is he gonna
That's
count?
big. I don't think they were, that's the thing.
Why didn't he hear it out, though? Nade comes out here, gonna connect, but doesn't actually... No, it doesn't connect. I thought it would have, almost certainly. Luckily able to back on off in the nick of time here, like Collis. Could have been crucial. Follow-up nade up top, doesn't really find much. And dangerous spot, the timing doesn't work out for Hoven. It's I9 who comes out on top of that engagement. Is able to bring things to a 4v4. 45 seconds left on the clock, a quarter out of it. And the Gaming Gladiators still have no real control of anything.
Not at all. It might even be that hatch drop to come through. Utility dump. Rix contesting the Skylight, punished quite heavily for it. And wow, Lycolas follows up with the kill on a Told You. No more track stingers. Drop on a new belt. Not going to be. Is I9 from below. Shuts it down. It is. It's going to be a Skylight hatch drop. And Hajime will shut that down too. Lycolas on the ground. Rix crouching his way through to be shut down by BG Man. And Fury absolutely played that one.
It seemed like the Gaming Gladiators, they're so focused on... Really the only space being taken there was because of the anti-roam by Hoven, who was trying to find him out. It was supported by a drone, but the rest of the Gaming Gladiators seemed more focused on applying pressure from the windows and keeping Fury, I guess, occupied instead of actually taking control while all of this was happening. Imagine if they started working on that red stairs hatch and opened things up towards Christmas, or started working on the piano room itself. Maybe did a bit more, but no, it almost seemed like they were really banking on Hoven, being able to clear them up from the back. And once they found that one pick, I think it should have been their sign to start working on the site itself and start getting themselves in control. But no, they sit idly by those windows, by the rooftop, and they pay a hefty price for it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Indeed. Indeed. And Gaming Gladiators now have to battle into a Thunderbird, not having the thinker of their own. Told you on the Twitch, though, it might be the answer they need when it comes to that utility. It's how covered it is by the mute gemmers, though. Obviously, you can get a Twitch drone in, clear out those Kona stations. All of a sudden, the Thunderbird is a wasted operator.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
That's unfortunate. Told you. Great value he'll find if he destroys all those Konas, and yeah, he gets 2 of them out. I think there's 1 left remaining. Otherwise, what do they have to bank on with this Thunderbird? A Nitro Cell and, well, the Spear. A very potent weapon, yes, for them to have on their side at the very least, but that's not the reason why you bring a Thunderbird in the first place. Information going to be gathered here. Sees a footstep. Realizes, hey, there's one lurking down below.
Oh boy. Looking for info. Hunting it. Inox, 1 use already down. Looking for another. Lycolas. The aggressive smoke once again punished. Just holding
I don't know.
the angle over towards spawn. It's just wasted opportunities and utility.
Yeah, on the smoke too. Like, just what's the point? You have a SMG-11, maybe FMG-9, but that's about it. You're a smoke. You don't need to be taking those risks. You have to stay alive to deny the plant with your toxic baits, but they don't even get a chance to. Nitro Cell connects though, so at least they get somewhat of a trade to go 4v4, but still wasted opportunities here, Panda.
Being punished on the vert. BG Man gone, courtesy of Rix.
Fine by Rix.
Told you that VIP hallway. I don't think they have accounted for this positioning. You look at it, 1 over towards Coat Check, 1 towards Small Bake. And then one in on the side. Dark relocating to try and contest this, but that is spread so thin right now.
Yeah, this bar is going to be so difficult for him to anchor down considering how small cover he actually has within there. And doesn't have a safe retreat either. Now Hajime, I-9 in the small bakery. Pushes forward on the hall. Oh, luckily able to swing in the coat, but doesn't last for too long. It's all on Hajime. His gladiators, they're up in a 4v1. He brings it down to a 3v1, but quickly trade out as Ape's right around the corner to get the trade. 5-3. Really, Fury, they're very good at winning and shooting themselves out of bad situations, but they keep on placing themselves in those unfavorable situations. And once again, like that smoke spawn peak, what even was the point?
Yeah, fair question there. Unfortunately, the answer not looking like it's one we can see answered before the map potentially closes here.
Be an unfortunate way to go down. Simple mistakes that could have been addressed. And even the best have these small slip-ups from time to time. Moments of clarity here needed for Fury to get back into this game. Potential match point right after this. Nomad here, I think, would be picked out by Tolji, although that Twitch found them Omega value during that round. Denied all of the Kona stations from being effective at all, or even being up online. The Goyo here coming out instead. Those ones, they can't be tasered, so they're going to be a bit safer and have a bit more peace of mind in that aspect, but they're committing this utility all the way towards the top floor. They're going for, are we playing reading?
Looks like it.
Yeah, it does look like it. So, yeah, they're making sure that Pixel's being held by the Goyo, and they have control of the cocktail to further deny the plant if it ever does come down to it within that reading. And if it goes to Fireplace, they're going to have to hold that white stairs to make sure that they have an angle deep into the Fireplace Hall as well.
Hatches being opened up, info being gathered. All the starting steps being taken here by Gaiman to push on to map series point and lock in the reverse sweep Hoven with the Glaz. Could be a scary, scary player to come up against. Especially if it hasn't been accounted for by Fury. No Warden, nothing of this sort. In fact, we've seen very little Warden today, which is surprising. But there we go. Ape has red stairs control, threatening into mining as well.
Hajime's got DMR. Maybe fight at long range. But Hoven has to be careful not to be taken down early in this fight. Has a long range option. The smoke going to give him the advantage. You have to be careful not to peek into it. Destroy it. Spamming through. I-9 finds the kill on Ape. Sledge shaken down. Frag grenades out of the count. Up close. Not a favorable fight for even a Glaz. I-9 finds a second in the round. That Vector, a complete shredder up close.
Dished out some big damage though with the OTS. Rix's drone. It's a triple for I-9. Absolutely putting the team on the shoulders this round. I think that's perfect in the situation. Things have been a bit rough the last couple of rounds. I-9 steps up with a bit of a hero effort. Gives the team enough time to sort of recoup and re-gear themselves mentally into the remaining rounds. Told you deep. Cut through already. Looking to push on into Cocktail, but Dark's already pulled off. The majority of Fury having already pulled off. One rotating around. We'll see the gate opened up. Tolji falls to the MK14 of Hajime. Rick's the last one remaining. This might just be that flawless round that Fury need to bolster the momentum and morale, but no, not to be. They lose one, but that's an acceptable loss in this situation.
Yeah. Pushes through the Banshee. Doesn't mind the sirens going off. They get the round anyways. 5-4. They deny match point. For the meantime, Fury keeping this close. Doji, rather I9, huge round in that one, a triple kill for him. Winning those fights, I think they were just too hasty with that Glaz. Like, yes, it can be a great entry tool, but unsupported like that, just individual plays, they don't work out, not in a team game like this. And rightfully so, punished by I9 up close.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big effort. That's exactly what you want. We'll see, though. May not be over just yet.
Curious decisions here. The Warden, as you've talked about, this is like maybe the 4th time we've seen the Warden here today. So, maybe had a bit of a break in between these games where we have seen this past season in SEA him having a much more prevalent pick rate, but it hasn't been the case this time around. They're back on the Oryx, got the alibi to play with lots of mobile operators they bring into this round. The Glad still confirmed here, Glad still being picked. But Hoven's on that.
Well, either way, they are starting to put the dominoes into place. Told you this time, picking up the Glares, Hoven, bringing the Flores instead. Defense needs to be tight for Fury to equalize the score count here, and Lycolis trying to counter that Glares with the Warden might just be the piece of the puzzle they need.
I've told you right now. Oh, shot. Brothers, Nitro Cell almost connects onto the Flores here. We've been able to get a way out of that one. At the very least, lucky for him. He was on the drone. Still has 2 Roteros to utilize and throw out here. Hoven, he gets a kill anyway still. Bearing down above him from the skylight. Here's another Rotero thrown on out. What does it destroy? The barbed wire.
It just it could be a real nuisance under that skylight, barbed wire being there. Losing I9 not ideal, but I mean, look, they can work around his absence. Hajime holding that skylight, but BG Man being tagged up to all hell, forced out of his position, rotates through, spots the player close, but Arpe removes him. And a 2-player advantage. Compounding losses here for Fury might seal the deal for Map Point for Game and Gladiators. 3 players, though, looking to stop that from happening. Like Colas takes Arpe out. Dark still contesting. Pixel Tolji dead as well.
Whoa.
Like Colas on for a 3rd, in fact. And he might have just shifted and held for the team.
Yeah, he's turned things up a notch. Fury looking to tie the game up right here, right now. The Gaming Gladiators can still bring it back, though. Hoven, no more Rotero drones. Got lots of Excairos pellets, but will that really help him out in this fight? Dark and Lycolis making sure the Pixels held down. Hajime holding off the flank. This is important for them to win. Rix gets that opening pick, and they follow him up. They line up as well. The transfer here from Hoven. Let's see his perspective on that final kill. 1, 2, and that is it. Match point secured here by the Gladiators. We go to round 11.
Wow. Turnabout truly is fair play. Map, series, reverse sweep, point, all achieved here. And despite Fury's tenacity and resilience, unfortunately it may not be enough. If nothing else, though, they have garnered a huge amount of respect off of this matchup.
Yeah, Fury, at least, if they go down to that 3rd slot, to play for that 3rd slot, rather, versus the Dire Wolves, they can go with their head up high. They brought the Gaming Gladiators to match point, but this is not over. Not just yet. I have to believe that Fury are going to give us at least one more round. Extend this into the final round of regulation at the very least, if not even overtime, but don't want to call the action before it happens. Bandit out. Maestro as well. Aruni. A lot of really very pesky utility they're going to have to deal with to get themselves within the sight. The mute jammers as well. Let's see Lycolis now. Hopefully he's had that moment of clarity we talked about and can really play his role the way it was, I guess, meant to be, and have him last further into the round. The longer he stays alive, the better the chances Fury has.
Yeah, most definitely. Hajime looking to get aggressive onto the spawn, but doesn't hang around too long. Does not want to find out lest he finds his own death and himself relegated to cams. I mean, Fury know just how close they are to making this happen. Dark with a kill onto Hoven. That's your Maverick down. And onto the side as well, the aggressive long-range angle from Kochek into Bakery. With BG Man there as well. Look at all the drones he's cleared out too. Has the older. Big box mag goes hard. Big shots on. Dark there. It's all coming together. Fury. They're looking to take it to overtime.
They go into the fatal funnel. And the Bakery, they get cooked. Yalda, such a... Oh my goodness, what a shot from Ape. rather. Yalda just... Such a very scary weapon to try and have to deal with. Rotero goes a bit wide. And drop it out. Blow things up and get them a better sight line. Those footholds is going to be a big problem for them to try and dismantle. Tolji walked his way in to try and get the diffuser, but BG Man too potent behind that Bakery. Ape, it's all onto him.
Walking along the corridor. Spotted. Headshot onto BG Man. He's got more bullets than health currently. One shot will seal the deal. Rotating through into Bakery, looking for the angle, looking for anything, but no, it's Dark. He started the round off strong. He closes it out strong. One more round. We go the distance, full regulation on the cards.
That's him. And that's Fury, bringing us to match point, as we said. We're going to the final round of regulation here, and possibly even overtime. Well, a fight Fury have put up, like Hollis, 11 on him, Ape 12. Leading the charge for either side, but one has to move and one has to fail. Gaming Gladiators. Their lead slowly cut into, but not that it was a large one from the get-go. The timeout here by Fury to talk things over, reassess how they can address this Gaming Gladiators attack.
Yeah. And Fury, what better time to call it, of course. This round could be the momentum shift that they're hunting for. I9 still looking positive. The timeout clock ends, 10 seconds left in the operator pick phase. We're about to jump on into what could either be the last round or the start of the finish here for Fury, potentially.
Fury. What a storyline it would be if they extend this into overtime and somehow come out on top. It's easier said than done, especially against the best team right now in the Operation League, the number one at the very least. Goyo here for I9. We're going to expect him to go big once more with that Vector in hand. Dark in the Jaeger, Malusi, Aruni, the smoke for Lycolis. Hibana could be flexed into from the Gaming Gladiators side. Now Lion gonna have to be absolutely crucial in keeping Fury planted when these opportunities come to do so. Reading Room is where we're gonna be for the final round of regulation. Reading in Fireplace Hall, to be exact. And this top floor hold of theirs has to be crucial.
The insane thing is, this is where Gaming Gladiators found themselves the other night in Apex South. In Fury's position, one round away from booking their spot to the Berlin Major. That all they needed was overtime. They then went on to win the whole map. Even still, Fury need this round, and then they can look to push it in overtime. And it would just be, look, a bit of revenge, I suppose, for the Knights, if nothing else.
Definitely so. Be a good feeling for Fury to get this one going. Gaming Gladiators, they'd want to go into their grand final to secure their Operation League win as a squad under this banner. Hatch open on the red. New hatch as well. Trying to make quick work of this Cigar side. They know that the time is their biggest enemy in this fight. Drones being denied here by I-9 down below in the train room. This actually is a position that you wouldn't always expect to be played as much as it honestly should be, considering how much direct influence it gets. But Nitrocell doesn't connect. Heard by Ape is able to back off to safety.
I-9 forced out of his position last time he was there. He had massive impact in the round. This is a bit concerning. Lycolis once again playing that aggressive roaming smoke. Last time Tolji absolutely slammed him out off spawn almost. But I-9 having to give up train is big, because that was a position that he held so long last time he was given that position.
See if Lycolis is more proactive. Smoke is going to give him a bigger benefit in this round. No one going down just yet, but I-9 has taken the brunt of damage to bring down half of his health. Scan here, I believe, but no pings. Was that a miscue? I'm not sure, but I didn't see the prompt up on screen. Definitely was an amazing shot here from Lycolis. That's a proactive roaming smoke you're talking about. It finally comes in, but not the way you'd expect. Fury, very close now to bringing this into overtime.
A lot of positions, a lot of cutoffs sitting there for Gaiman. They are just about ready on the site. They know that there's one outside. Lycolis allowed to skirt himself back up. Toxic canisters in hand to shut down Fireplace, and I-9 waiting outside of VIP Tolji to fall. Hoven, though, will find him eventually. Players here. Hoven falls. Rix and Joe. Oh no! That's not ideal. Rix is on the plant, but it's a 2 versus 4. Shots on from BG, and BG books overtime. Fury get the reset. 3 rounds here available. 2 needed.
Did they have a canister right beside the Banshee? Is that what happened? Lifeline tries to blow it up, but it triggers the flames. I'm surprised Rix wasn't even being burned down in his plant spot. It looked like the flames extended that far, but apparently not. Still, my goodness, how close it came. Gaming Gladiators could not find their footing in that round. We're going to overtime with Fury on the attacking side. Dark on the Yana, BG Man on that Jackal. To start off with an overtime win and potentially even get the grand final slot. That is huge here for Fury. They've suddenly made this a very real map number 3.
Most definitely. Oh boy. Gaming Gladiators, you gotta be sweating a little. This, I mean, you come into this matchup, you would have sworn, ironically, Black and Blue, that it was a done deal, but it's not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, statistically, historically, and just, you know, analytically, you'd expect this game to be more one-sided than the other one was, like just going into the day, right? I would have expected the Gaming rather Direwolves versus Elevate to be the close game, and then have this one be a bit more of a wash. And that's no disrespect to either team, but Fury, they're making a really good case of why they are in the top 4, why they are in the playoffs, and why they deserve a shot at that championship. They can take this round. It's going to be a huge thing for them moving forward, potentially. Claymore is being placed here. Make sure no cheeky hop-outs through the window come. Not just yet.
Like I said, Stage 3 Fury. they're the ones to keep an eye on. But right now, they have the opportunity to start it even further. Dark in trouble being contested from White. Will be forced off. Unfortunately, no real cover there. So Dark is in a bit of a spot going in the remainder of the round. The drones, though, feeding info. And a player that low is just extra pressure on the rest of the team's shoulders to pick up the gap that he leaves. Arpe will be the one to finish Dark off.
Yeah. I don't think he uses Replicator to scout out information beforehand, and that gets him heavily punished here. To lose a big operator, an important one, like the Yana, no more Replicator, no more nades, and I9, he almost goes down, but he can actually find the killer in a Hoven, considering he's spamming through. The wallbang comes in, but the other way around. Joe finds that quick trade out by Lycolis to bring it down to a 3v4. The Hoven's almost down for the count. A sliver of health remaining. 120 left on the clock. Things have been equalized, but they still have some more to work with. Lycolis quickly traded out, though, by Joe. It's a 2v2, Panda.
Lycolis could be the difference maker. He's 15-6 currently. Joe tucked in, told you, watching that Christmas tree door. And looking at the call has been made. The rotate around. Straight up to the roof. Get into a position to make an execute possible. 50 seconds, so there is room to breathe here. Fury not going to jump the gun just yet. Looking for that info, hunting for it. Not going to just throw their lives away willy-nilly. This is workable. This is very workable right now.
Still doable for sure. 2v2. They're both towards that cocktail side. Oh, Lycolis. Little does he know. An inch more to the left. He could have had an angle, and we're told he was waiting, but it's not given to him. Burns at laser gate. Denies this bullet cam from continuing to gather even more information. Flash out. He knows he's here in the corner, but Tolji wins out the fight. Gaming Gladiators, they take the opening overtime round.
An impressive hold. Not just going to roll over and let Fury walk through with the first round of OT. One more and they hold fast and deny the potential comeback that has been brewing here. Fury, defense, kitchen is the bomb side of choice, and we saw the last time it was played, that long angle to the bakery double was very devastating to Gaming Gladiators. So I think this is the right call and sights for overtime.
They go to that reading in Fireplace, as he talked about. Could be the right decision for them to make here. Fury on their defensive side. Goyo coming out once more. They won this round a while ago when defending against that Gaming Gladiators in the final round of regulation. So they have a history of winning this site in this matchup. And now Gaming Gladiators, how do they address this? The last time around in that final round of regulation, Gaming Gladiators, they were kept at the gates, at the cusp of even trying to enter. And maybe their choices of where to enter is kind of what caught them out, right? They wanted to go through that main lobby. They wanted to go through the white stairs. But they can take the other route. They can go from up top down, which may be a bit more standard in this case. But also, it's a standard because it is effective and it can be a bit more proficient than trying to go otherwise. Hajime going for the spawn peek here. Doesn't find it just yet. Has to be careful because they could catch him out. And he takes a lot of damage in that, but dishes out even more towards Ape to take that Zophie down early here without having a Finka. That is big damage done by Hajime.
Yep. That's exactly what they were looking for. That's that hyper-aggression and the success that they wanted off of it. 2 Vulcan det packs in the pocket for I9. He's just trying to figure out where to place them to have the most devastating effect. So this reading room fireplace defense, the one that they were able to pick up the last defense round of the half, I think this could just send us to full overtime.
Droning out the red side. Cigar being cleared out. Not much presence towards this top floor, aside from a sole player towards a cocktail. Ape He's going to be the one to rush on in as he's low. They can trade off of him. Gonna try and open as much as he can down below to make sure that everything encapsulating the fireplace hall is going to be easily held. But I-9 within that train museum still wins it out, making sure it's in their control, even with the vertical sight lines. At the very least, Gaming Gladiators, they lose a low player they already had. Nitro prepped here, but not thrown out. Hoven taking damage, lots of damage from down below.
Dark here. Spots the flame, spots the nade to boot. Knows that there is about to be any number of Gaming Gladiators players flushing onto his position. Told you there under Cocktail, but there's one coming up the white walkway as well.
Oh!
Up onto the bar, and it's going to cost Tolji his life there. Dark resets the Saria gate. And this... Oh no, Joe tanks it, gives away his position. Rick's above. Hoven tagged as well. We're going maximum OT, I reckon, right here. Pings through. But is it enough for Ricks? No, they're falling back. They're playing this safe.
Yeah. No way he gives that up. They want this overtime to go to the final round, and that we shall. Ricks way out of grasp, especially even for Hoven, who's down very low HP. On path to a flawless round here as they get Hoven down. 1v5. And that is a flawless overtime round for Fury to bring us into the very final round of this OT. Winner of the next round decides who goes into that grand final slot. Will it be the Gaming Gladiators, the #1 team we have seen throughout this season? The team that has proven themselves capable of qualifying into the major. Or shall it be Fury, the up-and-comers as well, who may not have had as great of a run so far in past recency, but this game, it could be their shot to a title.
Could be. It all starts here, obviously, from here to stage 3 to the next major. I reckon this is where it begins. But right now, Fury, they need this round. They need to attack Kitchen. You remember way back, their last Kitchen attack was a pretty forceful one as well. So you got to wonder, Gaiman, how far back does their memory reach at this late hour?
Well, 7-7. 8th round taken, decides the winner. Hoven here on that KE, Joe on the Melusi. And they have the Wamai as well for added projectile denial. Twitch coming out for Hajime. They have the Ibana as well and Lycalis. The Jackal, importantly, from BG Man, who has been doing really good work in finding information and flushing him out. Lycalis, 16 frags on him already. 13 for Ape on the opposing side. They're leading the charge, but Dark, once again, he takes the brunt of the early damage being thrown out here by the Gaming Gladiators.
I-9. Okay, that was a spec bug. He actually... No. Okay, maybe it was that someone inside was shooting the window, the barricade, I think.
Yeah, I think it was coming from inside.
Interesting. It looked like he was tracing up that barricade. Either way, barricade was open. Door into Christmas tree open. I-9 primed and ready outside of it. The drone game to come through. Fury, every capability here of claiming this series.
Still, less than 2 minutes in the clock to work with. I-9 crawling his way up top the hatch. Do they even know that this is open? I think they do, but do they know how close he is actually to potentially finding an opening? Banshee there at the end of the hall to keep him at bay. Oh yeah, it is a spectator, but he is lighting them up. That's not a hip fire, by the way. He was definitely ADS for that. I-9 finds 2. Finally shut down here by Joe. His tirade is done, but the damage, it's also been thrown out already. Gaming Gladiators, a few kills away from going down, and Fury taking the grand final slot.
Hajime outside the VIP entrance. spots the player from range, but unfortunately cannot control the recoil enough to get the kill. Hoven brings it back to the 3 versus 3. And the deadly possibilities to be facing timing punishes Rix there like Colas, brings the advantage back into the fold. Joe falls as well. Hajime with their headshot, and it's down to Hoven to hold off and save the grand final spot. Fury are just about to steal it away. Like Colas has booked Fury the grand final spot over the Berlin Major attendees, Gaming Gladiators.
What a comeback from Fury. You can see in the back of BG Man.
BG Man's dead.
Love it. You love to see it. I9, you can see how elated everybody is on the squad in I9 to get himself in the flank, into the freezer, and get those 2 kills. Started things off. They're going to the grand finals, baby. Fury, what a comeback we just saw, and what a run they just put out. That sends Gaming Gladiators down to fight for that 3rd slot versus the Dire Wolves. And tomorrow, the grand finals it shall be. You're gonna find Fury versus Elevate. Man, oh man, what a show.
Look, we didn't get the Harambe dance, but we'll take BG Man. You know, he's got the support staff in the background, the cheerleading squad. You love to see it. The passion, the excitement, the success, and yeah, Fury. What a way to do it. What an absolute way to book that grand final spot here in the Ops League.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Man, what way, right, for them to get it done. And against the team that we all kind of expected to make the grand finals, especially after their dominating run. Seems like it's the playoffs Fury squad that really came online and alive here today. They came ready to play. That they definitely secured. So after the opening map win 7-1, you can tell there was something different in the air for the Fury squad, and they used that to get the job done. So great work here by that Fury squad. And speaking of Fury, guys, we also have to thank our sponsor, Kingston Fury. Kingston Fury, the gaming brand supported by Kingston. Who knows, maybe there's a hidden kind of wordplay buff there for this Fury squad as they get into the grand final. But more importantly, man, just the way that they were able to do it, and once again, the team that they were able to do it against, and now they're going up against Elevate. Incredible scenarios and situations we saw here. But we got a giveaway for you guys. Of course, Panda, you know how this goes.
Yeah, make sure you got hashtag Fight for Glory in chat, 600 R6 credits, and an Operations League Southeast Asian pin as well. I just checked Twitter. Like Colas has put out his tweet. GG Gaming Gladiators, a close game until the very last minute. I hope they win the Berlin Major so I can be proud of beating the champion.
I love that. I love it. You love the bants and everybody having real fun with this. Of course, Gaming Gladiators, they push on forward, but you guys can push on for this giveaway. Once again, hashtag Fight for Glory in the Twitch chat. 600 R6 credits for PC players, and the R6 Operation League SEA pin could be yours if you join our giveaway and get lucky. Guys, what an amazing run it has been already in the semifinal, up to the semifinal for all the teams here. Gaming Gladiators, they go down to fight for that 3rd versus the Dire Wolves, but obviously they have much more in store in their very, I guess, soon-to-be horizon. That is a major, but for now, they're relegated down to that 3rd and 4th slot at most. Fury, definitely deserving of the win.
Yeah, look, they just played the better siege by the end of it, and look, you love to see it. The comeback story, the comeback arc, you know, the training montages that have been put in, and to see it come to fruition. It's not done just yet, not by any stretch of the imagination, but seeing the success to come through, those steps being taken towards the final goal, it's pure bliss.
Definitely so. Man, oh man. We're going to take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, the final play day for this summer split of the Operation League this year. Semi-final is going to be deciding the 3rd place slot, whether it goes to the Dire Wolves or the Gaming Gladiators. And then, right on after, we're going to have the Rainbow Six Operation League SEA official music video theme song reveal. So make sure you guys tune into that to hear an amazing tune by some amazing artists. So right after, we of course have the grand final, the main show, the star of it all, the title card of why we came to this tournament, to see who can take the golden crown and place it above their heads and claim the throne. It's going to be Elevate versus Fury in a best of 5, I think, if I'm not mistaken. No, best of 3, rather. I'm
Best of
sorry.
3.
Yes, best of 3 to decide who takes the crown and who goes home and has to settle for a second place podium finish.
Title card match, indeed. I wonder if we can get Lan to dress up as a ring girl for the broadcast. We'll have to see.
With a card up above?
Yeah, we'll get him to walk around holding the card up. But, I mean, look, you couldn't have asked for a better stage to be set going to that grand final, of course. The official theme song of the Operations League Southeast Asia as well, the reveal there. We've got some banger theme tunes for Rainbow Six globally, and I'm sure that the Operations League will sit among some of the best, of course. Excited to see how that one goes. Definitely will be tuning in for it tomorrow.
I am very excited for things to come here. Once more, guys, we have the grand final tomorrow, the music video reveal, and as well as that battle for a third slot. We're going to see these teams that we saw today play tomorrow as well, but for very different stakes, higher stakes really than what we saw today. So join us tomorrow for that grand final. On the meantime, on behalf of all the crew that we got here, I am Black and Blue. With me is Blue Panda. Man, any final words before we close things off?
Better be back tomorrow for that grand final. It's going to be hype.
Definitely so. Thank you guys, and thank you to our sponsor once again, Kingston Fury, for helping us in this. We are going to see you guys tomorrow for our grand final. Good night.
Fighting hostiles is like solving a puzzle. All the pieces are a total mess. Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
There are civilians out there who need us. They can't fight back. They can't escape. And they can't heal their own wounds. That's our job. And we're the best at it. By being careful and compassionate, we can make the world a safer place for everyone. We do this to be of service. And we can't afford to be complacent. When we go out there, we work twice as hard to protect others. Whatever we have to do, we put the people first. That will be our focus. With unwavering diligence, we defend. And we get to say that when Wolfguard is on the field, things will be different.
手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
They aren't, but it's easier said than done. Farlord going for a cheeky angle. Replicator finds him out. Still gets a kill on the Dark somehow. A second on the BG man, expecting that closer position. And 99, he's looking to trade him off, but Farlord, he's done so much damage already. He knows what to do! And a triple kill goes his way! Oh my goodness, what a hold and what an opener here from Farlord. He is completely looking like the...
Clean, speaking of clean, or what that one actually lands a solid one. Swing comes around, 15, just less of that needs to come and play. Oh, what is happening? Oh, what a play! Oh my god, what melon so good!
But no, he didn't deny. Get some idea, but 10 seconds left and Smoke popped off. And Dark gets one more, Dark gets another, Racy gets 2, Dark gets a quad, and he's gonna get the ace, no!
They've got some nades prepped just to make sure it's cleared out, but the Nitro from down under connects from the punch.
Racy will find Zap, and it's Mr. Punch to try and clutch. Finds the angle onto one, finds the head onto another, shotgun out, triple. It's going to be the ace clutch if he can make it happen. Quad, and Mr. Punch versus Clazy. The health is not there, the pings to come through. Mr. Punch, ace clutch. Spots it, and it is going to be the ace clutch. Elevate. Close the map out, denying any chance at OT.
For the win! The knockout punch right on the chin!
Very confident. Sort of push that felt off.
Rick still has 1 extra thermic left in his back pocket, and there are 3 adrenal surges on Hoven.
The plant is starting to go down though. Swing from Toji, not good at all.
Nice.
2v3 all of a sudden, but Hoven does refrag. Hoven does refrag for the double. That's a quad kill. Can he make it an ace though? It's the big question here. Hanging around. Swing should be coming in very soon, and the wrap up is there. It is the ace conclusion to the Gaming Gladiators match.
What an explosive way to end that map on an ace. Hoven